All right, I apologize for the short delay, everybody. Good morning. Today is November 9th. We're on the sixth day of budget hearings, and we have the OBES departments today. I just would like to make one announcement, not directed towards you or your team, but in general, since we do have a presentation this afternoon as well, in fact, we really tried very hard to work with departments and making sure the slides match what the substance is. So we're going to ask every department, including outside agencies going forward, no more than 15, 16 slides. The last one is 65. We just got too much to get through to do that much. So again, not directed at OBES, safety and permits, code enforcement, but we've granted a lot of ground, and now it's time to level set. So with that, we appreciate OBES being here, and we look forward to the first presentation. Good morning.
Good morning, Councilmember Giarrusso, members of the City Council. I'm pleased to be here this morning to present the OBES budgets for fiscal year 24. I'm Tom Mulligan, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Business and External Services. And you're going to hear from the 9 departments which fall within OBES. And OBES exists really for 2 reasons. One, to serve as a level of management between the CAO and the line departments. And 2, as a way to integrate the efforts of these departments. So just as one example, if you imagine we've got a blighted property, we need code enforcement to take action to fight the blight. We need to redevelop it. That might require economic development to get involved. There's permitting, zoning, DSP, city planning. And so that's why OBES exists, and we all work very closely together. You're going to hear about some of the wins we've had this year, some of the accomplishments which the men and women of these departments have been able to achieve for the citizens of New Orleans. You're going to hear about the challenges we're facing and our proposals for how to fix them. And you're going to hear about the things we need to improve on. You know, we come most of all, I think, in a spirit of transparency. We want to be upfront about the activities we're engaged in. And most of all, I want to let everybody know that we have about 250 employees within these 9 departments, almost all of whom work hard, do a good job, and are really making a difference for the citizens of New Orleans. And I want to make sure that that work is recognized, because most of it is behind the scenes and very often thankless work. So we'll start with DSP. Thank you.
Can you hang 1 second? Councilmember Morel, did you want to start right now?
Yeah, wait. Just we can head off with a concern I have. I know it's something we share. As you're aware, we last year began the process of having the Healthy Homes program. And one thing that stood out to many council people in the budget is that we had previously agreed upon an acceleration for signing an executive director. And then at the beginning of next year, hiring up code enforcement to enforce the Healthy Homes ordinance. Yeah. It's not present in the budget. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but I can say that that's concerning to council members, considering that this was an initiative that was passed unanimously by the council with the support of the administration, to then not even put it in the budget for funding based upon what the council and the administration represented to all the different groups that have been heavily involved in that process. It just seemed a little tone deaf. Do you have any response to that?
Well, what I can say, Councilmember Morel, is that this program is going forward. January 1st, if you're a landlord and you have 50 or more rental units, you are required to register that property with safety and permits. We have personnel right now working, preparing for that kickoff. I have been assured that we, despite those considerations you've just raised, we will be allowed to hire up, as has been the case in other departments, to make sure we have what we need. When that program was passed, our initial analysis in January was 39 FTEs. My recommendation, which I shared with everybody, was as a first pass to get after this first group, which must register 13 FTEs. So we got 3. 1 is working full-time right now. 1 starts Monday. The third, we had a candidate. She accepted. She dropped out for salary reasons, but we're looking for someone right now. They're working. We're working on the technical back end to make sure we're going to be ready to go January 1st. We're working on comms to make sure everybody knows about this and the application materials. And I'm going to supplement the limited resources we currently have with other personnel to make sure this thing is a go. So what I can say is that these requisitions are going to go in. I have the assurance that they're going to be processed. And I do think if we could start with the 13, first quarter of 2024, that will really give us a better sense of what's going to be required moving forward.
And 13 is currently budgeted?
13 is not currently budgeted. I have approved 3 FTEs and they are working.
Well, I guess to not bury the lead. So if the council were to fund all 13, I think in our previous conversation, it was 19. I think we're trying to do half and half, but if you believe 13 is the number and the council inserts into the code enforcement budget the full amount that is necessary from your perspective to have implementation on those units above 50, you're not going to not hire those 10 people, those extra people if we budget for it, correct?
No, absolutely not. We have done the analysis of what we think it would take. We've shared that analysis and that's what we want. One thing I do want to mention though, is this is primarily a DSP program. Code enforcement is responsible for the inspections.
Right.
DSP is delegating those. So if we do hire 10, let's say, that would be 8 in DSP, 2 inspectors for code enforcement. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So I mean, so I think at the very least, from my perspective, it would be incumbent upon this council to fund what is at least minimally necessary under your estimation to make sure the program starts without a hitch in January, because the concern I have is there's a lead time to hiring. And if you have to go through the CAO to get approval to open the position, then you have to hire it. You're going to constantly be in a delay. Whereas if we budget the full amount for when the budget year starts, then you could put out all the jobs and try to fill them all versus doing it on a drip basis, which I think is going to be tremendously problematic, because even if we put landlords on notice, landlords are very savvy, especially the bad ones. And if they know that there's a new process and they can avoid actually complying with it, whether it be for an extra year or two, because you're understaffed, many are going to prefer to roll the dice. And I think by not prioritizing having that funding in on the front end, we're kind of encouraging them to roll the dice and say, hey, we have this healthy health program, but we got very few people to staff it. There's a good chance you won't get caught. So I'll work with the chairman. We'll wait for the code enforcement portion of the budget, but this is a priority for me and the council to make sure this program is funded. Thank you.
But I was gonna keep my powder dry, but as long as we're at positions, let's just talk about that for a second. I pulled up zoning bureau in the budget book, and it looks like it's on page 234, 235. And again, Councilmember King was sort of asking about this yesterday. I don't know what to describe this to, if it's incorrect, if there's an error. I don't want to have something where we're over budgeting people by 200%, and that money is really a slush fund for later operating and personnel. But it looks like zoning bureau, which is an essential part of safety and permits, making sure people get the correct determinations, is being cut in half.
Okay,
So I'm just saying from the outset, that gives me a lot of heartburn seeing it on first reflection.
so I was able to confirm with the budget office that there are wage reserves and we're actually able to hire for those positions. So it's similar to like last year when there was a vacancy. And then when we were able to fill that vacancy, we would find someone for that position, we can hire. That's what's happened last year. And from my understanding, again, it happens this year, but this year it is funded.
I don't understand.
By the budget office.
I'm sorry, how can it be funded if there's a 13-person deficit?
They said it's in the wage reserves. That's the budget office. They said if we did a requisition right now and we had someone to put in those positions, they could be hired.
I'm shaking my head because this has to be I'm worried right now. It's taking, and I realize this isn't any one person's fault. So again, I want to say this for the third time. I'm just trying to build the mousetrap better, not trying to assign blame to anybody. Okay. But it's taking almost 180 days to get a non-conforming use. We need to make sure that whether you're a zoning administrator, you're a manager, all of these positions, they have to be filled. And I think it sends, I'm just saying, now, almost from an optics standpoint, what we're saying to the public is zoning administration is being stripped. And I know that may not be the intention, but that's the way it looks. And we have like 6 comment cards already. So what I'm trying to do is be a help here and say, in this instance, like ordinarily, I'm in a wage reserve and we'll see how hirings go. This is too important to do that with. And there's going to be a budget amendment because we need to get this. And also, I think from our perspective, this has to be a priority. I mean, one of the things we've talked about, it looks like you have 2 building plan examiners who are being cut, 6 city enforcement inspectors being cut, 7 other code enforcement inspectors or management development analysts, I'm sorry, being cut. Like, with all of the issues with inspections, with healthy homes, with the discussion of cross training. And again, I realize what the budget office is telling you, but what I'm saying as the appropriating body, we want the money there. We want everything to happen. So we are going to basically insert the money to make sure the positions are ready to go. Number one. Number 2, related to that, before Mr. Large speaks, do we have any timetable on when this study on safety and permits and code enforcement is going to actually be done? Do you know that?
Well, we've received some preliminary reports from the consultant. And so the consultant, some of the things they've done to this point is survey the workforce. They have gone out to the community to do a stakeholder survey, and they've gotten really an extraordinary amount of feedback. They were very surprised by the great response they got. And so we have a lot of constructive criticism. They're right now interfacing with other departments that have business with safety and permits, like the historic preservation offices. So I would expect the first quarter of next year to receive a draft final report. And certainly first quarter of next year, we're going to understand the broad contours of how to make these departments more efficient.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. I guess what I always worry about is studies are where things go to die. And I just want to make sure that safety and permits and code enforcement, as well as CPC and HELC and BCC, I'm not trying to diminish any of the other ones. They have to be some of our healthiest departments because they're public safety departments. And I will continue to say, for as long as I have breath in my body, that safety and permits is unlike almost any other city department. Almost everything else should be a cost center, right? We are here in the business of to provide services. It means money. Safety and permits needs to be both as a strong enforcement arm of the city, and hence the need for enforcement in the manager positions, but it also needs to be an efficiency and a way to make money for the city as well. And so we want to make sure that you are as charged as possible to be able to be successful in your mission to make that happen. Mr. Large, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I just wanted to say I do echo your sentiments about the optics for the positions, but the funding itself for the positions you're referencing are in the budget, as stated by Ms. Jackson. So they're in a line item for wage reserves in the personnel budget. I'm not an IT person, so I can't speak of the glitch, but we noticed that some of the positions were missing at some point. So we added wage reserves to account for the positions when we noticed there was an issue with some positions that were missing, to make sure they will be able to continue to hire for those positions.
Okay, I guess let me ask a difficult question. I don't mean to put you on the spot by doing this, but is there a way to fix either the budget book or the cost center summary so that way we can point to a document for ourselves, first of all, for safety and permits, and for the public, and say, here it is. We realize the budget book said this, but this is the superseding supplemental amended document that really
I don't know what document you have in front of you right now.
the cost center summary.
Okay, yes, so I look at the line items
Okay.
within the budget
Right,
book. Within Questica,
right,
the budget portal.
yeah.
And the actual budget book doesn't have the line items per se. If it's the request that there's an adjustment made, then we can bring that before the administration.
What I'm just thinking is, I mean, again, we've already heard from people who are going to speak today, so I'm not trying to hide the ball. Like, we all know where this is going to go. I'm trying to ease nerves and anxieties, and maybe reduce some paranoia by showing everybody the work is there. And I worry that by saying we're all working on it, that is a help, but by showing them that's the best thing. And so I just want to be able to point to people, this is what's going to go on. And then I think to that end, like also demonstrably show to the public how hiring is happening or what's being done, because we want to make sure that all parts of safety and permits and code enforcement are appropriately staffed.
That makes sense.
Thank you very
No
much. I
problem.
appreciate it. All right, so now after all of our pontificating, we're ready to let you begin. Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Tammy Jackson, Director of Safety and Permits, and I do have my Deputy Director.
Natasha Robinson, good morning.
And also in chambers is the Chief Building Official, Jay Dufour, as well as the Chief Zoning Official, Ashley Becknell, and our Internal Auditor, Betty Johnson. I am pleased to represent the hardworking, often unrecognized civil servants in the Department of Safety and Permits for this budget presentation, which will include our progress on 2023 department goals, 2024 department goals, personnel overview, 2023 budget summary, and 2024 proposed budget, and the one-time funding figures. As an agency within OBIS, we committed to relocating the office to offer constituents the best customer service experience, as well as invest in our employees' workspace. We relocated in June of 2023, and we've had really great feedback from both constituents and the employees. Our next goal was to proactively engage with constituents to encourage online submission over 80%, and we have exceeded that goal. We're not quite at 90%, but we're still working towards it. Our next goal also included working with our employees to also enhance the customer service experience for our constituents and our employees. We have invested over 470 hours of training. And our next goal, to review plans and issue permits in accordance with the code of the city of New Orleans within a 10-day turnaround. And honestly, some permits cannot be issued within 10 days. And so this is a moving target. We continue to try to just progress and issue permits as soon as possible. The next goal required working with one of our external partners, Sewage and Water Board, to assist with electronic submission of plumbing permits. And they've had the ability to accept plumbing permit applications online through One Stop since June of 2023. The next goal was to significantly increase staff in the zoning and short-term rental departments, and we did accomplish that. And I have to note that for the positions of zoning administrator assistant, as well as zoning plan reviewers, we had an open requisition for the longest time and no one on the register. The one person that came on the register recently, we are interviewing them this week.
Ms. Jackson, kind of staying on this point, I guess two things. One, thank you for the growth in the short-term rental office. We've all been discussing that for such a long time, so we appreciate the fact that it's larger. And I think I said this last budget meeting, but I'll say it again. When the short-term rental office got Granicus, it was the first time in 5 years I had people reaching out to me to say, oh my God, safety and permits has caught up to me. I didn't realize I was supposed to renew my license. So obviously some things are starting to work. What I wanted to ask about is funding positions. You have to have budget approval first in order to fill a position. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. So with the wage reserve, you have automatic budget approval. I mean, in other words, what I don't want to have happen is you say, I need like zoning plan examiner as a position, and then there's no money in it. So now we're caught in a vicious cycle of I'm supposed to have the position, but I don't have the budget, and I don't have the budget, so the register isn't open. So am I missing something here?
No, I agree. And from my understanding, as Mr. Large said, that the wage reserves are there, that is different from last year, where then you have to wait a longer time to get it budget or find some other maybe position that you don't need, give up something. But this year, the budget office has assured me that those wage reserves have funded those positions.
So like zoning plan examiner can be hired tomorrow.
Yes, if we get someone on the register.
Okay. Management development specialist too can be hired tomorrow.
Yes,
Okay, well, I just want to make sure money is not the impediment here. And I guess then the second part is when you say get somebody on the register, is then HR and the CAO's office working with your office to try and facilitate? I mean, Councilmember Green stepped away for this, but we want to make sure that you have the right people applying as well.
yes, and we are also proactive at any event or function that we are at in our personal and private lives. We are reaching out to people to make sure that they are aware of the city jobs, that positions that are open, and to apply.
I guess, like, I think after this, will you please email us? I just need a confirmation that or from the budget office, that like zoning plan examiner is opened, it's funded, management development specialist, I think it's 2, open, funded, the city inspector, open, funded, because we got to have the positions. We want the positions filled for the residents first, and for you is sort of option 1A. You need the people to help do your work. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I'll be quiet for at least 2 minutes now.
Next, we wanted to increase enforcement in areas that received less attention. And as you know, with so many complaints and cases, we must prioritize. And so we prioritize for life safety, and staff augmentation has been a big help in getting to those inspections that normally may not have been gotten to for a week or more. And the last 2023 goal was to leave notice at the site, which include compliance directions to avoid adjudication instead of mailing multiple violations. We have posted warning notices, stop work orders, and 10-day disconnects, and we continue to try to make this more systematic in our process with the warning notices. Our 2024 department goals. We want to develop informational materials to foster a better understanding of permitting and licensing processes, and including informational sessions as well as checklists, and just invest in informational pamphlets to make sure that the information is simpler and less complex. We also want to invest in our employees, again, with 2 full days of professional development and training opportunities for all staff. We want to be able to reach out to applicants within 3 business days to notify of the application status. And we've also considered closing applications when there have been no responses in a certain amount of time, to make sure that we can give you the best data available instead of open permits with no documents. We also want to modify the mechanical and electrical permit application process to increase online submissions. Similar to Sewage and Water Board, on October 1st, they started all applications online. They no longer accept paper applications. And for the trade licensing, mechanical and electrical permit applications, we think we should move in that direction as well. We want to decrease turnaround times for all trade and zoning inspections, and also decrease processing times to within 30 days for zoning verification and non-conforming use determinations. And I know that that's still long, but we just want to move in the right direction on reducing the time to get those determinations out. And last but certainly not least, contingent upon funding, launch Healthy Homes in collaboration with the Department of Code Enforcement.
Ms. Jack, before we get to the next slide, what is the average processing time for zoning verification and non-conforming use determinations?
Currently is 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay.
And well, Healthy Homes, I think we've discussed this, so unless there are any questions about that, we'll just skip this one.
Yeah, can I ask one question though, a little writ large here, Tom, which is all these agencies are related and there's adjudication
Yep.
for each of them. There was talks last year about a streamlined adjudication system. So that way, and I'm making this up, maybe you did safety and permit, STR hearings on Mondays and you did code enforcement hearings on Tuesdays and HLC.
Mhm.
Are we still talking about that? Because that really seems like a smart thing to do. I know it probably has some investment early on, but then also how we make sure we have everybody kind of talking to each other and building continuity, particularly as we have a new code enforcement department, seems important. So I just wanted to ask about that.
It absolutely is. And so this is a tasking we've given to the consultant, and the consultant is speaking with BCC, HDLC, DSP, code enforcement, the entities that do adjudication operations and often have the same contractors. There's a lot of opportunities for synergies there. So we're going to be proceeding with that. We want to get their view on how to do it. I can't imagine they're going to come back and say it's a bad idea. So that, assuming it makes sense, we're going to put together a plan for executing that, and that'll be a priority for next year, I think, as part of a much broader set of reforms that come out of not really just the consultant's study, but what we've done internally to identify ways to improve.
All right, well, let me ask, a dangerous question for us. Do we need to earmark some money for that right now? Because what I don't want to have happen is we get to March and we don't know, mid-year budget adjustments, the cleanup ordinance, it's so hard. And that shouldn't be an impediment to progress. And so if we need to sort of cordon off and maybe put some money in the 600 line, so that way February, March, you can hit the ground running in April rather than having a song and dance about we need more money.
Well, certainly Councilmember Giarrusso, we would not be opposed to that. I think at the end of the day, this is going to be a cost savings.
Yeah.
Because there are efficiencies, but there may need to be an initial outlay. And so that would certainly be a sensible thing to do.
Yeah. Can we at some point talk about what the outlay looks like? I don't want to belabor. I've already jumped into Ms. Jackson's presentation 5 times, but I would like to maybe know a beginning number, because as we're doing the budget amendment, I think it's important that we put that money into the budget to show the public a commitment to doing this. And I think this is one of those areas you got to spend money to make money. And we want to make sure that we have a good and fair and robust adjudication process.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Personnel, 2023 actual and 2024 budgeted full-time employees by position. As you see, we have a total of 77 current employees, 2 more start on Monday. And next year we're budgeted for the 101. Our 2023 budget summary and 2024 proposed budget totals are 2023 projected actuals total $7,101,500. 2023 current budget is $10,760,493. And the 2024 proposed budget total is $10,979,879. And the total variance is $219,386. And there's an explanation of the variance with the employee raises, merit pay, additional positions, and the other operating variance is the spend down of the one-time funds, which we also have invoices currently pending. The one-time funding, currently the Department of Safety and Permanent staff augmentation consists of 1 zoning plan reviewer, 1 commercial building inspector, 1 residential building inspector, 1 electrical inspector, and 4 zoning inspectors. One of which is doing the shift variable 3 to 10 shift and weekends. As well as we have 1 floodplain manager reviewer and 4 building plan reviewers. Safe Build actively has 14 full-time employees working. IBTS has 4 building plan examiners. Henry Consulting has 1 residential building inspector, and BCCP has 2 electrical inspectors and a zoning plan reviewer. The year-to-date spent is $275,946. However, as I said, we do have invoices pending. The zoning inspectors average 10 inspections a day. The commercial building and inspector, we only have 1 in-house, and so having an additional commercial building inspector is instrumental in decreasing time delays for the certificate of occupancy or certificate of completion for commercial structures. We also have 1 floodplain manager, so the addition of a floodplain manager reviewer has decreased review times. And we have 4 plan reviewers currently active that are reducing the plan review times.
I'm gonna ask a Michael Burnside question. Henry Consulting, you said, has 1 residential building inspector.
Mhm.
Is that it?
Yes,
And we're paying him, Henry Consulting, $432,000 for that 1 residential building inspector?
no, where's the 400? No, we're not paying Henry Consulting 432. Their contract may have been for that amount, but they couldn't staff up for what we initially needed. So we will be revising those contracts, because Safe Build initially only was contracted for 12 code enforcement inspectors, but they were able to find other positions.
Okay, yeah, but on this project updates, it literally says Henry Consulting has submitted their first invoice, $432,000 for payment on 11/3. And if you're saying that's not correct for 1 residential building inspector,
That is not correct.
okay, so this
I'm
is
sorry, where are you reading from?
right there on your project updates, second point.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect.
What,
I have not-
can you get the correct amount?
So
I just want to make sure we're not paying
Sure.
$432,000 for,
we are
one
not
residential
paying $432,000 for 1 residential building inspector. That's the total amount of the contract initially.
Yeah.
And I believe initially they were supposed to supply at least 4 inspectors.
okay,
Yes, that is inaccurate.
all
I
right,
can confirm that.
yeah, because like I said.
And I can confirm the amount that they have been paid so far.
That'd be great, thank you.
No problem. And the rate of pay for the vendors it's $70 for code enforcement inspectors and $105 for plan reviewers.
All right, and Councilmember Green, anything before we go to public comment? All right, I have a number of public comment cards. So Michael Burnside, Kristen Shull-Dunn, and Jennifer Wickham are up first, followed by Zach Smith, Aaron Holmes, Christopher, I think it's Johnson, and Ron Lazen.
My councilwoman Harris saved my butt because I laughed and I'm calm and I'm happy now and I'm not angry, which is a blessing. I gotta say that this report, I don't see it as a report. I don't understand more, having sat in the audience here today, than I understood when I came in the door. I have a lot of interactions with safety and permit over the times, and I'm gonna rely on my past experience rather than this report to make a couple of vague statements. First of all, yeah, I don't know how to say this. I believe safety and permits is broken. I believe it doesn't function, and I don't believe it helps and saves my neighborhoods. And I hope that that changes soon. The 75 and the 105, is that per hour, per plan, per whatever? We're not told. 30 third-party inspectors are mentioned, but they're not told how many inspections they perform. And the gentleman who was in the newspaper a few years ago was performing an amazing number of inspections, and he was performing them really, really quickly. I've been told that the third party don't submit their inspections to the computer system, that they submit them on paper, and then the employees of the city have to enter them into the computer, which means most of our actual city inspectors are sitting in offices entering in reports produced by third party inspectors. It would be nice to know how much third party inspectors charge and whether the city gets any of that money. It would be nice to have some of the information that was presented verbally on the slide. Wage reserves are interesting because people who do math start twitching. We've got an increase of 24 positions, and yet our budget for personnel is only increased by $352,000. And leaving the 2.5% employee raise, which is too small, merit pay additional positions and spend down one-time funds, we can tell you the additional positions at 24, because thank God we have at least one number over here on page 9. We're going to increase from 77 to 101, which is 24, and we put 24 into the increased in personnel services only of 352,000. We're doing basically paying these guys 15K each for FTEs, which is ridiculous on the face of it and makes no sense. Onwards, we have plans. Plans are reviewed. The plans have car parking in front of buildings on Magnolia between Felicity and MLK. It's an interesting legalism because there is a second floor over the car parking, but the car parking is not in the garage and does not have a door, which would be very interesting, except I've seen an ambulance catch fire inside a firehouse in Philadelphia, and a car fire is not trivial. And if you have a car underneath your house and it's caught on fire, your house is going up like a friggin' smoke. We have nothing here on 311 calls. They act like they don't even exist. As far as llamas, it would be nice to have a number for each thing so we could sort of track it like we do code enforcement, where we learned that everything was hanging out in title research. It would help us find where the problem locates. Short-term rentals, according to the newspaper, recent article within the last few days, are not enforced at all by the city, according to the newspaper article. Who knows if it's true or false? But if in fact they're not being enforced, what are the short-term rental people actually doing becomes a legitimate question. I think that's enough for one talk.
Thank you. Thank you. And before we get to Ms. Dunn, Ms. Wickham, Ms. Jackson, can I just ask maybe slide 13 be completely like resent to us, because the appropriation line is $2.5 million. Then it says year to date 275,946. Then it says committed encumbered 2487. Well, 275 and 2487 is like 2.7, and then remaining says 2.2. So it's somebody somewhere made some mistakes, and I don't know where it is, but we just kind of want to make sure where this all stands as we're going to make sure that we're negotiating with the administration to keep the positions in good shape. Thank you. All right, sorry about that. Ms. Dunn, Ms. Wickham, and then Zach Smith.
Hi, my name is Christine Schull-Dunn. I'm with the Architecture Office of Workshop WD 40 at 701 Poydras Street, Suite 4100. As architects, we work closely with safety and permits. It may seem like sometimes we're pitted against each other, but in fact, we work together, and this collaboration is integral to maintaining the integrity of New Orleans. Many people have put years of energy and hard work into developing our master plans and the comprehensive zoning ordinance. These budget cuts would not just be a slap in the face of all of the hardworking people in the Safety and Permits Department, but it would be to the detriment of our industry and the city as a whole. We are told time and again that we are a resilient city, that we've learned how to make do with less, but we all know that cutting oversight is not the way to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Wickham, Mr. Smith, Ms. Holmes.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Wickham at 3022 Toulouse. Also architect, AIA member, and work with Chris at Workshop WDXL. I just want to repeat that we've seen some improvements with safety and permits, and we work with them all the time. We're sending emails constantly, and we have are also getting heartburn, like Councilman Giarrusso said, about the idea of cutting the budget. And we've been working as AIA, there's been task forces, there's been meetings to see how we can improve safety and permits. And what I keep hearing is competitive pay for the opening positions, or the open positions, is a big issue. $35,000 a year was brought up as a starting base salary. That's what I was paid 10 years ago as an intern architect. And had to have roommates, that seems insulting. I think that would be a big room for improvement. Also, not cutting the budget. So, I just want to echo that, as everyone knows, we are not happy to see that decrease. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Councilmember Harris.
Tammy, have we done civil service studies recently on salaries?
Yes.
How
and the
recent?
building plan, this year in February, the building plan reviewers got a raise.
Anybody
And
else?
I do not have the numbers right now. Code enforcement inspectors, as well as the entire zoning team got a raise as well. The zoning, chief zoning official, the zoning administrator assistant, the zoning unit got, and the chief building official as well.
Did you have civil service study all the positions that are civil service positions?
Yes.
And those are the only ones that got raises?
It was an entire series.
Okay.
It was several, but building plan reviewers also in February, zoning and about the same time, and currently floodplain manager.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Smith, Ms. Holmes, and Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, Council. Zach Smith, 1000 South Norman C. Francis. I want to start with thanking the staff of each of these agencies, especially that are here, and the folks that have shown up to these budget hearings. We'll talk about some notes in a second, but the staff of City Hall continue to do an outstanding job with, especially considering the limitations that they're under. In this particular case, they're under some major limitations because there's just not enough of them. We sat here a couple months back and we went through a very kind of robust process of hearing from a lot of stakeholders already, and staffing comes in there. So, when we talk about studies about pay, I'd argue that the staff at the departments should be paid what the private consultants are being paid. If $75 an hour is good enough for somebody to provide a building inspection, I think the staff of the 7th floor and now the 8th floor of 1040 should be paid the same thing. I think it would instantly get people in this building to actually provide those services directly for government and, more importantly, directly for the residents. Related to this budgeting stuff, without trying to sound too salty as somebody who's been in this unfortunate seat where you have to toe the party line, time kills deals. You have a spot where we're going to sit there and say that the budget is our priority, and we're going to put a reduction of 13 positions, or to Mr. Morell's point before, yes, we absolutely are on board with this healthy home stuff, but we're going to put $0 in the budget for something that's supposed to start in less than 60 days. It's outstanding that anybody would actually have that position. And it's unfortunate because I know of how much good work the staff, especially the folks at the table in front of me, have put into this. And they are zealots to make this stuff happen. But it is unconscionable that we would sit there and tell folks, your legislative brains are not big enough to understand what our budget maneuvers are. And we're going to hide these things inside of wage reserves and whatnot. If it's important, put it on the line. If it's important, do it the right way. Project to the staff. The people that listen to these meetings the most, more than residents, or the staff in these departments. And they want to know where are departments going? Where are they headed? Do people actually care about us growing our positions? And when they see it go from 25 to 12, trust me, they do not believe wage reserves, because time and time again, the position gets routed, the P5 goes, this position goes, civil service, and somewhere between the 3rd floor in the CFO's office, somewhere on the 9th floor in the CO's office, and somewhere in the civil service across the street, the positions somehow just die. They die and people go. But to sit here and say, well, we'll do a budget offer when we get there and when the person shows up, again, he said it in the opening remarks. People can't wait that long. They have to feed their families, and they're not going to sit around waiting on government to make sure that the money works. Let's telegraph to the public. More importantly, let's telegraph to our existing staff that there's funding there. So I appreciate how direct you guys have been before the presentation to say, we're going to correct this. It's going to be corrected. We're going to put it there. And what I would challenge is at the first budget hearing of next year to actually ask for a report. Because when we looked at that budget for this year, it was $10 million. And only 75% of it was actually spent. So the market out there for the folks that are in the private sector is getting rockier. I think more people want to go to City Hall and work, but somehow there's a disconnect. So appreciate your time.
Zach, I'm gonna do something I don't ordinarily do, but I want to ask you some questions because you have a unique perspective. So you said, these are your words, that positions go to die somewhere between, so we want to be Lazarus. How do we prevent the positions from dying?
If you want my direct, honest answer.
Yeah.
You hold at the next quarter's budget meeting, you defund the 9th floor, the CEO's office, for every dollar that's not able to be spent in safety and permits. And I guarantee you those positions will magically be able to route. Guarantee it. And that way you're not affecting bureaucrats, you're not affecting people that have to toe the party line. You're affecting the folks that are actually up there that are doing what they want when they want. I absolutely guarantee there will be a change of direction for finding a way to spend the $10 million that you guys budget if you hold the CAO's office directly accountable, dollar for dollar. Dollar for dollar.
I'm glad Councilmember Morel stepped out.
But what we have, Councilman, is unfunded mandate. Safety and permits is required by charter to do 1 million things. And they're not given the resources.
We've spent so much time here this morning, and I think we started with this because we understand. Zach, can you talk about this for a second? I know this is almost a rhetorical question, but since you've led the department in the past, talk about what morale is like when you don't have enough people and there are too many people doing one job.
It's a combination of multiple things. You know, we have neighborhood groups, I think, that are here that generally are, we want more enforcement. So they get hurt. You have your constituents of yours that feel that they're not heard when the staff can't respond. At the same time, you have staff that are underfunded and outgunned that are sitting there deciding where they're going to enforce. So the morale is killed right then and there when generally the members of the public will pick on the staffers for being unable to do 25 things when they only have the power to do 1 or 2. So there's a huge morale thing. From the administration, I'm gonna say, if I was sitting at the table, I always got morally defeated when you finally get that person who wants to come work and they disappear on the line because 45 days later to get them hired. And again, it's not all budget. There's definitely a boogeyman in civil service sometimes. There's great people in civil service, but the process, they're rules following organization, and the rules kill deals too. But between all of these things, the amount of people that disappear because they cannot wait, because they're in between jobs and a job offer comes in and they're in their 6th week, that was time and time and time again. So the bureaucrats in any agency that see those people, see real growth potential, and then that future potential employee just disappears, that's one of the most destabilizing things. And imagine if you're a director, you're a supervisor, and you're telling your lower level staff, hey, we have a new person coming. And then that person checks in and goes, oh, wait, they disappeared. Again, morale, pressure every single time.
And then sort of last, can you just touch on safety and permits, both as being able to generate revenue and the enforcement side? I just think that's such a unique position for one department to be in, that to your point, put aside deals for a second. Like, I had people last year emailing me all the time about HVAC permits, and Tammy, you helped out so many times, but it took forever to get generators taken care of. I mean, these are low level things. So in terms of both trying to facilitate for the public and efficiency, but also trying to make money for the city, will you spend a minute talking about that, please?
It's a great talking point. I believe it sincerely. Land use is the economic engine of the city, you know, that or tourism. And I wish we would be able to diversify a little bit more. But Councilmember Harris mentioned it. You know, how long is it taking for a zoning verification? These are things that any reputable bank, any reputable attorney, any reputable land use consultant has to have for a transaction to go through. So if you say, hey, we got to look at it. If you've ever bought or sold property, you usually have a 30-day due diligence or a 60-day due diligence. If you're really lucky and you have a really good seller, they're going to give you 90 days. And to the amount of deals where sellers will not commit to giving you that time just to wait on a piece of paper. And so we know that we're not letting those transactions go through. So, you know, again, the folks that are there doing the work are doing as best of a job as they can. And we continue to say, I don't always agree with them, of course, but they are doing a fantastic job across the board. Permits, code enforcement, HDLC, VCC, the city planners continue to have the bait and switch. We'll get to that when we get to their part of the deal. There's a million people out there that are qualified to be city planners that have those degrees, and yet we can't get to the 29 positions they really need. So that name a large project in the city of New Orleans that isn't in a design review corridor, that doesn't need a conditional use, that doesn't need some sort of city planning thing, and yet we can't get those staffers. They exist. It's literally what people go to school for. So to your bigger point, to bring it home and then close up and go sit down, the economic engine is not getting the oil when we sit there and play around with, we're going to put stuff in wage reserves. We are telling the business community, we're telling the development community, we're telling the constituents that want more enforcement. This is a position where enforcement, neighborhood groups that aren't necessarily development, and the development community, I think, are in lockstep on these positions need more, and they need to be more clearly articulated.
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
I would say it's unusual to have architects and nonprofits who defend housing speaking on the same topic. So politics has made strange bedfellows today for sure.
Thank you.
Aaron Holmes up next.
Good morning, council members. My name is Erin Holmes. I'm the executive director of VC Pora at 816 North Rampart. You're absolutely correct, Councilmember Giarrusso. We do have some strange bedfellows because I represent that neighborhood group that is always asking for more enforcement. Starting in May until about September, we participated in, a very, I would say it's a dust up, but what came out of it was some really good suggestions. What began as a critique of the VCC actually opened up a lot of eyes for some inefficiencies across the board with various city departments. And as someone looking in, I wasn't on the task force. I was also able to look to see the frustrations of the development sector. I talked to a lot of the members of my organization. These are all property owners. They're working to maintain their historic properties, but also working within the system to develop those properties also in commercial uses. And so I did get a chance to meet with some individuals representing interests that I might not have before. So it was a very eye-opening experience. But at the end of the day, at the end of that process, they essentially said, and it was, very well worded and the report was excellent, but the underlying score was hire more people and treat them better. We need more people. We need to pay them more. We need to ensure that they feel comfortable in their position, that their morale is high. And so when I initially read the big book that is available online, and I saw that major reduction in personnel was 12 or 13 inspectors are within the safety department's budget, I said, well, this doesn't seem right. And then I come today to get the little cheat sheet and I say, well, wait, those numbers are different. Why don't I understand this? And unlike Zach Smith, I have not been working in the system. And unlike Mr. Burnside, I don't go directly to all the numbers and do all of the calculations that he is so known for. But I said, well, do I even have a point today? And then I realized this is 2023 actual, not what 2023 was budgeted for. So if you go back to the 2023 budget, which was budgeting for 106 people, now you're looking at a budget that, I'm sorry, the 2023 actual was actually 72% of what was budgeted. And so it looks like a net gain, but like to your point, Mr. Giarrusso, this does not really reflect a commitment to growth. This seems like a reduction in capacity. And as someone who is professionally always going to ask for more enforcement, I also want to keep this economic engine going. This is very important. Like Zach said, historic preservation and tourism are economic engines. And with that, you have land use. So we really need to make a commitment in the budget to hiring those professional individuals who do go to school for this, to have some comfort in accessing these jobs, not going to the private sector where they're paid twice as much for half as much work. I think this now is the opportunity to really invest in the next year, the next 5 years, and show your commitment to it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Johnson and Mr. Lazel. And we have one online comment.
Morning, Council. Thank you for your time today. I'm Christopher Johnson. I'm a practicing architect in New Orleans, and I'm today representing the Advocacy Committee for AIA New Orleans. And thank you also to staff and city members who have so generously donated your time and effort every day for the benefit of the community at large. Speaking from written notes here, AIA New Orleans represents over 170 architecture firms and over 500 professional members who will practice and reside in every council district in the city. We've long supported adequate funding for the Department of Safety and Permits, especially related to the zoning department, which are vital to the functionality of the city's residential and business communities. In July, AIA New Orleans provided recommendations to the Permit Task Force, which was initiated by Councilmember King. We absolutely sat down with our members, developed a plan, and said, here's what's important. These departments should be funded robustly and adequately with proportionate staff positions, new computers, new software as needed to meet the need of our city. In parallel to this effort, the city administration conducted its own study to learn how to improve these departments. And in September, AIA New Orleans offered recommendations to their consultant, which again included adequate and robust funding for the Department of Safety and Permits, which should be used for funding additional seats, additional spots, and additional technology. Any consideration to reduce the staffing or budget to these departments contradicts the findings of these efforts by the city and the administration and the council together. And it is strongly denounced by the community of hundreds of professionals who have contributed to these efforts. We recommend the council reject any effort to reduce funding for these offices.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lazel.
Good morning, Ron Lazel, 1000 Norman C. Francis. Thank you all so much. I have to applaud you. You guys really get it. I am extremely proud of this council in understanding what's happening here today with your questions beforehand. There's a rock over here with money in it. There's a rock over here and money in it. How are we going to pay the people? It's, I feel like I'm walking into a place where we're all trying to solve a problem and an issue. I want to say, kind of echo what Zach said. You know, I worked on the legislative side. You don't have as much interaction with the departments until you're on the private side. I love and care for every single one of those people in safety and permits, and they work their asses off. I am telling you, there's always been this perception that safety and permits is lazy, hard, or whatever. The problem is you don't have enough people. And, you know, I talked to one of them because I always ask how they're doing, because I know how demoralizing it can be when all you hear is negative things. I go, yeah, how do you do it with your emails? I mean, we may not hear from someone for a week, and they're like, yeah, I always took pride in myself that I was able to answer emails every day, but now it's impossible because I get hundreds of emails. So what does that do to our economic engine and to our developers? Money, time kills deals. And whatever you are doing right now in correcting this with this budget, you know, you are being forward, you are being thoughtful. Put the money out there. Fund these positions, fund more positions than what they're asked for. Or maybe the question is, what do people ask for? And then what showed up in the budget? There could even be a difference in there. If people are asking, well, I want 30 and suddenly something like 20 is in the budget and then we cut it here. What's really needed? You know, Joe, you have in the past, you have said, all right, DPW, I'm not giving you any more money until things are fixed. You know, fund it now. Things aren't working in 3 or 4 months. You have the authority and the power to back off until things are done right. And I'm also so happy to hear that our legal non-conforming are now down to 4 to 6 weeks. I guess we can stop telling our clients that it takes 3 to 6 months for a legal non-conforming use. So I'm happy to hear that news that's moving forward. So thank you all very much for the work you're doing.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lazel. Ms. Spears, I know we have one online comment.
The online comment is from Oliver Fletcher. who says, "Good morning to all. Before I begin, I want to clarify that I work as a code enforcement inspector for the short-term rentals division in the department. Everything I say today reflects my personal opinions and beliefs, not the department's stance. I will do my best not to violate a CAO policy. This statement is being made via online public comment on my own personal time before the hearing. It was not submitted during work hours. Council members, as I submit this statement before the budget hearing, I'm begging you all to consider adding funds for more inspectors. Despite the recent retention and recruitment raise, I've been overworked and underpaid my entire duration here, but I love my city. I appreciate the approved raise, but promotions within the department remain challenging. I understand there are standards set forth by some, and those standards apparently haven't been met, but it seems the budget might also be a hindrance because it's not in the budget for anyone to be an inspector, I believe. Additionally, I learned that I could be furloughed. I request that you avoid furloughing short-term rental inspectors due to the judge's temporary restraining order. It's an external issue not caused by me, and I shouldn't bear the brunt of it. So please consider our full pay when finalizing the budget. Finally, I've used we, but I'm speaking 100% for myself. Your attention to these matters is crucial for the well-being of my mental health.
Thank you, Ms. Spears. All right, well, we'll be in touch as we continue the budget and obviously look forward to making sure you're properly staffed. Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, next up, code enforcement.
And members of the council, just before I introduce our new code enforcement director, I wanted to mention that no OBES department has probably been transformed more than code enforcement. It's such a different department than the one we presented to you last year. Same great people, more people now, but the changes which have been made administratively, which will be discussed, have been enormous. And the origins of code enforcement are really lost to time. People think sometimes in the 70s or the 80s it was created. It's been in health, DSP, mayor's office. It's been all over the city by different departments, different funding sources. And we've done our best internally to give it the independence it needs. And the capstone of this effort really was the charter change, which is going to establish on January 1st code enforcement as a chartered city department. And Councilmember Druso, I want to thank you in particular for your leadership on that. Everyone's just really excited about it. I think it's a great thing. And I'm also very happy to have here the new code enforcement director, Anthony Davis. Mr. Davis joins us from Marine Forces Reserve on the West Bank, civilian employee of DOD and a former active duty Marine as well. So I'm very pleased to have him on board. I'll be doing the DCAO thing full time moving forward.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Morel, did you want to jump in?
Couple of quick points just because it might help shape your presentation. The first is, I guess I'm a little confused from what I have reviewed thus far. Is code enforcement, as far as how its budget is being presented and constructed, being seen as a standalone department, or is it still being seen as kind of a department houses other departments, if that makes sense?
My understanding, Councilmember Morel, is that its present form, it is not. It is currently seen as an entity within an existing department. However, the administration is committed in the budget amendment process to pulling that out, to having its own independent existence in the budget. I think it's vital, so I think that's going to be handled in the amendment process.
Okay, and second, since code enforcement is a chartered department, I'm expecting we're going to get a confirmation letter for our new code enforcement head, correct?
Well, in fact, I believe I spoke with the CAO about this. I believe he's had communications with council, and of course, we're happy to do that. Mr. Davis is appointed before it's a chartered department. So
then you're right. That brings clarification. If you were appointed before it was a chartered department, then you're not required for confirmation. So I think there was some confusion there. I'm glad you cleared it up here. But yeah, but going forward, obviously, Mr. Davis to be successful and be here forever. But if there is a future appointment to code enforcement, that person will, in fact, the next person go through the confirmation process.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay, and that was my two pre-questions.
Yeah, and before Mr. Davis gets started, I have a lengthy email here, Councilmember Morel, literally from, I guess, today, from the CAO's office, anticipating probably your questions. I can confirm now that code enforcement has its own budget code, which means it is its own office. I will personally make sure that it is part of the omnibus amendment, and I'm happy to share with all the council members.
Is Amy gonna make sure?
Oh, well, yes, Amy
Okay,
will make
thank you.
sure, but I will double check and say, in addition to that, and that all the things that need to happen from creating it in finance, making sure it's in brass, that ADP is taken care of, positions are moved over. So we'll share this email with all council members and Mr. Mulligan and Mr. Davis, so you can all see the sort of bureaucratic steps that are being taken to create this department from whole cloth. So thank you, to both of you.
Good morning, City Council. Again, my name is Anthony Davis, and I am joined today by Ms. Ashley Givens, who is my council liaison, and also by Ms. Ariola Patton, who works in code enforcement. Much like safety and permits, my agenda is on the progress of the 2023 department goals, the 2024 department goals that we've set for code enforcement, a brief personnel overview, the 2023 budget summary, and the 2024 proposed budget, and some one-time funding. Beginning with the progress on the 2023 department goals, obviously code enforcement wanted to ramp up operations across the board. This year we are up to 129 IDC demolitions. That's a 23% increase over last year. We've also have a 20% increase on the number of lots that we've cut. So up to 4,831 thus far this year in 2023. And obviously the $10 million blight abatement program is well underway and operating very efficiently. And then lastly, we also increased staffing by 23%, where we went from 35 FTEs up to currently at 43 FTEs. In terms of large scale strategic demolition programs, we are up 23% again on all demos, but for strategic demolitions in particular, we're up 230% and already at 30 thus far this year because there was only 9 in 2022. Also, our new council liaison that I introduced earlier, Ms. Ashley Givens, is in frequent contact with district council offices on all priorities that district council members have set.
I'm going to jump in here and just say, Ashley, you've been fantastic. I know you work with Matt a lot, and I just want to give kudos to you right now as we sit. We work a lot with code enforcement. We've seen some really great progress as far as buildings being demolished. We have more that we will identify for you. So I look forward to one-on-one meetings so
Yes,
we can
ma'am.
get our priorities, our new priorities over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, since the council person brought it up, I also want to say thank you for working with Pierce Huff. And we're getting a lot done out there, and a lot of it is because of motivation, especially on code enforcement's end and your end. So I want to say to the public, there's a lot of good that's being done quietly. But since Councilmember Harris brought it up, I just wanted to also add, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm gonna hear here. Well, no, it's just like, look, I think a lot of people see the finger wagging that we do in chambers, and I think good work deserves to be noticed and appreciated. And Ashley, I'll just say, since you've been there, it's been fantastic. We get such good answers. We get complete answers. Sometimes not the answer we want, but you're candid with giving it. And I think it makes such a big difference. I know one of the comments made earlier is getting people information quickly and well, and you've just done such a great job with that. So we really appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
The third 2023 department goal was to operationalize the new legal authorities that's been afforded to the to code enforcement. Number one, established automatic daily fines hearing and imposing large daily fines. And for an example, that we gave you is the $220,000 that's been levied against Plaza Tower. And then also we have the newly generated expanded motor-own program, which we currently have 107 applications year to date that we're currently processing in code enforcement. Fourthly, was to establish the department on solid administrative footing, which gave the code enforcement the ability to conduct HR transactions, procure services, route contracts, pay invoices, etc. And obviously, and has been stated by many members of the council on here today, we are super excited about becoming the city's 15th department on the 1st of January, 2024. Fifth, we wanted to launch an in-house strike team, which we've currently done that. We have an equipment operator and a laborer. They're hired, equipped, and working. And we're currently strategizing on how to effectively employ them to their maximum capability and being able to respond to any situation in the city where there's just not enough personnel to be able to respond to that situation. So we're super excited about that in-house strike team.
So the strike team consists of 2 people?
It currently consists of 2 personnel.
How many more do you need?
We are currently strategizing that number now based off of the number of projects that's within code enforcement, but I would anticipate a minimum of 3 or 4 more people to be able to effectively field the team to respond to any situation.
I mean, honestly, you could have 2 per district and, that would be, I think, supported by all of the council members so that we have dedicated per district.
Yes, ma'am.
A labor equipment operator, so that we can get things more effectively done. We're not waiting. So I would make that request.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Thank you. And then the last 2023 department goal for code enforcement was the successful state legislative session that was held last year. Obviously, what came out of that is a criminal blight bill. We doubled the potential blight-related fines that we're able to impose and administrative improvements to lot abatement. And lastly was the cooperative endeavor agreement like we have with the Downtown Development District and focus on quality of life partnerships throughout the city.
All right. On the graffiti abatement, I know that there's some money that's dedicated for that. Have y'all started that process of graffiti abatement like the DDD has?
Yes, ma'am, we have. We're in the process of right now that currently exists in the CAO's office, but we are in the process of transferring those responsibilities to code enforcement, and we are looking forward to fighting graffiti.
Okay.
Well,
yeah, again, we have buildings that we've identified that need that abatement
yes, ma'am.
Yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
I
you.
understand. Moving on to our 2024 department goals. Obviously, we want to continue to make operational improvements across all department activities, everything from inspections to hearings to demos. We are doing a top to bottom review of everything that is taking place in code enforcement. And I'm 100% certain that we will be able to maximize our capability in every one of those areas in 2024. Secondly, we want to expand the strategic demolition program. We're very good at doing the IDC and our numbers are up, but I want to take a more focused approach on looking at things strategically throughout the city that could become hotspots and problem areas. So I really want to make that program go up in 2024 and expanding it. Thirdly, expand operations for our quality of life and beautification, as just mentioned previously concerning graffiti cleanup. Fourthly, we want to complete the administrative reform of code enforcement. We've already began tasking the staff by rewriting the code enforcement department policies and procedures. So we're excited about 2024 and fully formalizing every policy that we currently have in code enforcement. And then our last goal of 2024 is to establish formal training standards for our inspectors and really focusing on professional development for every single person that works in code enforcement in 2024, whether that's through hosting some training classes, seminars, whatever event that we can do to provide our people with the necessary skill sets that they need to be successful and so that they could be the best that they could be. So we're excited about 2024 and going toward those goals.
Councilmember Thomas, do you want to?
No, I want to wait till he finishes.
Okay.
Moving to our personnel, as previously stated, we were able to come from 35 up to 43 currently personnel. As noted on the slide, it currently says 4 vacancies, but actually on the MDSS2, that person has been identified, and we are just simply waiting to finish the hiring process to bring that person on. And then as far as the code enforcement specialist ones, we've already hired one candidate, waiting for that candidate to onboard, conducting an interview yesterday with another candidate. So if things continue to go as planned and we can continue to hire high quality candidates, we hope to have all of our vacancies filled in 2024 in code enforcement. Moving to the 2023 budget summary and the 2024 proposed budget summary. In 2023, our current budget was $16.6 million. In 2024, it currently sits at $6.4 million, but there was a mistake that was omitted in the proposed budget that is missing $6.2 million, which brings the budget up to approximately 12.6. And then if we add the $3 million that is unencumbered but unspent blight money, that kind of brings our budget back to $15.6 million, which leaves a delta of $1 million from where we were previously last year. Some of those variances include, as stated previously, employee raises, merit pay, and additional positions that was created within the Department of Code Enforcement. We also have some one-time funds in code enforcement that we're still obviously working with. The blight abatement, which is the $10 million. Again, the $3.7 million that's committed but unencumbered. We have what we have remaining, and then the title research staff augmentations, which obviously has been the choke point for things that are taking place in code enforcement. We are happy to announce that we do have a contract now in place that was recently signed. This contracting company, HTC, is supposed to provide a minimum of 25 inspections for us per week. I should say attachments per week for us. So that's over 100 per month, and we are confident that that is going to help us significantly with our backlog. We've already strategized the set of cases that we wanted them to do title research on, is to really get at that bottleneck that's been really keeping code enforcement bogged down in other cases from being closed and going forward. So we are excited about that. They will join the current 3 researchers that we already have, and the 4th one that we also have coming aboard in the next couple of weeks.
Mr. Davis, that's very welcome news. Can I just ask this? Roughly, you know how many cases are sitting in title research right now?
Approximately 5,000.
5,000.
Yes.
Okay. So, and you and your team with Latifa and Ashley and others are going to triage and kind of by oldest, worst, everything kind of together, figure out the 1,200 that are the most egregious and go from there. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. No worries. We also have an Expand That Healthy Neighborhood project where we partner with the Tulane University. It's $1 million to work on a healthy neighborhood project. This project will begin in 2024 and is fully funded through the summer of 2024. And the intention here is to use the fund to reimburse Tulane for their lot abatement work as a part of a study that's being conducted by Tulane University. This concludes my portion of our budget brief. At this time, I want to turn the floor over to questions.
Thank you. I know Councilmember Thomas had a comment to make, and we have several comment cards.
Yeah, maybe I think more questions than comments. First of all, as always, thank you guys. Mr. Mulligan, one of the things that I think that did come out of the Violence Reduction Committee meeting, which was I think a plus, was identifying plague spots, problem spots, and their relationship not only to blight in that community, but to crime, cover for other illicit activities. Are we currently using that strategy within this new department? And is there a rating based on those properties that have been, like the Bruno property and others, that have been plague spots for a long time, and how we attack them, especially now that we've increased our enforcement and we're more aggressive now?
Yes, the short answer is yes, Councilmember Thomas. To this point, it's been less formalized. Code enforcement, for a variety of reasons, has tended to serve as the lead agency on a lot of public safety related issues that involve crime, involve blight. involve substandard conditions in the street. So we do have a coordination role, and we do talk internally about the ones that are particularly problematic. We do that in conversation with council as well. I do think one of the things Mr. Davis mentioned as a priority for next year is this strategic demolition program. And I think as part of that will be a more formalized way to think about the public safety impact of blight. And so I think it's a very good point, and it's something that we'll want to do moving forward.
And that's what I'm asking. Man, first of all, thank you, Mr. Davis, for accepting this challenge. I think people forget in 1960, we had 620,000 people, right? Only a few years ago, during the Landry administration, they had 391,000 people. Now we're down to 370 something. So in a city where its footprint with lots and property and our boundaries was set up for over 600,000 people, we have literally a little more than half of that live here. So problems, you know, unless we continue to grow in every spot and every out there, I don't think people look at from that perspective. We just know that there's a lot of vacancies. But are you going to use that neighborhood stabilization approach, right? An example, there's some neighborhoods that are plagued by these spots, but they're pretty stable with home ownership, historical businesses. And I think we're going to have to formalize a strategy so that when we make these investments, it's for what we're dealing with now, and are we creating an environment where the city can grow? Because we keep talking about dealing with the now, but unless we can put a couple 100,000 people back and another 600,000 or 700,000 in this region, nobody should be patting themselves on the back because it's a metropolitan area without folk who live here. So, so how long do you think it'll take, and when will we formalize that strategy? Stabilization, growth.
Councilmember Thomas, if I may, great question. Thank you for that question, sir. And I've spoken with the staff and have made it a priority of mine is that we're going to partner with almost every neighborhood that we possibly can throughout this city. We want to hear what the people have to say. We want to take their input. We value that. And we're still in the process of strategizing exactly how we're going to stabilize and go after this problem. But I don't anticipate this taking no more than 90 days for us to put into effect. We've already have several neighborhood associations that we've scheduled visits with, where we're going to go sit down and listen to the community and talk to these citizens of ours, our constituents. And we want to, and quite frankly, we want to let them know that we hear you, we're concerned, and we care about it just as much as you do. And we value your input in helping us make those decisions. We don't plan on making any decisions in a vacuum or unilaterally. I believe in hearing various opinions and then sitting down talking with my staff about how we're going to implement those procedures.
And then lastly, former Mayor Morial used a blitz strategy where they would get code enforcement, sanitation, nonprofits, organizations, normal housing entities, where they would blitz a neighborhood, send all those resources to that neighborhood, partner with when the act was prominent with the Holy Ghost housing strategy, got about 30 homes, 20 lots, outgrowth after that. The Desire housing entity, they blitz that neighborhood, partner with housing, partner with other resources. Are we looking at strategies like that? Let's clean up the neighborhood. Let's make it saleable, right? Let's make it attractive, and then have housing and business interests that would come right behind us. So that, because a lot of neighborhoods, there's so much blight and overgrowth, you can't even see the opportunities. So will we be able to get back to strategies like that? And that was a period of growth in the city from 94 to 2002. If you look at the data and statistics, will we get back to strategies like that that include stabilization and growth and blitzing communities and culling out certain areas and say that we can create a better environment here?
Councilmember Thomas, again, that is a part of the strategy. I just can't tell you definitively today how we're going to implement that.
But we can work on that, though.
We can work on that, yes, sir. That is a part of the plan.
Okay, I'd love to work with you guys on that, and
yes, sir.
Maybe get some folk who were involved in the past, as well as organizations that are now, to talk about how we cull out an area that has some really good assets and anchors, and how we build around how we stabilize and build around that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Green, Councilmember King.
You remember who the head of economic development was during that time, right? That time of growth?
Yeah, well, remember Percy Gibson. AKA the clarifier, Eugene Green.
All right. I see a lot of growth opportunity in certain communities that have been impacted for a while. It would take me a long time to go into some of the things that I see in those neighborhoods that are going to take a bit of time. But just as is the case, when I see something that's positive, I like to say it. Thank you for code enforcement. Those properties that we're tearing down at the rate that we're tearing them down are making a big difference, especially in the upper Ninth Ward.
Yes, sir.
Those lots that are being cut, Mr. Stovall is over
Yes,
that area. Mr. D'Artagnan Stovall, is he here?
No,
No.
sir, he's in the office.
Okay, there's a gentleman out there that the public needs to know. His name is D'Artagnan Stovall, and he's very committed to going through the process, which is not as simple as people think, to cut lots. And it makes a big difference. It's making a difference in areas where people see the lots cut. And every once in a while, there's a new house that's under construction near it. So those little things are making a difference in the city. And I hope that the public, and even one day there might be an opportunity for the media to look at the relationship between blight reduction and some of the new development that's taking place in certain communities. So I appreciate the work that you all do. A lot of people don't know that it involves title searching. And if the title isn't right, you have to get it right before you can do that demolition. And those are the little changes and the nuances and the behind the scenes work that needs to take place in code enforcement. I just want to encourage you all that, yes, we made $10 million available last year for blight reduction. It hasn't even all of it been spent, and a lot of work has been done. Just let us know, what we need to do as a council, if there's additional resources, but also if there's something that we can do in the law that still respects private property rights, but gives us a chance to go on to properties sometimes quicker than we've been able to go on to them. And I know, Mr. Mulligan, we've talked about it. It's just food for thought. And I don't have the answer, but maybe our city attorney has the answer. Property should not be able to sit so long sometimes before you can at least go onto the property and board it so that the children in the community can't go inside. I also want to encourage you all to, and I'm saying this publicly, and I know that you would address it, to be sure that we not let Gordon Plaza get too far behind. We have vacant houses, the lots have been cut, but just as you can imagine, when you have that many vacant houses, is that some of them are being looted.
Yes, sir.
But also, I don't want it to get to the point where somebody starts taking occupancy. So it's a project for demolition next year. Let's get it done. I'm sure that the money is available in the budget. But please, I appreciate you making a note. Let's not let it get to the point where it becomes a hazard and it's a much more difficult issue to address than it is now. But once again, I just close with thank you for the work that you're doing. Code enforcement work is being noted. May not be as noticeable to the public, but to the public who's watching, I can tell you that even in my district alone, you're demolishing a house a week. That's hard. Demolishing a house by itself is hard. And we don't exactly have property owners who are saying, here, come and demolish my house. They're taking us up in court. They're securing court orders that stop us from doing so. Let's continue the work that we're doing. So I look forward to working with you all to have a very productive remainder of the year and 2024 too.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember King and Councilmember Morrell.
Good morning. Welcome to the job.
Thank you.
I want to just start off by saying thank you to the entire code enforcement team. You all have a tough job. You do a great job. We don't get a property a week torn down like in District D. That's a lot. It's a lot. But I do see improvements. I do see at least once a month. So we can kind of close that once a week versus once a month gap. Maybe he was being a bit was that true? One a week?
Check out our newsletter. It's one a week now. I'll tell you, we do a lot of work behind the scenes to make that happen. And you do too, but there are some things that are working in our direction because there are so many in certain areas, and sometimes you're doing 2 demolitions within the same community within a week. Well, I'm trying to cover myself that I shouldn't have said that, huh? But we are.
Well, I do.
Thank you, code enforcement.
All jokes aside, I do see the improvement. I do see the properties coming down. Not as many on the East Bank in District C because it's more historical. You don't want to go into the Meriden or the French Quarter, Tremaine, start knocking down houses, but you do what you can. I do see it in Algiers, in those problematic spots. I want to focus on properties near schools with overgrown grass, trees, not so much the empty blighted buildings, but I can tell you one spot that has been traditionally an eyesore is directly in front of Etnacar. I've been approached by the administration there where the students try to take a shortcut to the stores or just to go home. And they walk through grass or overgrown trees that's 10, 20 feet high. That's been there for quite some time. So we can look at that. I know next to another school called Dorothy Heights. It's the property belongs directly across the street. So when the kids leave school, they see this overgrown vacant land. I'm sure that kind of puts something in the back of their mind, like this is being allowed to be here across from us. I'm not saying it's your fault, but it's been there for a while. I know it was owned by a pastor who is now incarcerated. So if we could, I don't know how that ties things up, but that's another issue. Again, across the street from a school. That's another one that I didn't write it down, but I forgot. And I want just to make the public understand that the title research, you're about to hire somebody, or contract somebody that's going to do 100 a month.
Yes, sir.
And that's a $5,000 backlog.
Yes, sir.
So the most they'll do is 1,300, 1,400 a year.
Yes, sir.
And that backlog's going to
Continue
continue to grow. So I want people kind of be patient and realize that you all are making improvements. You're doing what you can with what you have. It's going to take some time, so just ask them to be patient. Anything you all need from us, from a city council perspective, let us know, because code enforcement, one of the most important departments in the city. It prevents crime and it helps increase the economic value of the neighborhood. And one last thing I want to point out, if you all can really make an effort to look at it, the fourth district just built, or they're about to move into a brand new station, police department on Wall Boulevard, and directly across the street from it. You can't walk out the front door without seeing it. It's overgrown property. 200,000 square feet of overgrown property. It looks like the taxes haven't been paid since 02. Now, I'm not going to tell you where I was in 02.
Yes, sir.
But
You were six?
Huh?
You were 6?
I wasn't sick. I was in high school, but I wasn't 6. So just to have somebody with this property across the street from a brand new police department, when people go to make a complaint, people go visit the police office, when they go to and from work, they see this overgrown property, and it's Councilman Thomas' point, 200,000 acres, or 200,000 square feet, I should say. If that's knocked down, people can start to see the potential that area may have. You may have somebody say, well, look, I have a police department across the street. Let me build some houses. Let me build some commercial. So if you can look at those spots, that police department across the street, across the street from it, and the blight directly next to or in front of the couple of schools in the district.
Yes, sir.
In the city. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, correct?
Yes, sir.
I don't know whether it's congratulations or condolences, honestly, for the yeoman's task you're about to undertake. I want to kind of highlight, there are so many forces when it comes to code enforcement that came together to do a variety of things to kind of set the table for you. And I want to kind of go through those real quickly. First, obviously, the administration, working with Councilmember Geruso, created the Code Enforcement Office as its own standalone department, which is very important because, as Mr. Mulligan said, for years, such an important entity was kind of just bounced around whoever would house them. And that lack of continuity really, I think, made it difficult, especially post-Katrina, to really have gains on tackling the backlog of code enforcement.
Yes, sir.
When you look through a lot of the other things, first you have Mr. Mulligan and I worked on redefining blight with the, as you know now, if a property has no power and no water, it is blighted. I cannot tell you just in my neighborhood in District D, how many Katrina homes now have construction work being done on them because they now know that you can't simply sit on it as investment property forever without code enforcement showing up and potentially fining you into perpetuity because you are blighted until you get power and water. And as we know, with no structures, it has to be safe for power and water to get power and water. So we have created not positive reinforcement, I'd say negative reinforcement that absentee investor owners have to bring those properties to code or they're going to lose them. I say that in my condolences section in that is now a tremendous amount of extra work for you, and anything we can do as a council to make sure you're adequately staffed to do it, that is one of our priorities. I'd also be remiss if I didn't bring up Act 48 of last session, which I know was helmed and led by Representative Jason Hughes, that deals with revoking tax exempt status from nonprofits that own derelict, horrific properties. A lot of those properties we've seen throughout the city where renters have been living in substandard conditions while nonprofit and sometimes out-of-state landowners reside on the fact that our ability to punish them because they were tax exempt was very limited. The weight is really on U.S. code enforcement to catalog those enforcements because I believe the law says after 5, we can revoke their nonprofit status. Those are tremendous new tools we have to attack blight, to attack derelict landlords, to attack all these different areas and to bring property back into commerce. But the first line of defense, I mean, I assume you came from the West Bank, from the Marine Academy, right? Are you a Marine?
I'm a retired Marine, yes.
Okay, so first to fight, right?
Yes, sir.
So without you going in first to do the work, we can't even bring in the artillery.
Yes, sir.
And so anything we can do, and I mean, obviously, we spoke about earlier, Healthy Homes is right in your lap.
Yes, sir.
So all of these different things require code enforcement, first and foremost, to be the first one through the door, the first one in the breach. Anything we can do, and I cannot stress this enough, not just in this budget process but throughout the year, to give you the resources necessary to do that job, please contact any and all of us because we desperately need you to be successful.
Yes, sir.
So it's just nice every once in a while to have something where everyone is in agreement. You are essential.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here.
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate working with you.
Thank you, sir. Likewise.
Thank you very much. All right, let's get to public comment. Leah LeBlanc, Ms. LeBlanc, Ms. Blossom, Mr. Burnside, Sarah Omajala, and Y. Frank South.
Hello, my name is Leah LeBlanc. I work for the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance and Housing NOLA, and I live on Oak Street. We are disappointed to see the lack of prioritization towards properly allocating staffing for the Healthy Homes program reflected in the mayor's proposed budget. We are also concerned about the suggested cuts in staffing at the city's zoning office and how it would hinder progress and productivity. These departments need our support now more than ever to ensure that renters have the minimal protections they were promised, and so our permitting, code enforcement, and land use policy can run smoothly and efficiently. We ask that the council consider these concerns when reassessing our budget allocations. We would also like to request that the online public comment form for these budget hearings be posted earlier than the evening before to promote more accessible and transparent community input. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LeBlanc. Ms. Blossom, Mr. Burnside, Ms. Omajala, Mr. Southall.
Good morning, Monique Blossom, Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center, 1340 Poydras Street. First of all, I'd like to thank Code Enforcement and Safety and Permits for all of their very hard work over the past year on programs that are important to Louisiana Fair Housing, especially Healthy Homes, getting that implemented, and short-term rental enforcement. And thank you to Councilmember Morell for bringing up Healthy Homes right at the beginning of the meeting. It's always great when you get here and your number 1 priority comes up first. So greatly appreciate that. In your advocacy for fully funding the program and the transparent conversation also with Councilmember Giarrusso. I think the good news here is we're all on the same page. This is a priority for the Department of Health. Code Enforcement and Safety and Permits are ready to run with it. Advocates are here behind Healthy Homes. And so are residents. We were able to pack the room with people supporting healthy homes last fall. The only thing that's out of line is that it's not accounted for in the budget and as it's proposed. And so it sounds like we're working towards those solutions, and I'm really thankful for y'all's time and your attention on that. That being said, I think it's obvious to me we need to fund this fully. After a summer of record-breaking heats, and now we have fires in the east affecting our air quality, our good friends at NOLA Ready advise us to stay indoors. Well, what do I do if my house is full of mold? And that's gonna make me sick, or the heat's gonna make me sick, or the poor air quality is gonna make me nauseous. We shouldn't be spending hard-earned money paying a premium for rental properties that are making us sick. And so we're really grateful for council's close attention on this matter and finding a solution as soon as possible to get it fully funded in the 2024 budget. Thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Burnside.
Clark Burnside, 2215 Felicity. Thomas Mulligan, you found yourself a forward-leaning Marine who's going to promise a sitting city council person a 90-day put into effect. I don't know that the city's ever had a 90-day put into effect, so we look forward to that. And it would be amazing if you did it, but it's good to have your forward-leaningness. I hope it matters a lot. You have Llama, which is a wonderful tool, and other city departments need the equivalent where people like myself can go and see data and over time learn that one of our major problems was in title research. Discussing title research, we learned from a question due to a council person who cares that there are 5,000 backlog title researches. It's not in your report. A lot of things are not in the report. There is data, there is numbers. It is a better report than many people, but we don't have how many demos are we needing. Over 5 years ago, one of the people who would have been a direct report to you was informing me that the city had 10,000 demo permits outstanding that were not being dealt with. If that's true, then the rate of 129 demos a year is just a joke, and it's a rather sad one at that. If it's not true, we need to know that. We need to be told this many are being done. This is what we need to do. This is how long it's going to take, because at 25 title researches a week, it's going to take 5 years to deal with the backlog alone. We know that only because somebody asked you, and there's 5,000 of them. It would be good to post this online so people can find it. It would be good to have a map showing the locations of the 107 applications for the mow to own. It would be nice to know who is mowing to own, whether it's really a neighbor or if it's an out-of-state investor group who's actually decided to invest in hiring a lawn mowing corporation. These things would be good to know over time. There's a hot spot in my world, but it's probably not a hot spot in yours. 1609 South Liberty is owned by a local investor. I watched a child enter that house. It's a crack house. I would prefer it destroyed, but if that's not possible, I'd prefer it fined. We have one code enforcement person for every 10,000 employees. I misspoke. We have one code enforcement person for every 10,000 citizens. I don't know how that stacks with our neighbors. It's good to acknowledge a $6.2 million mistake, because that keeps people from Miami like twitching too badly, but not to spend $3 million on lights for an entire year is kind of rough. You've got $500,000 in personnel services that you didn't spend in the past year, and I don't know why. And furthermore, you, like everybody else, are only offering 2.5% employee raises in a year that had an 8.2% inflation rate. So your individuals that you want to keep, motivate, and focus are losing buying power. As far as the rest of it goes, I think I can just send it in an email to my good friend, Tom Mulligan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sarah, then Frank.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Sarah Mojla, Director of Vera Louisiana, and then also here as Board President of Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center. And I don't really have much more to say than Monique had already said. And I can just reiterate just a couple of things. So I think the first thing is we've been talking about healthy homes for more than 10 years. And so really thankful that this was the top of the discussion today. And substandard housing, as we know, really affects residents' health, and Monique outlined all of the things that are issues. I actually have personal experience with this because right after my first law exam ever, I came home to no water in my house on Jefferson and Farette, actually. And essentially what happened was the landlord had stolen a water meter, and then SWB took it back, and then I didn't have water for 3 months. And so I had, 3 months. So I just took showers at friends' houses, my parents' house, my grades suffered, trying to figure out a new place to live. And so we know this happens all the time in lots of different ways. And so, we do need to fully fund the Healthy Homes program. And as council member Morrell advocated fully at the beginning of the year, all of the money should be there at the beginning of the year so that things can get started. And then second, I think this situation is an example of what happens when budget processes are as opaque and inaccessible as ours. It takes us a long time to comb through what's in the budget and then to find out that our important priorities aren't actually included or the ordinances have been ignored. And then the public is just like constantly caught behind the 8 ball trying to influence things that are really happening behind closed doors. And so I'm very excited, and thanks to Council Member Giarrusso and voters, that we will have more time next year. And so all of that to say, please fully fund this budget item, the Healthy Homes budget item at the beginning of the year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Southall, Frank?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Yasin Frank Southall, Organizing Community Engagement Manager at Jane Place. Once again, I want to say thank you for supporting the voices and organizing community members and groups like the New Orleans Renters Strike Assembly, Jane Place, coalition partners who have called for more accountability of slumlords and more affordable housing in our city. Thank you last week for supporting the Housing Trust Fund, and thank you for passing Healthy Homes program back in November 2022. As Sarah mentioned, 10 years in the making. Everyone they know has slumlord experience in this city, except for people who grew up on Audubon Place. Like, that's it. However, I'm extremely disappointed that the city has not included a fully comprehensive Healthy Homes program in the budget. This morning, I received several calls from tenants at Peace Lake Towers. It's one of the reasons why I was going in and out the door over there. Who are experiencing major issues. Peace Lake Towers Senior Complex in New Orleans East and District E, and they're having, I'm not exaggerating, life and death issues related to co-enforcement and issues that could be remedied if the city had more teeth on this issue. These tenants have been fighting for a long time, and recently they formed a tenant union. Due to the strong organizing that the tenants are doing, they're getting some things changed, but the management's changes are not comprehensive, and that's why we need fully funded Healthy Homes program. The city holds the power to terrify these slumlords and force them to fix their ways. A fully funded Healthy Homes program and competent, well-paid co-enforcement inspectors are key to make this happen. We call on the staff who produce this budget to make it right. Listen to the voices of renters and homeowners in Orleans Parish. Fully fund the Healthy Homes ordinance to protect working class, middle class families and residents. And again, I just want to say thank you all, City Council, for passing Healthy Homes, but to the city staff, we got to get this fixed. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Southall. Doesn't look like we have any online comments because Ms. Spears isn't there. Thank you also to Latifa on your team and everybody else at Code Enforcement who's helping out so much. We appreciate it. Yes, sir. All right, so City Planning Commission will be up next.
I'll let you all handle it. You about to leave? Don't leave. You get on the sure. Slide back.
We're ready when you are.
Wonderful. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bob Rivers with the City Planning Commission. With me is Larry Massey, my Deputy Director. Can we go to the first slide? Larry? So you're familiar with the standard agenda. If we go to the next slide. So before we get into that, I just wanted to acknowledge that 2023 is the 100th year of the city planning in the city of New Orleans. The City of New Orleans Commission Council created the Planning and Zoning Committee in 1923. It became the City Planning Commission in 26, and we got our first zoning ordinance in 29. Moving on to the progress on 2023. So number one, completing the master plan revision process. We are almost complete with that. The staff reports for all of those 100 applications have been are being finalized and should go out either tomorrow or first thing next week. Complete the housing opportunity study. This has been a big lift for us, and it is not completed, despite the incredible importance of it.
Let me interrupt you there. I think we're just going to jump in with questions. Didn't an RFP go out and a vendor selected for that, or no?
So we have 2 RFPs, neither were for this study.
Okay.
We have one for the transient lodging study and one for that we're preparing for the market. The mandatory inclusionary zoning market analysis.
Do we need an RFP for the opportunity study?
So from the start, it's been something that we've been working on internally. And later in my presentation, I was going to, basically say we have recently worked with Safety and Permits to put a grant application together. HUD's Pro Housing Grant. Hopefully we'll hear back in January. But that was the main part of that study, to be able to get funding to get a contractor to help us with completing that study.
How much are you seeking from that grant?
I can get you those figures. There are 3 things that are part of that grant, but yes, I can certainly get you those figures.
Okay, thanks, Bob.
Okay, moving on, complete revisions to subdivision regulations. Again, we're almost complete, and we anticipate the completion of that in early 2024. I believe we're going to have some preliminary hearings in December of this year. And then completing the capital improvements plan for this year, that is complete. It was presented to you yesterday. Next slide. Let's see. Expanding collaborations with other departments and agencies. This is really an ongoing goal of ours that continues yearly. And what I've done is I've listed, and I really apologize for the small font on the presentation, but I've listed a number of initiatives that and functions that we do that require us to work actively with our partner departments and agencies. Next is expand community outreach. And I put this is another ongoing obligation for us. And I put this as yellow because the goal last year was to focus our outreach on attracting more underrepresented stakeholders into our process. And we haven't had the capacity to really focus on that. We're in the process of putting together an internal working group on neighborhood engagement to be able to explore opportunities, different ways of doing things, technology, the whole gamut as far as trying to improve and broaden the scope of stakeholders that we can involve in our work. Continue providing high quality development review services. Again, this is an ongoing requirement. We had a very active year in 2023. To date, we're approximately 450 applications, not including NPP requests or final plan reviews or IZD appeals. Doing those in a timely way is certainly, and an efficient way is certainly something that is top of our list. And then finally, complete the transit-oriented community study. We completed that very recently with a big help from the planners at the Regional Transit Authority. The main recommendation there was to continue that work through setting up a working group, and that's one of our goals for the next year. So let's go to the goals. Next slide. Okay, so the way I've structured this is by our different costing centers, which is our sections and how we organize our office. But to preface all of these is to go back a couple of years and remind everyone that once the pandemic hit and we started losing staff, we went from 27 to 13. And at that point, we made a conscious decision to restructure how we do our work. And we put a lot of our comprehensive planning functions on the back burner so that we could have sufficient capacity to do the regulatory work, which was aligned, it had deadlines and requirements and real consequences if we weren't able to do our work in a timely way. So that has continued to this day. At various times, the workload actually exceeded the capacity that we were able to create. So what we're going to be looking at in our goals for the next year is, again, just try to restructure the work we do in a way that we can operate and do all of the work that we should be doing with the capacity that we have. So starting with in policy formulation and administration section, number one is restructuring the balance between planning and regulatory functions. As I said, all of our efforts have been on the regulatory side and very little on the comprehensive planning side. We're a planning agency. We should be planning. We're not a regulatory agency as our first focus.
Could you put that in layman's terms so people who are listening, because I think that's an important function when you talk about what you're going to be doing right now. Could you kind of break that down a little bit?
Sure. So over the past couple of years, we've had a master plan revision process that that's taken significantly longer than we anticipated, even though we reduced the scope just to map changes. We've had the housing opportunity study that we haven't been able to complete, transit-oriented community study that we were only able to complete after 4 years, or after 3 years, I'm sorry. A transfer of development rights study that was almost complete at the time of the pandemic that has not yet been completed. So we had interest from the council for us to do studies on transient lodging, on short-term rentals. We didn't have the capacity to do that, so we are contracting that out, that work out. But again, the function of the City Planning Commission, the main function is surrounding the long-range planning that we do, which sets up the table for how we use zoning.
That's a charter function.
Growth. Yes, it is a charter function. So next is to continue exploring opportunities for expanded community engagement, like I had said, and expanding collaborations with our partners. The next one is about our Brownfields program. In the year that we've had a Brownfields manager, we've had a tremendous amount of success, due in large part to the quality of Carrie Gottschall, who is the director. She's been just fantastic, and the support we've gotten from the state and from EPA. We've been able to get a $2 million grant to do cleanup at the NSA. She's worked with the state to steer a lot of state funds to do assessments on city-owned property. And so moving this program forward, it's clear that there's a tremendous need for brownfields work in New Orleans. And so being creative about how we expand our capacity at that position as well. We have another capital improvements plan that's due up next year. And then initiate the transit-oriented communities working group. As I mentioned before, that was the primary recommendation from that study. And really it's a effort to keep the collaboration together and align our land use policies with the city's transit policies so that they are working in sync with each other. So for the comprehensive planning section, next slide. Okay. Reestablish a robust long-range and neighborhood level planning capacities. And I put neighborhood level in there because most of the work that we do is either project by project or it's the entirety of the city. We don't do what the master plan has directed us to do and haven't been able to do that, which is get planning done at a more neighborhood level or a planning district level. So that is something that we hope to be able to build capacity for in the next year. So next, complete the master plan revisions, complete the housing opportunity study with a grant. And the result of that study is going to be a package of proposed zoning changes to reform the zoning ordinance to facilitate the construction of affordable housing, but also to facilitate the protection of existing affordable housing. Moving on, complete the transient lodging industry land use study. The RFP for that will be posted soon, and we anticipate a 6-month timeline on that study. I know it's been a long time, and we're as eager to get it done as you are. So we are moving on it as fast as we can. The mandatory inclusionary housing zoning market analysis update, which is mandated in the CZO. And basically that's a market analysis to align our mandatory housing requirements with the market. We don't want to have regulations requiring a housing housing set aside if the market in that area can't support it. We also don't want to have no requirement if the market is strong enough to accept it and handle it. So the legislation calls for a periodic update of the market analysis so that we can in real time update our zoning regulations to reflect the capacity of the market.
So that will include a look back on whether or not MIZ has resulted in any additional units or housing. Is that right?
Yes, actually that data, I believe, Kelly Butler, the mandatory inclusionary officer in safety and permits, is keeping that data. So that should be available.
Is it online anywhere so people can see?
I don't know, but I can check with Kelly to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that should be public facing so people can get a sense of whether or not this has resulted in any.
Sure. All right, moving on. Exploring funding opportunities for an update to the New Orleans East Renaissance Plan.
Yeah, I think this is why it's important earlier what you said, to be able to have the ability to do these neighborhood or community plans. We'll remember the Lower Garden District Renaissance Plan.
Absolutely.
That totally transformed an entire community. Had the state involved, took the ramp down. It was a transient community. Day stays, soup kitchens, didn't look anywhere near like it looks now. The Ferret Street Renaissance or neighborhood initiative. So I think when you talk about exploring opportunities for funding, there needs to be funding, because when we've broken down this city into important districts, especially ones that have assets, the Riverfront Advisory Committee, which grew that whole riverfront plan, several riverfront plans out of that. So I'd like to see us more than just explore funding, but it's been proven over time that these Renaissance plans change, not only change communities, but have created a lot of assets within the city boundaries.
Sure. And as you know, this came out of a 2004 study that was released right before Katrina, so it immediately became obsolete. And our interactions with the Office of Economic Development and neighborhood groups who have been calling for an update of that. So I think.
And I wanted to thank you for that, because just the philosophy now to break down the city, because city planning, if like that, well, happy birthday 100 years, right? City planning has always looked globally at the entire city instead of breaking down communities. And I think with livable communities, 21st century designs and growth, I think now we owe it to different communities to have their own plans.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And then finally, beginning to lay the groundwork for major master plan update to be concluded by 2030. The master plan we have was adopted in 2010. It had a 20-year shelf life. And so there's a tremendous amount of time and effort that is necessary to put together a citywide comprehensive plan. So that is going to be a multi-year prospect. So we're going to start figuring out and laying the groundwork for that in the upcoming year. The land use and BZA section, the first goal is, kind of the flip side of building up the comprehensive planning function, is to look at how we can significantly streamline the workload that each application puts on a individual planner. We are producing 20, 30 pages of report for zoning dockets. So we're looking at, is there another way to do it that is more efficient in terms of time, that is just as effective in terms of the analysis and information that we can get to the commission and you all as you're reviewing those. And hopefully that would be able to increase some time and capacity for our department to build up the comprehensive planning. The next two I've already covered, but the last one, successfully integrate potential significant expansions of our short-term rental and design advisory committee responsibilities. And this is response to, right before the litigation shut down short-term rentals, we had been working with an outside contractor because we were going to have them process the special exceptions that were created by the regulations. And so we will certainly, if that continues, we would certainly need that added capacity. And then there's a proposal for increasing design review in the uptown area. And again, I think, adding or recognizing that that's going to require a significant amount of capacity on our part is something that needs to be explored. And we will as part of the zoning docket, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, Bob, I'm just going to jump in here for a second, seeing that you're asking only for 3 more budgeted positions. If you need some more, because obviously we're looking at that. And I see Councilmember Harris shaking her head. Please let us know.
Sure. I mean, I think the number was thrown out earlier at 29. That's a number that we were allocated in 22.
Right.
And we're working towards. So we're at 24 in this budget. So it's a step forward. But it's there's still work to do.
Understood. Well, we're making note. Thank you.
But before we get on, continue on personnel, have you done a salary study recently to make sure that your folks are getting paid what they need to get paid?
So thank you for asking that. Because I've been remiss in not thanking you all as a council for approving recent across the board pay increases for the planner series. And I think, certainly the existing staff has really been thankful for that. Once we are able to start hiring positions, and there are 2 created in this budget that are unfilled now. So, we'll move forward immediately to start filling those positions. I'm hoping that those increased salaries, we'll see a much bigger return when we put out a register and have a lot more names to choose from. Our registers had gotten down to, 8 names, when we used to get 130 names on a docket. So I really appreciate the support you all have given us to increase those salaries.
Yeah, I mean, what I hear from you during this report is capacity, capacity, capacity. So as Councilmember Jeruso said, I think we all support if you need to staff up and staff up with appropriate salaries. So just let us know.
I will. Thank you. So moving on into personnel. And as I mentioned, this budget calls for 24 positions. We're currently at 22, so that's 2 unfilled that we can move forward with. And those are city planner positions, so certainly would be able to help with the workload. The next slide, the budget summary and proposed budget. And you'll see that again, it's the big difference that 249,000 reflects the 250,000 that was allocated for the transient lodging study that is encumbered in 2023. It'll be spent in 2024 once we are able to procure a contractor. So that money is there. My understanding is also that in the list of projects anticipated for the short-term rental funding next year, that mandatory inclusionary zoning study will be part of that as well. So, and with that, if you all have any questions, happy to take them.
I don't see any on the screen, so it's all right. Mr. Rivers will go to public comment.
Okay.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Burnside, Mr. Smith, Mr. Lazel.
Clark Burnside, 2215 Felicity. So back in 2015, one of the first people I ever interacted with here in City Hall was an employee of City Planning Commission, because I bought my property while I was physically in Philadelphia on Civic Source, and I had checked and done what I thought was due diligence and went to New Orleans Parish Assessor site and looked, and I honestly believed I was buying a building lot with 2,000 square feet on it. And I came down here and learned that the reason I got it so cheaply is there was 1,000 square feet. And you talk about a shock. For about a day and a half, I thought that I had really, I'll say it, screwed myself against the wall. But a city planning commission employee saved my butt. He said, look. She said, actually, we're being honest. The HU in front of your RD2 zoning is really important. It means you don't have to have a front yard setback. So my house, if it was in a different zoning district, would be in my front yard. So I want to thank up front the City Planning Commission staff and the people in it, because they treated me with concern, caring, and were kind to me in a time when I was very vulnerable and needed their help. And as I go through life, the director of CPC and I have had many talks on many things, and some of them have been very positive and some of them have been very negative. But whatever the outcome of the deal is, he's very competent and he's professional and he cares about the leadership of his staff. And that is a good thing for his staff. For me, on the outside, looking at stuff, particularly this report, I don't know how to put this politely. The capital plans report was much nicer to me. There were actual pie charts, there were actual numbers, there were things that I could sort of grab onto and be joyous. We do have a number here on page 5, which itself is cool because some people don't page number their displays. 450 applications a day, but then he verbally lists all the things it does not include. And he went on and on about what's not included, and then it would be nice if it was included somewhere else, because from the outside, we don't get the full weight of the workload that we're placing on his staff. And his job is to protect his staff, and part of protecting it is to let us know that we're overburdening it and we need to supply not just more people, but perhaps less requirements on him. Because as he mentioned, his employees come into city planning, they don't come into city regulating. You know, we have other regulating bodies that are supposed to regulate stuff, and it's not that his staff's incompetent. The problem is it's competent, and everybody turns to them for solutions because they know there's nowhere really else to go. So The reward for doing good work is more work until everybody breaks. And the public school systems broke me, so I can understand people leave because staff limitations and streamlining isn't really the answer. The answer is either get more staff or stop asking them to do so much crap. There's a lot of stuff that's not here. You know, we don't have the salaries, for instance. There's a lot of stuff I disagree with, like the 2.5 employee raise. It doesn't even match the inflation rate last year. I could talk forever, but I do respect him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, Mr. Lazel.
Still morning. Good morning, council. Zach Smith, 1000 South Norman, C. Francis. Just using a bit of this time to talk about kind of an urgent need. There's only 6 members on the Board of Zoning Adjustments right now. I think there might be somebody who's floating around and being pushed through, but there's a meeting this week on Monday that was canceled due to a lack of quorum. And just in general appointments, you know, the CPC staff handles the Board of Zoning Adjustments. I know it's been rescheduled for this upcoming Monday, but again, BZA matters are all over the city, and those things getting canceled destroy schedules of projects and for folks that want to just show up. So would really encourage any of those appointments that the administration makes to please get those pushed through or get their day in court. Related to CPC, yeah, the 29. I think 29 is a great position to go for. You can't have transformative economic change in an area of town that hasn't been shown the love that the other 4 districts of town have gotten when there's not the great minds of the City Planning Commission doing the work, writing those reports and moving those gears. 24 is better than 22, 26 is better than 24, but 29 is what they need. 29 is what they need. 29 is what they need. We won't revisit all of the ways in which things get moved around, but Bob and his team, they do a fantastic job. You cannot do a major project in this city in any part of town. Basically, if you have a neutral ground or you have a red light on your street, you're probably in some way affected by the City Planning Commission directly. And if you're trying to do anything outside the normal box, which is harder and harder to do things inside the box, with regulation for a different day, different discussion, you have to go through the BZA or the CPC. So this few people to handle that many jobs is the reason why we're not making the progress we could be making on affordable housing. That's why we're not seeing some of these transformative things. You have to put the people there. These are the people that are doing that. And these are the people that are true. These are the city bureaucrats that are matching our great nonprofits out there that are pushing. And these are the people that are opening the doors for our private sector to make those jobs actually happen. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, Mr. Smith, seem to have a lot of knowledge about. Are you open? When we hire you, then are you going to apply?
Well, at the rate y'all are paying private consultants, I think it would be very lucrative for me to get a city contract. So, you know, so I guess maybe I'll send the card in, but no, I mean, you know, it's something. It's really one of my now contemporaries and to some degree competitors used to say when I was still in the hall, you know, if we do a better job, we put people like me out of work, and that's a good thing. Because the amount of small business owners, I mean, we see it again and again and again. People want the crackdowns under the bridge. They want this, you know, between vending. But we don't always have the space for our small businesses, the little fish, who just wants to grow to be the bigger fish and the bigger fish and the bigger fish. We don't have that system set up to let them grow. And they generally only see the hammer. You know, and the lack of carrots is the real reason why I think we're being held back. We're not seeing these economic development districts. We're not seeing these Renaissance corridors. We're not seeing on Reed Boulevard. We're not seeing hey, here's the hand holding to get you through to open up your small business, to turn you from an illegal vendor into a real brick and mortar. We're not seeing that. It's because of the lack of staffing. It's not the lack of will. Again, you get somebody on the 7th floor or now the 8th floor across the street, and they're going to assist you as best they can reasonably. And of course, we're always here for that too, but I don't come for those personal plugs.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. The only way you'd get a contract though is you'd have to say you don't live here. So that would disqualify you. So
yeah, as
we only give contracts to experts who are not from here. Cause that way we don't know they're not an expert.
Well, to spend the first 6 weeks asking everybody what they do, where they're from, why they're here. We don't need to spend the first 6 months of a consultancy asking those basic questions. And again, you can just ask anybody on the side of the street and they're gonna tell you. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lacy.
Ron Lazo, 1,000 Norman C. Francis, again. I want to, you know, on that side of the dais, I'd say 95% of your calls, your emails are complaints and I'm upset with this and I don't like that. I think one of the hardest parts about working in the council office is it's always negative coming at you. So I want to tell you how great CPC is, how hard they work, how responsive they are, how they really work at understanding how a project could benefit a neighborhood or how it might not benefit. But they are overworked and they're understaffed. During the pandemic, after the city decided to put this freeze on and reduce people's pay, you know what, went down to 13 people. How can an organization like City Planning Commission be an economic driver with that few? Now, obviously, they're working back, but let's talk about the short-term rental study. That's $250,000 we're going to be paying to a consultant somewhere else, like you said, out of town, who's going to write this report about our commercial short-term rentals. By my estimation, we will not see new laws on commercial short-term rentals until the first quarter of 2025. Because it's going to take that long before an RFP is put out, before our contract negotiations go in for a 6-month study, and then for the legislative process to go through. So think of $250,000, that could what, 3, maybe 4 staffers here? And then they wouldn't just be focused on one thing. As you guys know, you put a lot of motions out for CPC to study certain things. And every calendar, every time you see it, there's more coming to CPC. Let's just do 29. Let's get to the number. Doesn't mean you're going to be spending every part of that budget because it's going to take time to hire. But let's set a standard that we're going to put our neighborhoods and our city as a priority. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any online comments? Nope. All right. Thank you all very much. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Next up, Historic District Landmark Commission.
Right.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning, council. Thank you very much for letting us present to you today.
Thank you for
My name is Brian Block. I'm the director of the HDLC. Also with me this morning is Eleanor Burke, our deputy director. With this morning, we will be discussing our progress on our 2023 department goals, our 2024 department goals, our personnel overview, our 2023 budget summary and 2024 proposed budget, as well as some one-time funding. Progress on our 2023 department goals. Our number one was engagement with constituency. We had 24 public hearings this year, issued 979 certificates of appropriateness, and adjudicated $13,100 in fines, although I don't think that number is correct. I had a conversation with our staff. I think that's actually low, and we are working to track our fines better for 2024. So we can give you an updated number on that. These other goals that are 1, 2, or 2, 3, and 4 are dedicated to outreach. That was a major mission of ours this year. As you'll see, we presented to many organizations, including the Preservation Resource Center, Louisiana Landmarks Association Society, Keller Williams Realty, and the Tulane Law School, as well as the Masters of Preservation Studies department. Also, Eleanor does the quarterly lecture series with the Preservation Resource Center on navigating the HDLC, which is a very important opportunity for us to be able to explain exactly how to work with us, how the permitting process works, how to contact staff, all the nuts and bolts of the permitting process. And then also the Historic House Specialist Series is something that I present with the PRC twice a year. Actually, we'll be doing that next week. Also, we try to reach out to neighborhood associations. I will be presenting to the Holy Cross Neighborhood Association next week in an effort just to make sure that all the neighborhood associations understand how to get in touch with us and the work that we do, and to make sure that the permitting process is transparent. We are also working to increase equity. The demographic makeup of the commission now more accurately reflects that of the city and specific institutions that they individually represent.
Mr. Brock, I have a question about
Yes.
the last comment. You said the increased equity at the commission. What is the makeup of the commission?
Well, currently we have for the New Orleans HDLC, we have 15 members. And we were still missing how many seats?
I believe maybe 5 are vacant.
5 are vacant seats. So with that, we will be looking to make sure that that does represent equitably the demographic makeup. Right now, the majority of the New Orleans Commission is made up of women, which we're very proud of. And also it is more racially diverse than it's been in the past. So we're very proud of that as well.
So I have the 10 you have, and if I'm wrong, please let me know, that 2 are African American. Is that correct?
On the New Orleans Commission, we have, I believe that's correct. And then on the CBD, I believe we have 2 as well. 2 African Americans on that as well.
All right. So that's not the most diverse. 2 out of 10.
We are not, we don't approve or nominate our commissioners. We work with various organizations to get people to submit applications to the mayor's office that handles boards and commissions. So, like I said, we are working towards that, but that's not something that we have direct responsibility or the ability to fill or to establish a quota per se.
Okay, and my last question about it. So what specific things are you doing to increase that equity?
Yes, we work with the American Institute of Architects and the Minority Architects Association, trying to get candidates for the commission and for our architecture committee as well. We reach out to neighborhood associations. We work hand in hand with various organizations like the Chamber of Commerce, the Lower Garden District Association, always trying to get candidates. And we try to encourage to make sure that it's a diverse list of candidates that's presented.
Well, I appreciate those efforts, and I thank you for working with those groups to make sure that it's more diverse. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Block, can I ask something to following up? The 5 appointments that are open, who do those belong to? Are they from the mayor's office, from neighborhood associations?
I believe it's a mixture. Eleanor, I'm gonna have you help me with this.
For New Orleans, it's the mayor's office.
Has all 5?
Yes, I mean, they are representative of neighborhoods.
Right.
So right now we're missing, I believe, St. Charles. I could get you.
That's fine. You can, yeah, I just think we would like to be in touch with, obviously, my view is, and I think generally this is correct. If it's the mayor's appointment, the administration needs to make the appointment, but we can reach out and say, hey, what is going on? Where do we stand? Because I would imagine you're also quorum challenged if you're supposed to have 15 and you have 10 people total.
Yes, we did experience some quorum challenges, and the mayor's office has been very responsive in trying to find candidates that would be suitable and that are also willing to serve.
Yeah, I mean, okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Absolutely. Our 2024 department goals. transparency and predictability in the permitting process and customer service. We hope to maintain maximum involvement with ownership applicants throughout the process, design review and permit issuance, continue encouraging the highest quality of design and preservation philosophy while respecting the treasured historic and architectural resources present in the district, consistent enforcement of standards and compliance through district inspections, community engagement and/or legal channels provided by the administrative adjudication process. In our ongoing effort to function as outreach officers, as well as regulators, HDLC staff is always finding ways to provide up-to-date information and access to construction methods, preservation best practices, as well as what materials are appropriate for buildings within the district. Once again, we're always working to increase equity. We continue to work with local chapters of the AIA and National Organization of Minority Architects to ensure that our members of our architectural committee better represent the ethnic demographics of our city. And this is very important because right now our architecture committee is not necessarily full and we're always needing additional members, but it's quite a time commitment for architects to be able to dedicate. Our meetings are lengthy, they last once a month. And as you know, architects are busy with their own professions. These are volunteer positions. So we're just always in the market for volunteers. We're working towards staff retention. In 2023, we successfully created the Historic Buildings Plans Examiner Series with civil service, bringing job descriptions and compensation of our extremely well-trained and educated building plans examiners more in line with their counterparts in the private sector, while providing additional levels of advancement that had previously been available. Our goal for 2024 is to create a similar historic building inspector series to provide the same opportunities for advancement and more appropriate compensation for our extremely well-trained and educated building inspector staff members. It is critical that we incentivize these specialized associates to consider these positions to be long-term career choices. And that's reflected in our budget, which we'll get to in a minute. Also, we are standing up the homeowner assistance pilot program. Thank you, Councilmember Harris, for this. Utilizing funds provided by City Council, HDLC is working to stand up a program that will provide funds to elderly and disadvantaged property owners within historic districts in order to deal with issues of maintenance and other city violations, cited violations. We will be establishing a CEA with a local preservation nonprofit that already manages a similar fund to review applications and supervise projects for compliance with standards and guidelines.
I'm really excited about this program, and I do think we should look at expanding it citywide rather than just in historic districts to ensure equity across the board. But I'm really delighted by this, and I think it's really is going to make a dent into some of the blight that we're seeing. So thank you.
And thank you for working with us. Absolutely. Our personnel, as the 2023 budget reflected 12 FTEs, excuse me. The 2024 budget is we're adding one additional building inspector. This position will be specifically working with adjudication and violations. So this will increase our ability to enforce our guidelines.
Is this enough? Do you need more people?
Actually, this is enough. We've worked together in lots of conversations with our staff and understanding the workload that we all have, and feel like this is an appropriate number of people to accomplish our mission.
And then on salaries, I'm just going to ask everyone this question. Are you good on salaries? Do you need a salary study?
This is one of the things that we took into account when we stood up the historic building plans examiner series. Not only does it provide additional levels for them to advance into, it comes with an increased salary. So it is more in line with their counterparts in the private sector. This is exactly what we're also planning to do with the historic building inspector series. They have been historically underpaid compared to the private sector. And so with this series, they will have room for advancement and a more appropriate salary level based on their education level, because all of them carry, advanced degrees, master's degrees, and, so they come to the job already well qualified, and we want to make sure that they're compensated.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So our 2024 budget, if you look at the slide, our projected annuals for personal services for 2023 was $1,067,273. Our adopted budget, however, was $807,552. The 2024 proposed budget is $1,192,299 with a variance of $384,747. And this is due to the 2.5% employee raises, the merit pay, and additional staffing. And I believe there's also a bit of a resolution of some of the difference from the adopted budget and the projected actuals from 2023. In other operating of 2023 projected was 11,520. The adopted budget of 2023 was 40,281. And the 2024 proposed budget is $81,805. And that variance is showing is 41,524, but there's a note at the base that says that actually the $200,000 in additional funding should have rolled over. And this is for the pilot program. And it was erroneously omitted from this budget, but it will be amended. Okay. Do you have any questions about that?
I don't have any questions about that. The only thing I'd like to think through with y'all at a separate point is how we deal with the legislature about the new fining, because I feel like at the outset, it is a marked difference and definitely a much bigger tool than we've had before. I still harbor concerns, though, that somebody who said it's economically better for me to be fined by HDLC than to do the work the right way still poorly incentivizes what's supposed to happen. And so I want to always figure out that sweet spot between not being overbearing and being punitive, but also making sure the punishment is appropriate under the circumstances. And again, that was just extraordinarily, I mean, there was a mission on the record. It wasn't even hiding it. It was almost like you have to pick between two, then I'm going to pick the one that's the least expensive. And I know this is it was a good business decision.
Right.
And we shouldn't be in the business. And I realize there's only so much capacity you have, but maybe what the appetite is to try and tighten that a little bit.
And we would welcome the opportunity to work with council to tighten that up.
Thank you very much.
But we do appreciate the work that has already been done.
Absolutely.
Because this year has shown that it has been an amazing tool.
Well, and I think we want to continue using it as the appropriate tool. And we appreciate your work on that, and Representative Freeman, who carried that for the city. Okay, Mr. Burnside and Mr. Smith, Mr. Lazel has left for the day.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. Could either do this really long or really short, and I think today I'm going to do it really short. So the $13,000 in fines, of course, it's good of you to point out that that's really actually not important, and that it would be good that the number was either much higher or explained or otherwise dealt with. The next thing is, in the future, everybody should be including URLs in their reports, so that if you want something, for instance, if you want, say, 5 vacant seats filled, or you want an employee, or you want volunteer architects, or you want this or that, that people have a place to go right in your presentation, because they can look at the screen and go, oh, well, maybe I know an architect, and maybe he wants to volunteer. And again, maybe he's always on an airplane flying around the country and he doesn't have the time. Transparency, it would be nice to know how many times the HDLC came here before the committee and got overturned. It would be nice to know how many times they were appealed, which is a polite way of saying not overturned. And it would be a polite number to know how many times people argued with you and maybe not appealed your decision, but came before you and disagreed with you anyway. So we get an idea of how much interaction you're having in the community in your regulatory role. As far as the rest of it, the $200,000 is really important, because the HDLC needs to be seen as not picking on little old ladies. So the whole point of not picking on little old ladies is not to be equal. You can go pick on Joe Yager. He's got a lawyer and he can come back at you. But if you got yourself a little old lady somewhere and we don't want to send her an old folks home, that's why we got to the 200 grand. And the idea that you have not spent any of it is more than minorly irritating. And I think maybe I will point out that there should be a way to have an application, or there should be a process where you say in public so that everybody knows and it's not another conspiracy theory. Hey, little old ladies, if you live in a really old house, we don't want to bust your ass. We'd like to help you. And here's our form and how you get it filled out. And if you can't, talk to your church, talk to your city council person, talk to us, talk to somebody.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, council. Historic preservation greatly contributes to the economic health of the city. I can't say I always agree with a lot of the rules, specifically in historic preservation. And part of that is just because there's so many folks out there that don't always know what those rules are. To that point, the staff of HDLC, and special kudos to Eleanor, does a fantastic job of getting out in front. And that's not a discredit to any other staffer on the team, but the PRC work, the evenings, the classes, etc. To that point, I wish that the social medias of the council would really push some of these rules and reminders of demolition. The average person, I think, when you say demolition, you don't realize that there's these technical ways in which one could demolish a building without really tearing it down. And I think it's fair to say there's a lot of appeals that you guys hear where somebody really didn't know. To Mr. Jerusso's point, there's people that strategically do what they do. There's a lot of people that really don't know what's going on, and then it gets them through the process. So more and more outreach would drastically help the staff. To that point, they already covered it. Their board, their commissions need people. They need people. I'm not even going to float the idea of me getting on one of those groups. I think I would give a couple people some heart attacks. But yeah, demolition. Overall, though, the staff fantastic in their responsiveness. Brian and Eleanor maintain one of the most responsive groups you can find in City Hall, bar none. Especially with how much of the city they're required to do. Every time you guys tweak some laws, they're required to do more and more and more. Again, I think it's a responsive and respectful, and just seeing the ground game and what they have, I think it's a modest improvement for what they're asking for with the budget. So please make sure you give it to them.
Thank you. Yes, very quickly, then Councilmember Thomas.
Do y'all have social media?
We do have a Facebook page.
Okay.
And it's mostly just to identify, when we have jobs available, when we have our meeting schedule, et cetera. We don't really keep a social media presence.
Yeah, you probably should. And I think the city, I don't know who our communications director is anymore, but perhaps y'all should get with the city, because I do think that education component and on social media as their younger people buying into New Orleans is important.
I mean, the at-larges don't do any land use, so maybe we can let them handle the social media.
Right.
I'm teasing. Councilmember Thomas?
No, excuse me, I'm sorry, I was in the bag, but I want to talk about historic communities. Lois Eli did an article some time ago that talked about how do we reconsider and reevaluate historic Black communities as being historic in nature. And Councilwoman Susie Terrell and I co-authored an ordinance creating a housing conservation committee, because the answer wasn't, when you talk to historical experts, the answer wasn't in just tearing everything down, but especially in distressed or disparaged communities. But how do you take a look at that community in terms of who lived there, right? What was notable in terms of its contributions to history? Are we still taking a look at that? Are there still some possibilities there? Because, just because a community is the lower nine, or just because it's the upper nine, or just because it used to be a housing development area, it doesn't mean the answer is running all the people out and raising the community. There may be some notable assets and notable landmarks. How do we evaluate that?
So are you speaking in terms of how we regulate our districts regarding disenfranchised individuals?
Yeah, as well as the creation of
or new districts?
Yeah, new districts, conservation areas, because one would think, especially the way we talked about demolition earlier, that the solution is tearing everything down. Well, we talk about the Buddy Bolden house,
right?
But I know some Fats Domino, Dave Bartholomew. I know some folk that grew up, my aunt, the late, Leontine Luke. Folk who lived in some little properties that were, maybe they weren't the mansions on St. Charles or the little garden district, Bywater, but they were notable in terms of their historic contributions.
And those would all be absolute candidates to be, for their buildings to be landmarked and then protected by the HDLC.
Okay.
Because one of the major tenets of landmarking is it is associated with a historic figure. And I believe that's exactly why the Buddy Bolden House is being protected by the HDLC. We were working with Perseverance Hall, and we were working with the Preservation Resource Center to make sure that it wasn't going to be demolished, even though it was in such a severe condition of demolition by neglect that it was very afraid that we were going to lose it.
Yeah, but Buddy isn't the only notable African American who lives in the neighborhood.
Absolutely.
And so I think what Lolis in his article was trying to say is every time we look at distressed Black communities, the answer is demolition, not preservation or finding some resources to preserve a particular house or a particular property.
And I would say that with the HDLC and the Bucare Commission, demolition is our last resort. We absolutely go to great lengths to make sure that buildings are not demolished, and not just the mansions on St. Charles Avenue. We're talking about, all of the various kinds of housing and building stock that make up our neighborhoods. And we agree that there are areas outside of our jurisdiction that are not under our protection that might be, valid for study for becoming a district. And we would absolutely be willing to be part of that conversation.
Well, first of all, thank you for the work. And the young lady here is always one of the most diligent people. She represents you guys. Well, I'm just concerned today, especially with so many people pushing Black folk out of their neighborhoods. It may not be historic to you, but the Lower Ninth Ward is historic to me.
Sure.
The Desire area is historic to me. Parts of Central City are historic to me. So I just think we need to be more careful now, because especially the way we're being pushed to the edges.
Sure.
That we need to begin to landmark and protect certain properties for indigenous folk. I know that ain't popular today, but I think we need to have a sense that the people who've been here and who live here are as important as some people who come here.
And I agree 100%. And I mentioned earlier that I'm actually going to be presenting on Thursday evening next week to the Holy Cross Neighborhood Association, because we want to make sure that all of our constituents understand, the protection that is given to them under the HDLC jurisdiction, and also, access to our guidelines, access to our staffing. So everybody has the opportunity to know the resources and how we're working for them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Okay, thank you all very much. We appreciate it. Next up, VCC.
Don't think I know where they are. You just look. I don't know. No, I don't. All right. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Okay. Yes. Thank you so much. Confirm?
All right, please go ahead.
Thank you, council member. Once again, my name is Brian Block. I'm also the director of the Bucare Commission. I have with us Renee Burgoyne, who is our deputy director. We will be discussing progress on our 2023 department goals, 2024 department goals, personnel overview, 2023 budget summary and proposed budget, 2024 proposed budget, and one-time funding. Our 2023 department goal response, once again, a major one was engagement with constituency. We had 36 public hearings. We issued 406 permits and levied $213,375 in adjudicated fines for violations. We also were very driven to increase our outreach through various presentations to various organizations, including the Vucare Commission Foundation Quarterly Care Workshops. We presented 6 of those. There were foundation and neighborhood association fundraisers and galas that we participate in. We present biannually an overview of preservation regulations to Tulane University. And then navigating the VCC lecture series is something that Renee conducts twice a year with the VCC Foundation. This provides information on permitting processes, design guidelines, and violations, and ensures that working with the VCC is as transparent and predictable as possible. I present biannually with the Preservation Resource Center, a historic house specialist series. I'll be presenting one actually next week. This is for realtors and property owners and potential buyers of properties within historic districts to meet VCC staff and provides information on rules, regulations, guidelines, and databases. Once again, with the VCC, we're also working to increase the demographic makeup of the commission, which is now more accurately reflects that of the city and specific institutions that they individually represent. Our 2024 department goals. And these are very similar to what we discussed with the HDLC, so I will abridge these for the sake of time. We are working to always make sure that our permitting process is as transparent and predictable as possible. And we want to work to make sure that we are extremely available to our constituency and make sure that customer service is of utmost importance. We are working to hire technical experts, appreciating the need for timely plan review, permitting, as well as consistent enforcement. VCC will be seeking to hire 2 additional staff members, 1 historic building plan reviewer, and 1 historic building inspector. This will not only improve efficiencies of the department, but will verifiably improve lead times for reviews while increasing the department's enforcement capabilities. We are also working to increase equity, as is the HDLC, which we discussed, working with the local chapter of the AIA and the National Organization of Minority Architects, so that our architecture committee more appropriately represents the ethnic diversity of our city. Also, like I mentioned before, the staff retention, where we're working with civil service to stand up the historic building inspector series that will provide better opportunity for retention and for pay more commensurate with their colleagues in the private sector. With personnel in 2023, we had 6 FTEs, and this year we're currently showing 7, but that is because our deputy director, Renee, was actually listed under HDLC's budget last year. So we've corrected that and moved that FTE into VCC. So this more accurately depicts what we're asking for in this budget. Our budget summary for 2023 projected actuals was $499,551. The 23 current budget, however, was $575,803, and the VCC 2024 proposed budget is $583,237, which is a variance of $7,434, which will account for the 2.5% employee raises and merit pay. The other operating for 2023 current budget was $24,500, and the 2024 proposed budget is $25,745, which is a difference of $1,245. And that is for funds from the Vucare Residential Experience Trust, which is a fund to encourage residential uses in Vucare. With that, I will open this up to questions.
There are no, sorry, Councilman King.
Brock, we understand that sometimes the work could be seen as it's happening slowly because there aren't enough workers. Not because you're not working hard, it's just so much work, you can't get to it fast enough. So do you think with this budget being proposed that you propose, you have enough to make your staff whole?
We, like I said, we're working with the civil service right now to stand up the building inspector series. And once we have that in place, we are going to be requesting an additional building inspector. And that will be handled through the CAO's office in mid-year budget. Also in line with that, we're going to be requesting an additional plans examiner. And believe that 2 of those positions will make up the difference and will greatly alleviate some of these lead times.
Now, what about your staff, the architects? I know we had a conversation, you said the cost to get that degree isn't covered by the pay. So what's the ideal cost of a degree to be an architect? And well, I know that varies, but and the pay you think is reasonable?
The building plan, the historic building plan reviewer series that we stood up in 2023 does provide a rather large pay increase, along with the ability of plan reviewers to advance over time, to increase their salary, increase their responsibilities, and to become more in line with their colleagues in the private sector. Architects generally, as professions go, don't make a great amount of money. Architects are not like other professions that do have enormous salaries. However, the plans examiner series has not kept up even with that level of compensation. And so we do feel like this new plan review series is more in line with what their colleagues are getting in the private sector.
Okay, so architects don't make a lot of money?
Surprisingly, no, for the amount, not for the amount of work they do.
So why does George Costanza always want to be an architect?
I always wondered. As an architect, I ask that question all the time.
Thanks.
Councilman Thomas. Okay, we have several people who'd like to speak. Mr. Burnside, you're first, followed by Ms. Holmes.
It's always dangerous to speak when you don't know for sure the answer. It's kind of like being a lawyer, but I'm going to speak anyway. I think all of us who haven't abandoned the French Quarter have gone there and seen things that we prefer were not quite the way they are. For me, it's physical things instead of social or psychological. I walk by sidewalks that have a blacktop on them because they're being put in by fiber optic cables or otherwise underground communication lines. And they tear up a nice sidewalk or even a brick sidewalk or a concrete sidewalk. They put it in their little box and then it's just got blacktop around it. So I don't know if anybody else cares, but it bugs me. It's the French Quarter, for God's sakes. Then, of course, we've got, I can't read my own handwriting, graffiti. Oh, God, yes, particularly during COVID. There were graffiti right on Bourbon Street. I mean, that was just completely ridiculous. And you've only got $200,000 in fines. So these guys are making the same choices that our good council person, Jeruso, is talking, which is, you know, just eat the fine, don't sweat it. So maybe the fines for graffiti need to be changed. And while we're on the subject of things that are physical and irritating, we put all these cell phone towers in the French Quarter. And then, of course, everybody needed to get at the electricity. So now the little covers for the bottom base of all the cell phone towers in the French Quarter are strapped on little shiny pieces of white tinfoil because the green painted metal things are gone. It just, cheapness sucks. And if you're going to be a tourist economy, people come from other places with their white privilege and their middle class privilege and all the rest of it and make snarky comments that we can observe, do without. So as far as your commission, does this commission have any vacancies? And if so, you know, how do we fill them becomes a relevant question. And it's good to see that you point out verbally, because I did miss it visually, that your deputy director had been previously listed under HDLC. But given that you have this series coming up in which you need one of this and one of that, in which you didn't write down on a piece of paper, so I didn't catch all the details, I will point out that 5 hires out of 7 are all really small numbers, so most people don't care. But the bottom line is that you only have 70% of the staff you need if it's really 5 and 7. And if you only have 75% of the staff you need, then somebody somewhere is working at least 130%, which is ridiculous. I'll say everything I've said before and then ask a question I've never asked before, which is your 2.5 employees raise percentage is ridiculous. Last year's inflation was 8.2. Your employees are losing money. But it would be nice for you to tell us what the merit pay is. The police had a recruitment pay and everything, numbers there for us to see. So it would be nice to know what the merit pay was, just, since you're going to mention it, we might as well be curious about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Holmes, and after Ms. Holmes, we have Erica Gales, or is it Gates? Gales, one of the two.
Hello again, Erin Holmes, representing VC Pora. As I was listening to Mr. Burnside talk, I was saying, well, that's not VCC, but that's something that we should address. That the overall perception of the French Quarter is declining, both in what we're seeing from our locals, from our residents that live within the French Quarter and residents citywide, and also from our visitors. It's looking a little shabby. And yes, the sidewalks are unsightly. The streets, you can lose an axle. The cell towers is another story that I don't want to go into, because we'll be here for years. But I think it's really important to note that we're here about the VCC staff, and the rest of the French Quarter needs a lot of attention. We need help. So I did not speak earlier on the other departments, but I do want to convey my incredibly deep appreciation for all city employees in the various land use departments. We have City Planning Commission, Safety and Permits, Code Enforcement, the HDLC, the VCC. I've worked with many of these people for years. I went to school with a lot of them. I consider them professional partners, and us being the nonprofit partner in doing the good work for the city of New Orleans. But I want to say the VCC staff, which is small but mighty, is probably one of the most unfairly vilified departments in the city. And I'm actually frequently confused for an actual VCC staff person, and I have been berated on the street. And so I have had a little personal glimpse into the stress that they are dealing with. I just cannot underscore the vital and crucial role that they play in ensuring the continued economic viability of the city of New Orleans and the state as a whole. Everybody knows how important the French Quarter is. Small but mighty. We went through the task force recommendations, and I said it before when I was speaking about safety and permits. The message was clear across the board: hire more and treat them better. Treat them better by paying them more. Please budget for an additional inspector, an additional plans examiner, and fill all vacant commissioner seats so that they can continue to move permit issuance along in an efficient manner. Invest in them long-term, as the French Quarter needs to be invested in long-term. And it is such an intimate neighborhood that anytime we lose a valued employee of the Vieux-Carré Commission, we are losing so much institutional knowledge. So let's invest in them, keep them here, keep them passionate for doing the incredibly important work that they're doing.
Thank you. Erica Gales or Gates, sorry. Thank you. Please correct me on the record for which one it is.
Erica Gates.
Okay, thank you.
Erica Gates, Gates Preservation, 1026 North Carrollton Avenue. I'm a permitting and compliance consultant specializing in historic districts and a former city employee. I have filed over 500 permits in the last 5 years, and I can say it's all too familiar how difficult it is to even get a permit application from one department to the next. And VCC, most of my permits do start with VCC applications, as that is the majority of my work. And oftentimes they will get me their sub permit, within a week, and it will take me an additional month to get everything through zoning and plan review and all of these items. So we are talking about VCC right now. Of course, my point that I wanted to make by coming down here today was that everybody needs the funding. High tides lift all boats, and they very much need, they are interdependent. Each department is dependent on each other, and the process of issuing one simple permit touches every single permitting department. So that is very important to look at it cohesively and to improve the budgeting and improve the quality of the staff across the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Lozelle and then Zach Smith. I don't see Ron, so all right. And after Zach Smith, we have Maddie Charleston.
Good afternoon, council. Zach Smith again, 1000 South Norman C. Francis. I guess I got to quote Aaron here, small but mighty. I think that's going to be my new personal motto for my business here. But getting to the brass tacks here, there were a couple recommendations that were made earlier in the summer relative to a couple of the needs. So definitely the two new positions for a new plan reviewer. Again, when you only have two plan reviewers and you add one more, it's a 50% increase in production. So we expect great things to come from that. So I think it's a very fair ask and hope it gets funded. There was something in there that came out of our review over the summer, which was essentially the design guidelines need to be reworked. And there's a group that has put some money together to do that. And it would be nice to see the city actually match, 25 or 50K for that. The amount of things that could be kind of approved kind of more over the counter if the design guidelines were redone. It's a great working tool to let people know and make things a little bit more predictable. And it's something that I think the staff is very eager and willing to do. And it's something that the design community would much appreciate. Related to that outreach though as well, one thing that does happen, and Brian, I'm sorry, but just looking at the places that y'all have done some outreach to, I'd always like to see a little bit more to the business community specifically in the quarter. Sometimes anything that starts with VCC, it's folks that are already kind of acolytes of these groups, or they're already in lockstep in a lot of ways. So the Bourbon Street economic groups, et cetera, I think would go a long way of getting some of those invitations. Not to say that they're not, but to give them special emphasis. And a kudos to Councilman King for really pushing forward this VCC task force, which did snowball, and I think has been a great precursor to today. You had the vision over the summer to really start talking about some of these things. Yeah, the quarter is not a fun place to be right now. It's not a fun place to visit. It's not a fun place to go. We generally don't like to take jobs in the quarter for a whole lot of reasons because of this and that. And there's a lot of good folks doing a lot of good things. There's a lot more that needs to be done. But overall, you can't have this jewel of a neighborhood that people, they don't get in planes from Germany to go to Kenner. They get in planes to come to various neighborhoods in New Orleans, and many specifically the quarter. And this 50% increase in the plan review production, plan review capacity, I think is going to go a long way. Especially I have a lot of clients. We have a lot of clients. I have a lot of business owner friends. We can pick all day about the issues that may come up from some enforcement or over enforcement on their particular projects. And I do think there's ways to streamline that. But overall, the 90% of all applications, just getting those faster and faster is going to go to tremendous lengths. I won't be here later in the day, and I do want to give a shout out to the Deputy CAO in Nighttime Economy and the VCC teams and NOPD and Safety and Permits. There seems to be more sweeps happening. Those sweeps are paying off. Those sweeps are definitely seen. I think there's a lot of folks reaching out, hey, how can we get more of those in our neighborhoods? And that is something as part of enforcement. Again, even business owners, people think that people want enforcement or they want no enforcement at all. People that follow the rules want enforcement, and there's so many good business owners in this city that do follow the rules. They get strangled sometimes by having to follow the rules, and they want to see it for everybody else. So please keep up those enforcement sweeps on Frenchmen. Please keep them up on all throughout the quarter and every neighborhood for that matter. And making sure that those business vendors who might be doing things illegally, we do give them a pathway to find help so that they can get legal. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie Charleston. And that is the last card I have. Do we have online for this one? Okay, thank you.
Hi, Maddie Charleston. Not going to go over what Zach and Aaron already said, just referring back to the permit task force that I was a part of. I will like to say that everyone that lives in the quarter knows at 6 o'clock. That's when the workers come out and do things that they know the VCC staff cannot come and watch. It happened last night at the Cornstalk Hotel. We had a fence being damaged. We had illegal cameras being installed. So I just really want to say that the VCC staff does need the support, does need the budget, and does need the recommendations that we did give in that permit task force. So thank you, Councilmember King, for that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's it for VCC. Appreciate y'all. Next up, we have Office of Economic Development.
Good afternoon, council members. It is afternoon now. Very pleased to be here in front of you all to present the Office of Economic Development's 2023 accomplishments and 2024 budget. Always relish the opportunity to talk about what's going on in our city's economy and the administration and council's collective priorities, and making sure that our city is a more diverse and equitable and vibrant place for all of our residents and neighbors. I'll jump right into things. I know we're trying to keep things on point here, so we'll go in following the format to talk about our 2023 goals and the progress that we've made to date on that. In 2021, we actually released as a department the Plan for Generational Economic Transformation, which we abbreviate PGET. It is our strategic plan for economic development for the city of New Orleans. And so all of our goals are aligned with that document. We are focused on 5 big buckets of work, as well as a couple of other key areas. And so you'll see in our department goals that the PGET priorities shape and inform our work every day. So from a high level, and apologies for the small font up on the screen, we have our place-based economic development work, which is to create economic development district plans and support commercial corridor revitalization. We have catalytic development, which are projects that the city and our office manage that are transformative in nature and that advance our city's economy and our community and economic development goals in some form or other. And I'll speak about our progress to these in a moment, but just to go over them. Another big area of work for us is entrepreneurship and innovation in our priority industries, which is really the root of how we look at diversifying our city's economy. When we all say that we know we need to grow the economic pie, when we know we need to diversify away from tourism and hospitality, not to see that economic industry diminish, but to see it be less of a share of the overall pie. Thinking about how we innovate in priority industries is how we do that work. We also work very closely with our Office of Workforce Development in developing our talent pipeline and human capital for all of the workers in the city. And I know Ms. Villalbazo is here today as well to present on the Office of Workforce Development. We also focus on systems for economic development and thinking about how economic development is really nestled in a larger area of activities that includes things like affordable housing and public transportation and all the other things that we know improve quality of life in the city. And then 3 other areas of work that we place a particular emphasis on are small business supports. We all know that the city of New Orleans is a city of small businesses. And we do work every day to help small businesses navigate City Hall, access permits, get through land use and entitlement processes, access technical and financial assistance and the like. And so we spend a lot of time every day on that type of handholding. We've also placed a particular emphasis on our sustainable industries as well as the cultural economy. And I know we have the Office of Cultural Economy here today as well to present. But just to go over a few highlights in these buckets around place-based economic development, probably the biggest activity and win that we had this year was working with council as well as the Bio District on passing that economic development district, which we are taking active steps to advance the master planning work in the district so that we can really roll up our sleeves and get to work in 2024. We've also been very focused on the municipal auditorium in Armstrong Park. We know that the Save Our Soul Coalition has advanced a vision for that site, which is sacred ground in the city, for a world-class cultural complex. And that is a project that we've been actively working on developing a cooperative endeavor agreement. Looking at catalytic development projects, some of the wins that we've had have been advancing the Bayou Phoenix Six Flags project, which we know is a priority not only in New Orleans East, but for the entire city and region. On October 25th, Bayou Phoenix actually executed their ground lease with the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority, which is a major milestone in advancing that project. Other projects that our office has been leading on behalf of the city are the redevelopment of the Naval Support Activity, the River District project, the Municipal Auditorium, as I mentioned, as well as the Governor Nichols Esplanade Wharves redevelopment. In terms of entrepreneurship and innovation in our priority industries, we have 10 or 11 industries where we can and should be competitive. It's almost an embarrassment of riches when you look at the assets that we have, and I think the biggest challenge that we have is really in connecting dots. And so I won't steal any thunder from the Office of Cultural Economy and the Film Office, but we have major centers of activity in film and food and music, as well as our Office of Cultural Economy, or excuse me, our Nighttime Economy will present on that this afternoon. But I will mention one industry in particular that we're very excited about right now is the energy sector and the energy transition. Our office helped lead an application to the Economic Development Administration to become one of this country's 31 tech hubs, which is centered on the ability for New Orleans and Southeast Louisiana to be a real leader in offshore wind. And we are working very closely not only with the private sector, but also our university partners. So Xavier, Southern, UNO, Tulane, LSU, and others are involved in that work with us. And we're very, very excited to build on the momentum in the energy sector. In terms of workforce development, the highlight from 2023 right now is something that we're actively working on. Courtney on our team, along with Tracy Jackson and Andrew Bagnato and others, put together the Economic Mobility in Motion NOFA. It's a $5 million ARPA funded initiative to look at how the city can make strategic investments in economic mobility and lifting up wealth building opportunities for our residents and business owners. That NOFA is on the streets right now, closes in a couple of weeks. We had over 70 organizations attend our information session, so we know that we're going to get some exciting proposals there. In terms of systems for economic development, we have been supporting affordable housing development in the city, helping lead some projects that involve affordable housing. We've been actively working on an analysis of the economic development ecosystem along with the CAO's office. We are actively managing the economic development incentives for the city. Tracy Jackson in our office does a fantastic job with the restoration tax abatement, as well as the industrial tax exemption program. And we also work very closely with the Industrial Development Board on our pilot agreements that go through the IDB. And then lastly, I want to highlight and mention our small business supports. Margaret McGee in our office had her 11 business improvement sessions this year that touched over 450 businesses that attended. There were over 1,100 registrants for those sessions. And so we're very excited about the day-to-day work that we do supporting business owners. Skipping ahead to 2024 department goals, you'll see that these align directly with the Plan for Generational Economic Development as well. In our place-based economic development work, we are looking to implement a couple of key initiatives. One is an update of the city's economic development district and TIF policy, as well as identifying 2 to 3 economic development districts to implement in 2024. Some of those might be tied to projects like a Six Flags redevelopment or something in the New Orleans Regional Business Park. But we are actively exploring strategic opportunities to invest in those plans and strategies. As I know the council members were relating in the City Planning Commission discussion. If you don't plan for it, you can't get it done. And so we're excited to push that forward. We're also going to be doing some strategic planning work in the Regional Business Park, which is a major area of focus for our office over the last couple of years, and will continue to be going forward. And we'll continue to support projects in the Bio District and elsewhere. For catalytic development projects, we're going to continue to support development. These projects take many years in order to see them through to fruition. And so projects like Six Flags, the Naval Support Activity, the Lake Forest Plaza Mall site, which we know is a priority for our residents and business owners in New Orleans East. We are going to continue to support that work. as well as new developments, including the River District, the Governor Nichols and Esplanade, Wharf redevelopment, Trader Joe's and the like. In our priority industries, we're going to continue to focus on our Tech Hubs proposal. We have to submit a grant proposal for round 2 for a $50 to $75 million investment from the feds. That is due just after Mardi Gras. They never seem to pay attention to Mardi Gras at the end of February. And we'll also be looking to implement our hometown revitalization grant, which is a pot of post-IDA money that we're looking to deploy both in the food sector, which we know is a priority for many of our council districts, as well as looking at solar and battery installations to help our small businesses be more resilient. In our human capital and workforce development work, we will be looking to implement the $5 million economic mobility in motion plan. We'll be reviewing those proposals and making awards through the end of this year and into early next year. And we'll be looking to work with all of those awardees on that really impactful work. We will continue to manage the RTA and ITEP programs, the tax abatement programs that the city manages, as well as supporting affordable housing projects and the like. The only other highlight I think I will make is that we are actually wrapping up our Advancing Cities work, which was a 3-year JP Morgan Chase funded set of initiatives that was really focused on the blue and green economy and how we make sure workers and small businesses are able to participate in the blue and green sectors, looking at the incredible spend that the public sector is making in that work. We will wind down some of that work, but look to continue it in other ways. Our partners at the New Orleans Business Alliance actually just received a Delta Regional Authority grant to continue that blue and green work. And so we'll be actively participating in that. Transitioning to personnel. We have 10 and a half FTEs in our office. We're a small but mighty team that is carrying forward. We have no unfilled positions. We work very quickly to rapidly fill any positions that we have. And I always say we have a very small but mighty team with no dead weight on it. Everybody is a really dynamic and contributing member, and I'm really proud of the work that the Office of Economic Development does every day on behalf of our businesses and residents. Economic development, looking at our proposed budget, we have 2 funds. One is a general fund, which is 2132, as well as 7810 is the other cost center. That's the economic development fund, which is really the fund that was attached to the economic development fund that expired in 2021. So we're spending down the budget on that. As you can see, it's a virtual, very small growth. We have our employee pay raises and merit pay. That accounts for any of the growth in our personnel services. And in terms of other operating, as you'll see in the one-time funding discussion that we'll have momentarily, the vast majority of those dollars are in our ARPA and one-time project funds. And so whenever there are special projects, those obviously are bigger numbers, but they're obviously one-time dollars that don't carry forward from year to year. And so talking about our one-time funding, we have allocated under ARPA. There was 2 projects this year that received in 23 that received ARPA funding and 2 that received general fund funding. The only one that's actually outstanding is an investment in the regional business park, which we are currently in negotiations for the CEA to transfer those funds. But that's to support that facility to get back into commerce. I know Councilmember Green and Councilmember Thomas have intimate familiarity with that site. It is in rough shape, and so we want to do everything we can to partner with them and make sure that they can be fully operational and an economic engine for not just the East but the region. For the Six Flags project, those funds are out the door, and with Nora supporting the Bayou Phoenix development. The financial stability and asset building allocation that we received under ARPA, that is the Economic Mobility in Motion NOFA that I mentioned previously. That's a $5 million allocation. We're one of the first departments to get our ARPA NOFA funding availability out on the street. And so those funds will obviously carry over into 24 as we move into implementation and actually cutting checks to awardees after they've been selected. And then lastly, our fund balance dollars from this year, these are one-time dollars to support the Louisiana Music and Heritage Experience, the music museum that has been proposed, as well as working with Dr. Mackey on the STEM NOLA Innovation Hub. The Music Museum has already received its funding and we are, the CEA with Stemnol is routing as we speak. So we expect that check to be cut by the end of the year. So with that, I think that provides our presentation and overview and looking forward to Q&A as well as public comment. Thank you all.
Councilmember Harris.
Sure. Let's start with the Music Museum because I know that they're seeking additional funding. Do you have any insight as to whether or not you're going to advocate for that?
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. It is a fantastic project. We see fantastic projects all the time. I think the big challenge with that project is that it requires a significant amount of state funding in order to be able to move forward. And so I think that any city potential investment that would go into the project should be contingent on them getting traction at the state level. And I think we won't know that until the legislative session. And so I think the city's already made a significant investment in that project. And so I think it would be prudent for us to see what happens at the state level before we make additional investments would be my take on that project.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that and your honesty about it. Dan Stein shouted us the other day and one of the meetings that we had was with you in your office. By the way, anytime I meet with you, I get really excited because you have so much energy and so many projects and you have a clear vision of what New Orleans can be and how we can improve. So I just want to thank you for your positive attitude because I don't always have a positive attitude. But anyway,
that's all I'm bringing to the table, but happy to provide at least optimism.
No, I appreciate it. But talking to Dan after our meeting, I know that he wants to get together with you and some other restaurant folks because this summer was brutal, not only in terms of the heat, but in terms of impact on local restaurants.
Yes.
And as you know, people come here not only for Mardi Gras, but they come here for the food and the music. And again, food is like critical to it. I know a lot of restaurants that have gone out of business who have reduced hours, including my husband's business, because they cannot maintain the level of service because there's not income coming in. So what are we doing to planning for next summer and the summer after that? Because it's going to continue to be brutal on our folks, our cultural economy and our restaurants.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Harris. And this was even before we met with Mr. Stein, which was a fantastic conversation. You know, our office was thinking a lot about, we had just come through obviously the saltwater intrusion and, you know, we're not totally in the clear obviously, but you know, things are looking very positively on that front. We know that one of the industries that was most deeply concerned about how they would actually cope with that potential issue was really problematic. It was the restaurant and hospitality industry writ large. And so we'd already been thinking about how we can convene some stakeholder groups to listen, one, and hear about what we know was a brutal summer, not only in talking to Howie and the Office of Nighttime Economy, and as you mentioned, council member, not just for restaurants, but for the hospitality industry writ large, the, you know, bars, restaurants and nightclubs, et cetera. And so I think we're gonna listen first. I think we're gonna convene some meetings right after budget concludes and see what we can do. I mean, there are not enough resources in the city budget to be able to provide you know, significant financial resources to every restaurant in the city, for example, especially if summers like we've had are going to be the new normal. And I think no one really knows yet what caused this to be such a terrible summer when it seems like a lot of other things are coming out of the pandemic, you know, fairly strongly. And so we want to listen. We want to get a better understanding of what the real pain points are. But absolutely, it's front of mind for us in terms of, again, knowing that this is a city of small businesses, that small businesses are what make our communities. It's what, you know, creates wealth building opportunities for so many families and community members. We want to do everything we can to support that industry in particular, but also other mom and pops that we know are really struggling. So we're going to listen first. We don't have a strategy yet for that, but it's certainly front of mind, and would love to work with council in 24 to figure out some strategies.
Yeah, even if it's just something as simple as like a restaurant week or something, you know, something with the tourism, the marketing around it. The other thing that you and I have talked about sort of privately, but I do want folks to understand that your office is working on solving or trying to solve the issue of food deserts in New Orleans. The Save-A-Lot in Claiborne just shut down. The Save-A-Lot on Earhart and Claiborne just shut down, leaving many people without a grocery store to go to and without a source of fresh food, which is critical to health, wealth,
Health as
everything.
well, yes.
And so, you know, you and I talked about some additional potential tenants for those buildings, but what is your office doing generally to solve the issue of food deserts here in New
Absolutely.
Orleans?
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. Yes, this is near and dear to my heart and our whole office's heart. As someone who's worked in developing grocery stores in the past, I know what they can mean for communities, not just on the health front, but for you know, a third place for folks to meet. Courtney Stuckwish-Wong in my office has managed the Healthy Corner Store Collaborative in the past, which was an effort to work with corner store owners to get more fresh food access into existing corner stores, which we know in a lot of ways are backbones of many of our communities. We also at one point, the city had a fresh food retail initiative, which provided up to $1 million loans and partially forgivable grants to develop grocery stores in underserved communities. So they had to be in food deserts. That program was highly successful. It was a $14 million fund that the city managed in collaboration with Hope Community Credit Union, which is a fantastic city partner. Unfortunately, that fund, the capital has been exhausted. So I believe it was Conseco's on Fillmore and Gentilly was the last loan that was made. I know Sankofa still has an outstanding fresh food retail initiative loan that they're wrapping up their Fresh Stop project. But you know, we would love to explore ways to recapitalize that fund. There are other ways working with the health department and the Food Policy Advisory Committee that I know we would love to tweak some of the regulations that might expand the number of retail establishments and the types of retailers that might avail themselves. And then the last piece I know is, you know, dollar stores meet a particular need in a lot of our communities. Many dollar stores have actually started evolving their models to include more fresh food access. And I think there's some confusion about the small box. I think it's a zoning overlay from using the right land use and entitlement tool that had prevented small box stores and dollar stores from going into some communities. There is an explicit loophole in that if the small box retailer, like a dollar store, provides 15% of their square footage to fresh food, that they're able to develop as of right, or you know, they're not prevented from developing. So I think we would love to explore either reinitiating, revamping some existing programs that have been on the books, as well as looking at some other land use and entitlement things we can do to support fresh food development.
Yeah, let's talk about funding that going forward. Maybe not this year, but maybe at mid-year.
Sure.
Because again, we can't have people who don't have access to fresh foods. I do want to give a plug to Top Box, though. You can get Top Box delivered and use WIC and other subsidies in order to pay for that. So that still exists in New Orleans, but actual grocery stores are dwindling.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember.
Real brief before we get to Councilmember Thomas. For years, as I'm sure you're aware, Jeff, there was a TIF district over the former Plaza site.
Yes.
And I think for the entire length I was in the legislature, there was this weird ping pong effect where I believe when Mayor Nagin was there, he wanted to go forward and the governor didn't. Then when Jindal became governor, the governor ultimately, with the work of the delegation, wanted to go forward, but then Mayor Landrieu had concerns. And as you know, it's very difficult to even get a tax increment buying district done at the state level.
Mm-hmm.
What is the current status of that tax increment buying district? Because obviously, we have Dr. Miller here who's going to speak on it in a bit, but that is probably one of the few things that could be a catalyst for financing to do anything at Lake Forest.
Absolutely.
Can you give us an idea of where that currently is?
For sure. No, it's a fantastic question. And I think, you know, if I could wave a magic wand, if there was one site in the city that I could see getting back into commerce, it would be the Lake Forest Plaza Mall site. The easiest way to describe TIF districts and economic development districts is, as I know, you know, many of you, if not all the council is aware, but for the viewing public, is that you create the district, right? You draw the lines on the map, and then you create the funding mechanism. And that TIF district, there is an economic development district over the Plaza Mall site, but it's effectively it's a zombie district. There's no revenue stream there, in part because there's no economic activity there. but the actual funding mechanism was never put in place. That requires additional steps being taken. And as you noted, there's been various amounts of political support over the years. It just never seemed to sync up, between the Nagin and Landrieu administrations and what the state wanted to do at the time. I think, in terms of the administration's priorities, once we have a clear path towards a project there, I don't think there is an incentive or a tool that we wouldn't look at in order to make sure, that site got back into commerce in a transformative way. And I think either repurposing or reinvigorating that economic development district for that site would be one very straightforward way to do that. Because it's a state created district, that means you could capture not just local tax revenues, but also state revenues, which means that it has about as much juice as you can squeeze out of an economic development district, that district would have it. And so I think, without going into too many details on the current status of the project, we are doing everything that we can on the administration side to try to get the existing players at the table who are involved with the ownership of that site to start advancing that project, because at this point, there's not a good reason why that site isn't moving forward. It involves the existing ownership and creditors and the like at the site all coming around the table. And so I think that might be something in 2024 that the administration and council can work very, very closely on.
Right, and I mean, I think two quick points. The first is zombie districts are not typically attractive, but the one thing you could say about a zombie district, the baseline is zero.
Exactly.
So if you are able to get activity on it, you don't have to negotiate with the state and locals as far as, well, when do you start capturing money? The money's zero.
It's zero.
So basically, any tax activity you have there could be reinvested into the site.
That's right.
The other challenge, which is so the public's aware, I know there's some linkage with First NBC because they were involved. It truly is an ownership nightmare. It's one of those things that I think that with your leadership, maybe talking with Brenda Bowe, with Nora, the city might actually have to go in there and physically acquire the site by buying out the landowners, because the ownership is so diverse and such a mess that unless you consolidate the ownership of the site, no one will develop it.
That's right.
So, I mean, I look forward to working with Councilman Thomas, I'm sure as well, working with you and trying to figure that out. But until we get, that is such a central site to the development of New Orleans East. I mean, I know when I was running, Councilman Thomas was running, we're looking at corridors that want to be developed. That is in the smack of the corridor. So anything we can do next year to help you with that, we'll be willing to do.
Thank you.
Councilman Thomas.
Well, let me add some clarity. As maybe the only one sitting up here that's created a successful TIF, created the legislation that created the biomedical district that the hospital is built on downtown, did the St. Thomas TIF, which is successful. That was me. And working right now to make sure that that TIF that wasn't activated, John Johnson was the council member there. I think I can give some history about TIFs and pilots and all of that stuff that works. I hate to say it's just another part of the conspiracy against New Orleans East, but it wasn't that difficult to get everyone on the same page in the Garden District and the St. Thomas area. It wasn't that difficult to get everyone from the state and the city on the same page when the biomedical district was created. It hadn't even been that difficult to get everybody on the same page with the tax rebate for the new Riverfront district. But it seems like every time it's New Orleans East, and folk want to play in New Orleans East when we have stuff going on, but coming to the table so it's not political, but so that it benefits the people of New Orleans East is the next step to doing the work to make it happen. Now, of course, the Ryan and Kylas issue was caught up in the courtroom. There are several parcels of land there that different people own. It's long past due that you would hope that the city, especially on the administrative side, especially given the fact that there are taxes owed and there are penalties and fees associated, would get together with the property owners, get everybody in the same room, and get the mayor and the legislature and the district council member and all of my other colleagues who want to see the people of the East benefit from something where we're all on the same page. It's past time to do that.
Agreed.
So The other thing I want to do with this, first of all, Avano and lithium batteries, we just had some success in attracting another business to New Orleans East in terms of lithium battery makers. Could you give us an update on that?
Absolutely. I don't want to steal any of their thunder, but
Man, I don't have any thunder to steal, man.
well,
I'm just a lowly district council member.
humble city bureaucrat here. Advano is a really exciting company that developed its intellectual property that was developed at Tulane and UNO. They've been incubated out at the Research and Technology Park for a number of years, and very excited to say that they will be opening their specialty pilot production facility very soon in New Orleans East. There should be a ribbon cutting in early December. They're a company that basically makes lithium ion batteries more efficient. And when you look at the potential for growth in terms of electric vehicles and other technologies and renewable energy and even just our consumer electronics, the sky's the limit, and we're optimistic that they could be a major force in the New Orleans economy.
Before I move to the next project, I would be remiss. I really want to thank Councilmember Morrell, because it isn't just in this moment that he's pushed the Lake Forest Plaza. He's been doing it since he was a senator. During the campaign, he pushed it, and he's been one of those people consistently in terms of how do we report supporting this site and how we get it back into commerce. Now, I am a little remiss by something. The mayor on several occasions has used Six Flags in her State of the City addresses, accomplishments, the can not being kicked down the road. But in terms of your budget, I don't see any more money appropriated to that site. So how do you have a signature project where money has already been asked for and requested, but then it's not represented in your budget ask? That kind of doesn't add up to me.
Well, I can just speak generally. I can't speak specifically to why, one project or another isn't in the budget, but we only present our core operations and personnel budget in here. You'll see that.
Nonetheless, I've looked at a few budgets.
Sure, yeah.
Over the years, they've been padded with requests for signature projects that mayors or certain people wanted. That would be, the CAO would prepare that.
Yeah,
so it's not an anomaly or phenomenon.
Right. Well, I think I'll just say that, there are no priority projects included in the economic development budget this year. So it's not that we're looking to exclude the Six Flags project.
But you would say that a priority project would probably be better partner with some resources if it's a priority.
Sure. To get any project done, you definitely need.
And let me say why. First of all, thank you for the $1 million, but that was just in terms of how do we clean up and maintain the site. And of course, there was some controversy some time ago around the ask when I wrote the letter asking for another $10 to $15 million. And I wasn't asking for $10 to $15 million to give to the developer. And so people will know I was asking for the $10 to $15 million because someone in the administration told me to ask, because the initial appropriation, whether the Bayou Phoenix people were going to develop the site or not, would not be enough to mitigate and sustain the site so that it'd be saleable, even if that development didn't go through. The city would have to, Councilmember Giarrusso, at least have enough money to maintain it, to deal with its infrastructure, to deal with its blight, and the removal of the blight that was there. But when I made that ask, especially given the environment that we work in here, is that some people alluded to press. I said to the press, I was trying to ask to give a developer 15 million. Well, I wasn't even my ass. And I don't snitch folk out, right? So I wasn't going to say who in the administration said to do it, but it was the right thing to do, whether this developer was going to be successful or not. If the municipality wanted that land to be successful, it would have to come up, Councilmember King, in a bigger way to make sure that that site was presentable, but even if it was another developer in the future, correct? So what do we have to do to take the politics out of it? And because I know everything I do, someone calls the press, he's doing this. I hate working in that environment. I hate it. And everything's a battle, or everything's a gotcha, or trying to catch somebody doing wrong. I've never worked in an environment like that. And I've been on some councils where they had some real strong personalities. But it wasn't always about snitching somebody out or getting somebody in trouble. So since there's a common interest to fix this site, what do we have to do to get that money to make sure that, and especially because I've done some research. When you talk about $500 million, $200, $300, $400, $500, $600 million project, for a municipality to put up several $1 million, if you look at notable projects throughout the country, that's nothing, correct?
Correct, yes, absolutely. The city would invest,
Harris, just in the city support services, if you study the history of Harris, the city put up with an estimate of 18 to 23 $million just to get prepared to do that. The Convention Center Hotel would have been a minimum $350 million worth of taxpayer investment, the 43-acre site. So when people in New Orleans East say that the city of care stops at the top of the high rise, right? When you look at the investment and the fact that it's not represented in your budget, that's why people think that. And when you look at the fact that it could be touted in terms of the success, but there isn't any money attached to it, right? Or anytime somebody tries to advocate for one of the largest African-American municipal districts in the state, that it's a conspiracy or surely somebody's doing something wrong. What do we have to do to target more money to this project, especially since everybody says they're for it, but there isn't the representative municipal government investment that shows that we're for it. What's the next step? Who do we talk to?
Sure, it's a great question. I
advise this council.
Yeah, I don't pretend to have all the answers, but I think that you're absolutely right. Public investment is required to make transformative projects happen across the board. And I would just say that a couple of things. One, Six Flags is fundamentally a transformative project that the city is, the administration, our office, myself have invested a lot in seeing the success of that project. And so it is a priority for the city, full stop. It is also one of several important projects that the city is working on and advancing. And so I think, one potential step is council has the power of the purse. The administration leadership, obviously has the ability to identify strategic projects like Six Flags that we can work on and identify as priorities for the budget. And so I think, I guess my main thought is to have a conversation between council and administration relative to those priority projects and how those dollars can be budgeted, whether it's general fund or identifying other funding sources.
Well, it just reminds me of the advocacy groups that have come before the council the last couple of years in terms of how we talk about all the stuff we're for, but they remind us there's no money for what we say we're for. So here is a major project in a major way that's part of speeches, right? It's part of press conferences, announced nationally, and it's not represented in the budget. That just seems odd to me, right? And I don't mind taking the political heat. I know who I work with and I know the environment I'm in, especially the political environment I'm in. But the people of New Orleans East have watched. They watched just this recent Riverfront, right? Where a tax break was going to be given to multi-million-dollar developers so that they could recoup funds from a taxing district to protect or support their investment. We see how easy it is for 43 acres, right? A convention center hotel, other investments that tax dollars are going to underwrite. I just think that if the people in New Orleans East matter, at some point we'll say, hey, hold on a second, in spite of Oliver, right? We all need to get together to support the largest African-American municipal district in this area and one in the state that pays some of the highest returns in terms of ad valorem taxes of any district in this region. I just think it's important that maybe, Jeff, you're the economic development guy, man. Get all of us in the room. Tell us what to do. Everybody has said they're for it. Tell us what to do. I like to lead, but I follow good leadership. And you're a guru. Let's get this done, please. Tell us how to get it done.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Looking forward to the follow-up. Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilmember King and Councilmember Green.
All right. I want to start off by thanking the Office of Economic Development for all their help, all their work with the aforementioned Riverwalk District and the Naval Support Activity Station, and a lot of things with the Park West helping everybody get to path forward on that. So thank you. My comments, my questions are: I heard every neighborhood, every part of the city mentioned, East, Uptown, Mid City, Bio District, everything, everywhere except for Algiers. I didn't hear any prospective development or programs or projects. And is there anything that's happening, or what can we do to make it more attractive so things can happen? Because much like the East residents, as somebody who's born and raised in Algiers, you kind of feel like we want to get attention during certain times of the year or certain seasons. But what can we do to help the city make it more attractive?
It's a fantastic question. Thank you for the kind words, council member. I think on a couple of fronts, I certainly don't mean to not include Algiers writ large. It is a priority area for the mayor and the administration. I think you're right. There isn't sort of like the mega project currently in the works on the West Bank of District C. But we do have a number of initiatives and meet with developers regularly who are looking at some key sites in the district, and I can say a little bit more about that momentarily. We also work very closely, as I know you do, with organizations like AEDF and supporting some investments at Federal City and elsewhere. And so we know AEDF, we're as I mentioned, the food economy work that we're working on extensively right now. They just released a really amazing study of some opportunities, including working with an existing entrepreneur in Algiers Point, or just outside the point, on looking at a food hub and creating sort of a social hall. I'm sure you're aware of the project. And so we work actively hand in hand on specific developments like that. We've recently had conversations just yesterday with some developers who are actively looking at redeveloping some of the existing larger, and I know we've been in some of these meetings together, some of the larger multifamily sites that have, for one reason or another, due to ownership issues or other issues, are prime sites for redevelopment. I think a number of those will end up being successful mixed use projects that will not just be residential, but also have a commercial component in them. One of those is in the Point. I won't name buildings yet. I'm sure you've already had conversations as well, but also on General de Gaulle and Lawrence Road and elsewhere. And so, we've had a number of conversations there. And then also looking at assets like, Brechtel and others, areas where we can look at potential public-private partnerships and the like. And so, we always want to do more. We always want to work on Newton and Verret and other corridors to work with small business owners. There's a Main Street program, obviously, as I know you're aware, and we're actually working on convening later this month or early next, some of our commercial corridor organizations, some of the nonprofits doing work. And I know there will be at least one or two from Algiers as well. So there is always work happening. We're working with the RTA to support BRT and the potential development opportunities that can bring to Algiers. So there's a number of initiatives. I don't know, Courtney, am I forgetting anything in Algiers that you would mention? But yes, we're always looking to do more.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah. I know you're working. I just want to emphasize, always emphasize that when I can, just to give you the sneak peek into the mind of Algerine. It's like you guys got the East Bank where it's bustling, it's booming. French Quarter, Meriden, Treme, St. Roch, Bywater, everywhere. You got Gretna, which is downtown Gretna, looks like a miniature French Quarter almost.
Yeah.
We kind of nestled in the middle. I think the most exciting thing happened in the past couple of years was Chick-fil-A, which we're grateful for. But you eat so many nuggets.
Right. It always comes back to Chick-fil-A.
Except for my kids, they eat that every day. But just keep us in mind. I know you all. I just want to stress that.
Yeah,
thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councilmember Green.
I also want to thank you for your work. The Division of Economic Development worked well on a project involving Cansecos. very successful. Very happy that he's there.
That's a great project.
It's a great project. A lot of people employed. People are even building houses near there so that they could be within walking distance of a grocery store. But it's because it's kind of a special grocery store. So appreciate the fresh food initiative
Yes.
relative to that. And also, Terviva.
Yes.
Terviva.
Our ITAP for the year, yeah.
Right. ITEP doesn't get a lot of emphasis, but it's an example of the fact that if we come together and we think it through, that we can use some of the tools that are out there and we use them effectively. And I look forward to more happening relative to Terviva. I do have a kind of a request then because of Terviva. You all are in a position that I'm going to be not in as much as you in terms of your influence with the new governor and the State Department of Transportation and Development. And I am the head of the Transportation Committee, but you see more. Let's get that Almanasta Bridge fixed.
Cleaned up.
Let's get it done.
Yeah, yeah.
2024.
Mhm.
It's a gateway to Almanasta Avenue.
Mhm.
But it's also another transportation route from District D for people who are leaving home. And it will absolutely help with some of the plans that I want to talk to you about for the Downland Road corridor.
Yep.
The bridge has been there long enough, and for whatever reason, it's been kicked down the road, but it's extremely important. It's extremely important when transportation routes such as along Chef Highway and along Hain Boulevard, for some reason, are compromised. So I'll ask both of you all to, in your conversations with the state delegation, I'll have conversations too, but the more pressure, the better. Let's get the Almanasta Bridge fixed now and finished in 2024, or at least started.
Yeah,
I'll go with started, to be
Yeah.
very honest with you. We've been talking about it for so long,
Right.
but it really does have an economic impact. But Terviva is a good example. That corridor, that port corridor, is extremely important. And that's not the only business that's looking at that area. We also just recently finished the rail project back there. So as you have those conversations, let's ask the state, and for those state officials who are watching, let's look at the port, especially as it runs through New Orleans. I know about the river. So let's talk about the port as it runs New Orleans East on one side, or District E on one side, District D on the other. There are some sites there that, if I thought were completed or at least cleaned up, could really attract some businesses.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you, council member. And yes, Terviva, we're very excited about them. Councilmember Thomas mentioning Advano. I know we all also talk about Mardi Gras World's investment in the business park. I think what we're seeing is that Almanasta Old Gentilly corridor. We obviously always talk about NASA Michoud and the over 3,000 some literal rocket scientists, but you know, folks working at all ends of the wage scale at NASA Michoud. Obviously, you know, with Faubourg and Crescent Crown and many others, you know, there is a light manufacturing, heavy manufacturing, clean technologies, food manufacturing. I mean, it is a corridor that is getting a lot of traction. And I think with some of that planning work that we talked about and putting some dollars into the visioning work, I think, you know, we're excited and really committed to build on some of that momentum in 24. So thank you for your support and mentioning Terviva. We're really excited about them.
Right. And I want to say one other thing. I served as a member of the host committee for the Congressional Medal of Honor gathering, which took place at the World War II Museum last week. It reminded me, when the numbers were mentioned, of how important the public sector is in making certain projects happen and thrive in our city. Now, that is now a international institution. It brought in people from throughout the world for this particular week, but it does so often. But within that 400,
Do we have to call you General Green?
I'll take any honors, I'll take any titles. But within that $440 million investment, it was clearly admitted, or stated, not admitted, was $100 million in state money. And so as we look at projects such as Councilman Thomas has raised, or investment along the port, look at what those investments in New Orleans and things that exist in New Orleans can do. So maybe there's a role for the state in a major project such as the Six Flags project.
Absolutely.
Because that kind of money that we spent on the World War II Museum, again,
a world-class facility that has honored many people who have given much of themselves, you know, in terms of making the United States stronger. But we have a community that Councilman Thomas can speak of better than I. However, I understand, I know that that community can be as thriving as the areas, for example, around the World War II Museum that were created with that $100 million investment.
Yep.
I know that I speak to Jeff Schwartz, who understands that, and to economic development. But when we're putting in those requests and we speak to Governor Landry and whoever is going to be his head of economic development, let's remind them of projects such as that one and what the benefit was of putting that money into a facility that is in the great city of New Orleans.
Absolutely.
Look what it's done.
Here, here.
Look what it's done.
Here, here.
And I look forward to working with you on and with Councilman Thomas on Six Flags and other projects too. Let's get that port and that Almanasta Bridge up, and you'll see a whole lot more job opportunities too.
Sounds great. Looking forward to it. Thank you, Councilmember.
That's it.
Thank you. All right, well, we have two in-person comments, if I can get my words out. And do we have any online comments? Yeah, we have a few on this. Dr. Miller, are you still here? Dr. Miller and Mr. Burnside.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here. This is my first time coming to these chambers, but I think it'll be a lot more. My name is Dr. Charles Miller. I just recently completed my PhD at UNO in the Urban Planning Department, and my dissertation was a history of New Orleans East. It is titled The East. It is 300 pages of very meticulous detail of this part of the city that has suffered from an incredible amount of negative stigma that does not match reality. I've conducted extensive archival research, 25 in-depth interviews. I've been working with a group called New Orleans East Matters. I've attended countless meetings. And I'm mad, and I don't even live in the East. The East deserves a lot better. And when you think about it and you kind of do the math, it's been 18 years since Katrina, and it was in decline well before Katrina. So that's really kind of 40 years, if you kind of think of it that way. I'm really here today to a call to action. We need to change course. The East cannot continue to be this way. There's almost 85,000 people out there, and they can't even so much as get a Rouse's grocery store. In fact, Rouse's has just skipped it and gone to Mississippi and Alabama, and it's very conspicuous when you see it. The lights are still out. The lights were out after Katrina. I-10 continues to look neglected. The new sound barriers are abysmal compared to the ones in Metairie. And once you start seeing it, you can't unsee it. There's been a lot of questions about the plaza. I have a whole chapter about the plaza. So if you want to know about it, I can document everything. And y'all are right, the plaza is where it's at. You know, at its height by 1981, it accounted for 25% of sales tax revenue for Orleans Parish. So we are losing millions of dollars as people go to Jefferson and St. Tammany to do their shopping. We have a perception problem. We treat the East as a monolithic entity, down to even how we report it in the news, right? When a crime happens in New Orleans East, we simply say the East. We don't do that for other parts of the city. And it creates this false, very exaggerated negative perception that all of New Orleans East is like that, when it actually has some of the highest rates of home ownership in all of Orleans Parish. I go very in depth into the racial component, which I'm not going to go into that in this meeting right now, but race absolutely plays a role in how we think about New Orleans East. And this is true for middle-class Black neighborhoods across America. They suffer from extraordinary amounts of disinvestment compared to even lower-class white neighborhoods. And New Orleans East is absolutely part of that narrative. I'm really hoping that things start to change. I have spent an extraordinary amount of time researching this. I live in Central City, actually, but, you know, I went to Brother Martin for high school, and I started thinking about this stuff. Katrina was my senior of high school, and I really started thinking about this stuff back then. Who was returning back to school, who was not, driving through the East, kind of witnessing that physical decline from the interstate. The interstate drives the narrative, and that's kind of that's a fact, I think. You drive down I-10, you just, I mean, look at it. We have the same debates over and over again. I'm pretty brutal in my dissertation. I say how we had the same debate that we're having in 2020 that we had in 1993. Should we split the precinct? What about the regional business park, the TIF? right? We keep repeating history, and I think it's time to stop repeating history and to make a change. And that's really all I have to say right now.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. You're a blessing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burnside?
Perhaps Dr. Miller would be willing to be hired by the city of New Orleans. Not just joking. Young men sometimes need jobs. They've got school debt to pay off. So, yeah, it's a hard act to follow because he said a lot of truth. So those of us who study things and see weird things, we realize that homeowners associations sometimes get to charge fees, and sometimes it's based on millages like they are in Garden District, and sometimes they're flat fees, and sometimes they do vacant lots, and sometimes they don't. Some of the highest fees are actually New Orleans East or gated communities out there that charge $1,600 a year just in homeowners fee. There's some really nice places in the East. But the way the East got screwed was, of course, the airport went out to Kenner instead of in New Orleans East where it belonged. Because all the white people went to Jefferson, all the black people went to the East, and the black people weren't going to get the airport because if you look at the pictures from the opening of the airport, they're all white people. There's not a black person there, not even a janitor. Since the East never got the airport, the East has always been screwed. Didn't get the Superdome either, but that's a different story. All right, so I don't always agree with my good friend Oliver Thomas, but he is a good friend and I do dearly love him. But I'll point out that if he's going to spend $600 million in the East, maybe it should include some affordable housing. Before he jumps my shit, I'll point out that the River District did include some housing and then they took it away. There's a newspaper article a couple of days ago that did all the work of Ms. Harris. Said, maybe we'll just do half that. So just because you got a promise doesn't mean it's going to come true. But at least you got to start somewhere. It's like planning. If you never plan for it, it'll never happen. And if you plan for it, it'll only happen half the time. Which brings us up to a question that I was asked to ask Councilman Green, which is not normal, and this is strictly rhetorical. But I was asked to ask Councilman Green just how many people he was in charge of back when he was in charge of economic development, because 10, no matter how many, is an interesting story for A, a city of 400,000 people. And B, if you look at the money, it seems that according to what I can read, which I don't really trust anymore, the 2023 projected actuals and the 24 projected budget is a 40% increase. And the last time I checked, a 40% increase was one hell of a good raise. So I don't see how 2.4 employee raise does much in a year of 8% I can't talk anymore. It'd be nice to know what the merit raises are. Let's put it that way. The idea that 0.49 is the same as a half is an interesting thing. I don't know why it's not 10.5, because the last time I checked the rules, if you don't pay 0.5, you don't have to pay benefits. So the reason you got all the 0.49s and all these weird 0.69s and all this other crap in here is because somebody somewhere ain't getting no benefits. It's the way I understand the way the game's played. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong here today. I'll be wrong again because you can't talk if you need to be perfect. So the old VA building's not on here. The Plaza Tower's not in here, and the Mercer Hospital's not on here. And maybe those of us who live more in the center of the city would like it to be that way. I will warn everybody, as I've warned them before, that the whole Governor Nichols and Esplanade Wharf situation is a problem, because if you read that, we're on the hook for all the money for anything below the surface of the river. So if there's anything wrong with any of those pilings, we're going to be paying, and it would really be nice if somebody went there and it just looked. So we've talked about the River District, no point to beat that to death. We'll mention very briefly that there's a huge amount of land in the middle of the city, and it makes a Berlin Wall because it's got steel friggin' fences on either side of it. We own it, but we lease it to Amtrak. It's in sight of the Superdome, where $500 million was just spent on a renovation that you can't see from the street. And I don't know anybody who had a job there and made good money, but maybe I'm just in the wrong crowd. So let's talk affordable housing, because I'm an affordable housing freak, right? So I read 288-page wonderful thing that was passed by this council in the last regular meeting, and read it and didn't understand it, but read it again and sent out an email and got corrected because I had misread it. So according to the latest information I have, which may be wrong, we're spending $600,000 per lot on an affordable housing scatter project throughout Lower 9. $600,000 per lot for a duplex. But if you go to One Stop and you ask how much money is going to be spent on that one lot, the answer is $300,000. So maybe the One Stop's going to go up because of supply chain issues, because the permit was pulled in 22, but 22 is only 1 year ago. So if we're going to pay $600,000 per lot, And the guy who's going to build the house says it's only going to cost him $300,000 to buy it. And there's 20 houses online. There's $6 million that isn't accounted for anywhere, not even in the developer fees or anything else. And I've sent a lot of emails and I got a couple emails back. I'm going to read them all over again on the weekend. But if this is the cost of affordable housing, we never going to get those homeless anywhere other than some place where they're just going to be warehoused until the federal money runs out and people can't make a profit on them no more.
All right, before we get to public comment, I have two quick questions and maybe Jeff, the first one, maybe a little bit outside your purview, but you know, one of the things we talk a lot about is how to create incentives and do things and make things better. The Industrial Development Board has the power of payment in lieu of taxes. And I just continue to wonder, like, it's great when they did South Market and other things that have helped redevelop areas. But is there more we can do in New Orleans East or with housing or with other things that IDB is empowered to help make things work out better, pencil out, as the applicants would say? Just curious about that.
It's a great question. We actually have a number of different public entities who have tools like pilot powers. At bottom, pilots are simply sale and leasebacks, and I actually, from my perspective, I like them better than other forms of abatements because you can really tailor them to a given project. Finance New Orleans has the ability to do pilots via CEA with the city for primarily affordable housing projects. But I think the biggest challenge is that incentives and public investment are best used when you have a very concrete sense of what the specific public investment is going to do in a project, right? And so, you know, we can, you know, certainly make investments in projects that are, you know, that sort of set the stage. But it's really once projects like, for example, when for an affordable housing project has an identified gap, whether it's in South Market or, you know, other pilots that the IDB has done, you can really quantify and right size the investment. So we don't just immediately start off with you're not ever paying property taxes, ad valorem taxes. And so, you know, I think that one of the things that we can do better as a city is be more holistic and actually coordinate among these different entities that have these powers to do our economic and community development work on behalf of the city writ large. And so the short answer is yes, the IDB can and does a lot. FNO is increasingly empowered to do that. The New Orleans Redevelopment Authority has immense powers to do this work. We have public benefit corporations that I know we all know very well that, you know, do yeoman's work on behalf of the city and making transactions happen. But, you know, certainly from our perch, and we're actually undertaking a strategic planning process right now, we can do a better job of coordinating what it looks like for a given project, whether it's a Six Flags or, you know, something in the business park or a river district, to come through one front door of the city. And we can help coordinate which tools we want to use and which entities we need to bring in order to use those tools.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea to sort of like, I know this term gets used a lot, but one stop, but for trying to figure out what the incentive, and you know, council member Harris was talking during city planning about those zoning, and I just think it'd be nice for people to know what the tools are. As you're right, we tailor it to make it work.
That's right.
Tom, can I ask one question too? I mean, one of the speakers brought up the idea of lights, and I feel like we've heard lights being out in the city is something that is a public safety issue. It's a public health issue. It's an economic development issue. And, you know, it just seems to me that when we're talking about reducing blight, adding lights, economic development, workforce development, we have all these people who are acting together, but I'm just wondering, how is there a multidisciplinary approach between safety and permits, code enforcement, DPW, OED, OWD, OCD, health? I mean, it's a lot. And it seems if they're targeting and talking together and sort of maybe circling some areas and saying, this is where we're going to target our approaches, that it's going to help. I'm kind of wondering if there's a way we can help systematize that a little bit better.
Sure. So it's a very good question, and it's absolutely correct. I think that the problems we face, if it's a public safety problem, do need to be addressed in multidisciplinary ways. So when we have a really shoddy apartment complex, code enforcement has to go in. We have to inspect it for blight. We have to enforce. But we need OCD there, and they are there to help us with the residents and to give the support that the residents who have been mistreated need. And we need safety and permits to make sure that various technical elements of the complex are safe. And it affects NOPD, of course. There's criminal activity all the time. So, I mean, part of it is, I think, OBES itself or something akin to OBES. We have OBES now, and I do think something akin to it should continue to exist because all the time, code enforcement, historic preservation, code enforcement are going to have to work together. We do collaborate just as a matter of course between other agencies outside of OBES. We have very good relationships with some of those agencies and departments just mentioned, but I'd certainly be happy to look into any sort of more formalized interdepartmental, interagency coordination, because I think, as you rightly say, that's the way we're going to get to these problems.
Well, it sort of struck me a little bit when Mr. Davis was here talking about how you're going to do the backlog of the title research. And we've been up here for days, Councilmember Thomas, Harris, myself, lights. And I think this integrated approach would be something we'd like to speak with you about how to make sure it works. Obviously, it needs to be supported correctly, but I also think there have been areas, as we've heard repeatedly, that have suffered from disinvestment, which also means it isn't getting the attention it needs. And if we take a targeted approach and say, we're going to pick 3 or 4 areas that are the most in need and circle and have these things, we start showing success. Councilmember Thomas?
When you were talking, Councilmember, I just thought of a little number, reducing blight, getting it right. Let's get our stuff tight. The city's dark. Let there be light.
All right, we agree. Ms. Spears, will you please read the comments?
Sure. The first one is from Deisha Greeley, on behalf of New Orleans East Matters Coalition. Support funding for economic development district plans and support commercial corridor revitalization programs in 2 to 3 commercial corridors, i.e. update cities TIF strategy and identify 2 to 3 strategic EDDs. New Orleans Regional Business Park Planning in early 2024 continue to support projects such as New Orleans East Renaissance Plan. The next comment is from Eric Greeley, who also represents NOE Matters. Support funding for catalytic development, manage economic development for projects such as the former Six Flags, former Lake Forest Plaza Mall, the Naval Support Activity, West End, and more. The next comment is from Candace Taylor, who says, I am in 100% support of funding the Renaissance Plan for New Orleans East. Carmelita McKee says, I want to commend the Office of Economic Development for seeking funding to update the New Orleans East Renaissance Plan. I am hugely in favor of funding this initiative and hope it will spark the revitalization of New Orleans East and finally put it on par with every other part of the city. 18 years after Katrina, NOE residents are still forced to spend their monies enriching surrounding every community but their own. Thank you in advance for finally helping us rise to where we need and deserve to be. Blessings to you all. And the final comment is from Ryan Taylor, who says, I fully support funding the New Orleans East Renaissance Plan.
Great, thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, council members.
All right, next is workforce development. Just as kind of we're going towards halftime of all the presentations, reminders that please try and keep the slide presentations down to maybe 10 or 15 slides, and to speakers, just to mind your time too. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone.
I'm Samantha Lavasso, Director of the Office of Workforce Development. To my left, I have Tammy Washington. I have just had Carmen McKinley, Ada Kwambomban. I have Sabrina Johnson in the back, along with my other project managers, Ashley DeLarge, Lori Boissiere, and Trey Tapp. Like my colleagues before me, the agenda today, we're gonna report on the progress of 2023 department goals, 2024 department goals, personnel overview, 2023 budget summary, and 2024 proposed budget, and account of the one-time funding. So progress on the 2023 department goals. The first goal, it was to expand partnerships with the New Orleans Public Library to bring workforce development, employment, and training services to additional libraries and local communities. In 2023, we established a rotating weekly presence in 4 New Orleans Libraries locations, as well as collaborated on computer basic classes. We established major partnership with the libraries with our walk-in Wednesdays to increase accessibility. Second goal was to engage additional partners in the resource mapping, convening to increase and align the workforce development, employment, and training resources and supportive services available to local residents. Today, we have added 25 additional partners. We've gone from 33 to 58, and we created and revised an electronic resource mapping tool utilizing the new Atlas platform in fall of 2023. The next goal was to build on current partnerships with Kingsley House, now Clover, and develop partnerships with additional Head Start providers and employers to assist adults with children enrolled in Head Start programs with obtaining employment in high-wage, high-demand industries. We have conducted an in-person and remote outreach to identify eligible Head Start parents for Job One services. We jointly hosted career and job fairs in 2023. We contacted and began discussions with our new 40 new Head Starts programs that were funded by the millage. And we're in a partnership with them with Where Are the Workers due to the decrease in job seekers filling vacancies. Right now, the state of Louisiana, our labor force participation is at 59.5% with the nation at 62.6%. We're in the process of working with someone to assist us with data to disaggregate that information so we can see how many people are connected to the labor force in the city of New Orleans. We have a partnership with Greater New Orleans Foundation, New Orleans Business Alliance, Greater New Orleans, Inc., and the Port of New Orleans to develop industry advisory boards in healthcare, construction, infrastructure, advanced manufacturing and transportation, trades and logistics. Currently, we're in the process of finalizing the CEA partnership with the Port. We hope to have that concluded by the end of the year. And we're in the process of finalizing NOFAs for the remaining industry advisory board backbone organizations. One of the goals for 2023 was to create direct pipelines with local businesses for the local workforce system and increase the number of participants enrolled in employer-based training, that is on-the-job training. Thus far, we have hosted 2 employer roundtables to inform the employers of employer services and other training agreements. We identified numerous potential employers such as RTA, Bollinger, LA Waters, and WCJ consultants. We've also increased the number of participants enrolled in employer-based training by 75%. Another goal is to continue training unemployed and underemployed individuals in the National Green Infrastructure Certificate Program that will in turn provide contractors with the skilled workforce needed to participate in green infrastructure projects funded by the National Disaster Resilience Grant. To date, as you guys know, we procured $3 million that was allocated to workforce development for the green infrastructure. The operator of that particular grant is Thrive. They were funded to train 100 to 150 participants. To date, they have trained 144 workforce graduates. They have earned clean water certificates. 145 workforce graduates earned their OSHA certificate focused on safety. 79 workforce graduates earned their NCCER construction certification, with 7 awaiting completion of the coursework. I also want to state that this work has been highlighted and amplified, so much so that the Thrive program was a focus of the national news. I think it was NBC not too long ago, talking about and crediting them for the great work that they're doing, not only in green infrastructure and climate change, but also giving those participants opportunities who are reentry participants, and most of them, if not all of them, come from marginalized backgrounds. Also, continue to improve the structure and delivery of services to achieve a customer-centered service delivery system to better address the employment and skills needed of workers, job seekers, and employers. Improve service delivery strategies that focus on middle-level skills and education. Thus far, we have revised the membership process to include an electronic triage process. We've introduced in-person quick assessments of training eligibility to improve client experience and processing. We've enhanced work readiness classes to include virtual reality training. And I do want to add that all of this work, that all of these goals that we set last year helped us to receive a perfect performance across the board this year. We received our results, I think, about a week ago. And so the federal government and the state have these performance goals that we must achieve with the WIA funding that we receive. And we have placed green across the board. Also, continue effective implementation of the Higher NOLA and Living Wage Ordinance. So when this was initially implemented, it was a complaint-based initiative. And so now we've moved from complaint-based, which is reactive, to a more proactive approach. Currently, we're monitoring 42 contracts. 40 are in the early childhood development sector, of which 90% identify as African-American and reside in the city of New Orleans. 100% of those workers are female, and the starting pay is $15 an hour. We are also overseeing 2 waste contracts. 80% identify as African-American, and 90% reside in New Orleans. 95% are males, and with a starting pay of $19 per hour. 5% are female drivers. Continue to provide meaningful summer and year-round employment for city youth and expand opportunities to engage system-involved youth and other youth with multiple barriers to employment. We were budgeted for 1,040 participants for this summer. We hired 1,146. Therefore, we hired 1,146 on a budget of 1,040. Of the 1,146, 169 were summer success students in partnership with the Office of Youth and Families. 86 of those participants were college interns. Normally, we have a budget of only 40. And also, we continue to have a year-round partnership with JJIC, providing those participants with the work experience. One thing I must add, one thing that we're doing is we're continuing to work on timely payments in collaboration with the other systems that were involved in the summer employment program. And I will be remiss not to mention that, because I know that was a heated topic. But we have met, we talked about some internal processes that we could do to make things better. We've gone from doing the electronic payments to check payments. And so we're looking forward to having a great first round with these fall internships. We had a few dollars left over from the summer. And so we have implemented a fall internship. And so the goal is right now to just be error-free, which we will be. Another goal was to identify new funding streams to expand supportive services, that is stipends, provided to participants while participating in training. We implemented the city's first Earn and Learn program utilizing the Wisner funds. And now we have identified ARPA funds to continue the program at $15 an hour for up to 30 hours a week for those participants who are interested in upskilling and retraining. 2024 department goals. So our strategy right now, we're focusing on using workforce development as a strategy. We did a presentation to the economic development team, and our focus was prevention, prepare, and connect. And this is the braiding of our main funding stream, which is WLA, ARPA funds, and additional grants that the Office of Workforce Development have received. So the first thing we're focusing on is expanding strategies to increase high school graduation rates by developing partnerships with local high schools for the implementation of the Jobs for America's program. Currently, the city of New Orleans, we're looking at a dropout rate for our high school participants at almost 20%. So with the JAG program, we're hoping to mitigate that high dropout rate. Then we're looking to expand innovative programming for youth, including the Leonard Merriman III Youth Pilot Program, the EMS Core Program, and virtual reality training. The Office of Workforce Development just received $1.2 million in the form of a grant to start training currently incarcerated individuals in the sunset of their term in green infrastructure. So for 2024, the goal is to train 50 currently incarcerated individuals in green infrastructure who are in the sunset of their prison term. Another goal is to create a baseline percentage for the city of New Orleans for the number of residents connected to high wage, high demand jobs. Right now, just arbitrarily, just looking at the Alice report and then some of the labor participation reports as seen by the state of Louisiana, we're going to conservatively set that limit for 60%. So 60%, and we're looking at this universally. So we're setting a target for the city of New Orleans to have 60% of their labor force connected to high wage, high demand starting in 2024. And the last thing we have set as a goal is to expand the Earn and Learn program and partner with nonprofit organizations to provide needed resources and holistic services to job seekers. Project pipeline. So personnel, 2023 actual and 2024 budgeted full-time employees. We had 9, well, actually we had 10 full-time employees. One was promoted and she went to the health department. And so then I had a promotion from within, and Ms. Carmen is now our Director of Youth Initiatives. And so that leaves us with a vacancy. The goal is to fill that vacancy before the end of the year. So for 2024, all 10 full-time positions will be filled. 2023 budget summary and 2024 proposed budget. For 2023 adopted budget for personnel services, it was $2,892,009. For other operating, it was $15,019,165, which gave us a total of $17,911,174. For the 2024 proposed budget, personnel is $2,899,505. Other operating, $16,170,142, which gives us a total of $19,069,647. The variance is an increase of $7,496 for personnel, an increase of $1,150,977 for other operating, which gives us a total variance of $1,158,473. The explanation of the variance is additional grant funding. Like I said, we had several grants that we were funded for, such as the Careers Grant and the Restore Grant. This also includes funding for NOLA Youth Work Summer Program, funding for Career Pathways, and of course, Hire NOLA. Our one-time funding. So workforce development training for youth, $1.7 million was appropriated and $1.7 million still remains. I do want to say that the 3 contracts with NOCC for supplies, Operation Spark for build out, and Youth Force NOLA to expand soft skills programming to 3 new high schools, they're in the final stages of execution. Youth Force NOLA actually have their executed contract. Operation Spark, we're just waiting on a document to move forward. And the 1 million for New Orleans Career Center, it's just waiting for the mayor's signature. So workforce development, we were given $11 million in opera funds to do some very innovative programming for workforce development, I'm sorry. Again, focusing on workforce development as a strategy, prevention, prepare, and connect. So with those funds, we've allocated $1.6 million for the industry advisory boards, 1 million for New Orleans Career Center for state-of-the-art equipment so that we can train our youth and our people in the building trades, thus setting us up for the IDRA dollars that's coming down the pipeline. $500,000 for the Leonard Merriman of the Third Youth Pilots Program. And the reason we named the program Leonard Merriman the Third is because he was instrumental in us doing this pilot initiative, and he passed, I think, about two weeks ago.
His funeral was just Saturday, actually.
Yes, so I just wanted to honor him. The Delgado Horticulture Training, $100,000. Earn and Learn Program, $900,000. EMS Corps, $500,000. Ninth Ward Alternative Construction System, $400,000. Green Infrastructure Supplier Training, $400,000. Teachers in Training, $300,000. A student intern program, $200,000. Financial Literacy and Transportation, $100,000. And tech training, $100,000. And so what happened, I had to go to very generic terms. We were ready to tee all of these off. And then about 3 weeks ago, we received information that the procurement process has changed, thus telling us that we have to do a NOFA for all of these initiatives. We have the JAG program, $3 million, Upskill and Retrain, $1 million. The Performing Arts Training, $400,000, and supportive services for college students, $200,000. The last two, tutoring services, we're allocating $200,000, and we are going to embed that in the JAG program, and $100,000 for creative support training. Youth Force NOLA, who's one of our partners, received $750,000 in general fund to train 250 participants, to put 250 participants in an internship program. Thus far, 140 on a budget of 250 students have completed the program. And thus far, of the $750,000 that has been given, $333,749 have been expended. We're in discussion with them to assist with making sure that the other 110 students will have an opportunity to do an internship. And then the remaining $300,000 would go for career exploration, such as students will be provided transportation to visit NOCC, rental space for the expo, outreach materials, and they have a sub-recipient agreement with Junior Achievement, which should cover all $750,000. Was that quick enough?
Yes, thank you. I guess a few things. One is, you said the procurement process changed, and to quote one of my colleagues, I had to push my vein back in yesterday in my head. What happened?
So, on April 26th, the Law Department, Procurement and Purchasing, as well as myself, had a meeting, and we discussed all of my initiatives. And so, if my memory serves me correctly, if we were partnering with a nonprofit, we could directly contract with them as a sub-recipient.
Right.
About 3 weeks ago, we were saying that that is not the case. And so therefore we have to write NOFAs to inform others that there's a notice of funding so that it could be more open as far as people applying for those funds.
Somebody's gonna have to explain to me, and I'm not saying you, law department's coming tomorrow. why there's a NOFA for some things and why there's CEAs for something else, because we, and I'm saying this to you, Ms. Villavasso, I'm saying about the city, is that we literally have coming up on the next council agenda, a CEA with a nonprofit who Wisner funds are going to go to. And so don't have to go out for a NOFA for them. So this is gonna be my thing for like until my term ends. Until we get procurement and law and processes fixed, we're gonna continue to chase our tail. And that's just the bottom line, is government cannot work if we're headed in one direction and the door seems open and it slams on us and back. And again, it's not directed to you, wasn't directed to property management yesterday. It is a general frustration, and we will take it up with the law department tomorrow. The other thing I just kind of want to point out, and I'm going to channel a little bit Councilmember Green before he goes, is I did the math on all these different things, and the city has allotted $20 million to your office in all of these different funds. I mean, it's a little less than 20 million. It's 19.2. But the point just being, there's a frequently conversation about where city funds are going and what they're going to. One of the things I would like to do ultimately is have the city, but if not them, us, have stacked up information about money that's been spent on things other than NOPD. You know, we created the housing fund that's $32 million. You have this funding, that's almost 20 million. That's almost $50 million. Thrive Kids is $10 million. The health department's gotten, we've given raises to people inside City Hall, which is part of making sure that people are paid well overall. Blight is $10 million. That is a public health strategy. So I just think the collective we, and again, not directed at you, but the city, has done a poor job of explaining all the money that's gone to public safety, health, housing, and other initiatives that are important to making sure our residents have good quality of life. Councilmember Green?
I don't necessarily think we've done a poor job. I think that sometimes notions are already determined and that people make comments based on what they have already decided. It's clear when you look at the fire department's budget, for example, which is not so far away from the police department's budget, that we aren't spending all of our money on just police. The fire department's budget is $160 million. But when we add all of these other programs, for example, that we're doing, I think that the city council and its administration have been very generous relative to social service motivated projects. And in some respects, I always say that we focus on the negative, but we also need to focus sometimes on what would things be like if we didn't have these programs. It'd be a lot worse. So at the end of the day, things aren't terribly bad all the time, and the city council and the city make some good decisions relative to the spending of money. And some of the things that we do, such as with fire department and the like, are because they make a difference in our city, and our citizens are the beneficiaries of it. I actually don't want to, I don't have a comment or question, except I want to say this. Interestingly enough, last Friday, I spoke at the funeral of Leonard Merriman III. And I mentioned that I was going to ask the administration to name the program, the pilot program for Leonard Merriman III. So it's very refreshing and something that I will share with the family immediately today.
Thank
text
you.
to let them
I was
know.
supposed to attend the funeral and mention this, and I didn't feel well, so I didn't make it.
Yeah. Well, for those who don't know, Leonard Merriman is a, okay, let me throw it out there now. So let me get it out of the way. A St. Augustine High School graduate who was, all right, who was for decades a who was for decades a pilot with airways such as United Airways and the like.
Airlines.
And he was American Airlines.
Yes.
And he was very interested in encouraging young people to pursue being a pilot. He talked about the vacant positions within that industry and said that it was a shame that we couldn't fill all those positions. So he was motivated and asked the city and asked others, including high schools, year after year to consider a training program that would allow students who finished high school to be right at the edge of being able to get their pilot's license. Mm-hmm. We have this facility right out there at the end of Dowman Boulevard, Dowman Road, the
Lakefront Airport. We have flight training schools there, but we didn't have anything in place that would allow a young person in high school to pursue his interest in that area. So it is a great thing to say today that the administration and strongly supported by the council, and you knew that it was something that I'm telling you now, it was something that I was gonna ask, has named a program after someone who was only focused on trying to get young people into the industry in which he had served for so many decades, and now it's come to fruition. So this is another great day of
Well,
celebration.
we're not waiting for them to graduate. We're starting the summer of their sophomore year, at the end of their sophomore year.
that's
So
even-
by the time they graduate, they will have their entry level or their first level pilot's license.
Right, that is a great thing, and we have programs even here locally. It's gonna even help them to stay in school here locally. For example, UNO has a pilot training program. You can graduate high school here and go right to District D's University of New Orleans and potentially get your pilot's license very quickly and fly right out of Lakefront Airport. Again, this is just a day to talk about the positives of New Orleans and of Louisiana. So, but thank you for that gesture.
Well, let's talk about the positive. I want to thank Councilmember Harris and you, Councilmember Green, for attending our open house. So thank you for your attendance. So
Okay.
I look forward to the rest of the council people visiting.
Councilmember Harris.
Well, first of all, I want to say to Councilmember Green, I got married at the Lakefront Airport in his councilmatic district.
Oh,
so
yeah, how about that?
Beautiful. And no, I'm so happy to have y'all in District B, where you belong, yay. In a beautiful building, and the tour was wonderful. And I understand that there's some upcoming possibility of partnering with the recirculating farms and some other entities to get more healthy food into our communities. So I just want to thank you for that and all that you do. Looking forward to working with you as we have in the past and in the future. So thank you so much.
The Lakefront Airport is a District E.
Yes, the University of New Orleans.
All right.
We got enough trouble. We got enough trouble with branding and people taking.
All right.
Yeah, we are District
E.
E.
All right, council member.
So our students will be trained to become air pilots in District E, and then they will go on to UNO, right? To
In
continue
District-
with their education in District D.
Go ahead, New Orleans. All right.
It then moves to algae.
Right. All right,
Thank you all. Mr. Burnside, Sarah Bell.
My friend.
Mr. Burnside first? Yeah. Thank you.
Read my name first.
That's what,
Got no,
you only
So-
clocked in at 9:39, so you
yeah,
did great.
no, I'm getting tardy.
Yes.
So Mr. Burnside is the opposite of Councilman Green. He's not elected and he's not good looking and he's not kind. So, for me, the thing that stands out in all these reports is that there's no pie chart.
Okay, everybody, just for the record, he said, I'm kind, nice and good looking. He was saying he's not, but you are a nice guy and you are very kind and good looking. Thank you. We both are. This is the day of good news. We both are, okay?
Yeah, well,
He said, well,
I'll change my image here in a moment. You need to have pie charts because we need to know totals. We're not given totals. We can't understand how much money of something is something else. We're just given these little tiny bits floating through the air and they're not connected to anything. So to know that there's 19.2 million, then gives us a scale that we can look at and say, well, okay, 750,000 is this or that. It's either big or small, whatever, but without knowing what the total is, we don't know very much. And it would be good to know the total and be given it. For you to have a meeting in April 26th and still not have stuff out is an indictment on the system. You are, of course, part of the system, but you're not the totality of the system. And to have all this money not spent yet and all these people waiting for this money to be spent has got to be a nightmare for somebody. I'm not going to touch much more except to pass on through and say that pages 14 and 13 seem to be exactly the same to me. I'm sure it's just a little mix up. The money here, revenue pages would be nice in budgets. It'd be nice to know where the money's coming from. It'd be nice to know who's giving us these grants. And it would also sort of be nice to know the reputation and what do they really want? Because right now where the money comes from isn't really clear. I will pick on one group of people because I love votes, so I'll pick on the formerly incarcerated. If you got 1.2 million to take 50 people, that's $250,000 each. So you've got to have multi-year, because Councilman Green taught me that you got to ask because it's not written. And it would be really cool if it was written, and people like me wouldn't freak out at the idea that you're spending $250,000 a year, or $250,000 on, one person, because you could train them to be pharmacists for that kind of money. So, let's see here. What else do I want to say? Anything? Oh, thank you for verbally at least acknowledging the timely payment issue. It wasn't in print anywhere in your stuff, and I was going to get all huffy about silence equaling death and all the rest of it. It's good that you mentioned it. I will point out that you seemed really proud and happy that you managed to pay 1,146 kids on a budget of 1,040. To me, that means that at most a kid got 90% of what he was budgeted, and I'm not sure that the kids will be just as happy as you are, but who knows, maybe they will be. Maybe it was their friends that got paid. So the last thing maybe that I'll touch on, because everything else looks like it should belong in an email, is that I am a little curious as to why you have a relationship with, and I'm not going to pronounce the name correctly, so I'm just going to spell it Bollinger, because my understanding is that that shipyard closed up and left. Anyway, take care.
Thank you. Sarah Bell?
So I would like to answer Mr. Bernstein. So we are serving 50 for 2024, 50 for 2025, and 50 for 2026. So a total of 150. Currently incarcerated people will benefit from the $1.2 million received. As far as 90%, we always anticipate attrition in the summer employment program. So therefore, we always overhire as opposed to underhire. We don't want to return any funds back from the summer.
All right, Sarah.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Bell. I'm the Chief of Industry Exposure and Experience for Youth Force NOLA, and I'm here to express gratitude for the strong partnership that Youth Force has with the Office of Workforce Development, and especially Director Villavaso. Youth Force NOLA expands options, opportunities, and prosperity for our youth and our city by strengthening and reimagining college and career pathways. We're grateful for the past support from the city and have a record of strong results in delivering on your investments. We're proud to serve as a provider of one of the city's summer youth employment initiatives. This summer, 140 rising high school seniors from public schools in Orleans Parish completed our internship program, working 13,553 hours, earning $260,400 and gaining practical work experience with 70 local business partners. 57% of these businesses are minority led. And we're especially grateful to council members Morrell, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas for hosting our interns this summer. In 2023 alone, so far, 3,643 students have participated in career education programs. This includes a career expo that exposes high school students to good paying jobs in locally in-demand fields like carpentry, engineering, IT, pre-nursing, green infrastructure, and software development. In addition, Youth Force NOLA provides training to educators and students in soft skills that we know will set them up for success in college, career, and in life. In the coming year, we aim to expand these offerings to reach many more students through expanding career education, our internship program, and soft skills training across New Orleans public schools. We so appreciate the city's investment in our work and hope to continue the strong partnership in 2024 and beyond. We have requested a renewal of our current contract and are meeting next week with Director Villavaso to discuss this. As a result of our collective efforts, our public school graduates will thrive in meaningful, well-paying careers right here in New Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, do you have a public comment?
Hello, my name is Trish Diamond. I am the ARPA Implementation Director for the City of New Orleans. I'm here with my staff of program managers, and we're here to provide any clarification if it was required pertaining to the need for NOFAs or for any of the projects that we're funding.
Well, I guess look, I don't want to belabor this because it's already 2:30 and we have like 4 more departments to do. But I do think, can we have this conversation tomorrow during law? Because look, we don't want to encourage the wrong thing. We don't want people to do the wrong thing, number one. Let's just be clear about that. Number two, we don't want to create an environment where people are scared of doing the right thing. And so they get into no is an easier answer because they're scared that somebody above them or council members are going to get frustrated with them. But I just, in all candor, this whole year has been a litany of people sitting, and this isn't you, Trish, people sitting at the table, again, exclusive of this, saying, I tried to get air conditioning, but I couldn't get it. I tried to do this, but it didn't happen. I couldn't make the process work, and I thought I was able to do it, and then they told me, but you didn't spell the right word on Sunday 5 times. I mean, the process has to be clear, has to be consistent, has to be knowable, has to be predictable. And again, this isn't at you, it's too much. And we have too much, and I guess to say it for the last time, we are sitting on a pile of money right now. And it's been slowed down. I appreciate the fact that you're here, your team is here to try and facilitating and making that happening and seeing progress. But it's just time, like we have to sort of cut the cord and have this conversation and make it happen.
Understood.
Thank you very much. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
you being here. All right, thank you all for being at the table. Next up, cultural economy, then nighttime economy. All right. Thank you very much for being here.
Good afternoon, council
Good afternoon.
members. We're happy to be here and share our progress for 2023 and plans for 2024. I'd like to begin with just stating that we have a very dynamic and mighty team in the Office of Cultural Economy. And seated here at the table, we have Carol Morton, our film director. We have Michelle Alexander, who is communications development. I have Donald Lance Hardwell, our leadership. And then we have a great team of Brian Cornelison, Elena Harris, Lynette Myers, Rachel Reddix, Brittany Chandler, Kaylin Polk, and Micah Theodore, which all head up very vital aspects of the office. So jumping right in, we're going to begin with our updates and strategic goals for Film New Orleans.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, everyone. I would like to start with our department goals, the progress that we've made on them from 2023. One of our major goals in the film office was to establish a Film New Orleans strategic marketing plan, including increasing ad buys in national, international trade magazines, and to expand our social media presence. And in that area, we were able to establish partnerships with GNO Inc. and the Louisiana Film and Entertainment Association, which is a trade association for the film industry in the state of Louisiana. And we are in the process of launching both a marketing campaign inside of the New Orleans Film Office, as well as working with LFEA to do a national and statewide marketing campaign. And the goal of it is to market the value and return of the film industry, not only to New Orleans, but to the state of Louisiana, and to market our workforce training development, which is tied to filmmaking. New Orleans was also recognized in 2023 as one of the best big cities to live and work as a filmmaker. We were number 3 on that list, and on that list were cities like New York and Atlanta, so we were very proud to be in that position. Also, the Film New Orleans office and actually myself worked very closely with LFEA to extend the film tax credits until 2031. We were very successful in the state legislature this year. In addition, we established the Louisiana Film Workforce and Education Coalition in partnership with our local workforce providers who produce workforce training programs for jobs in the film industry. Jobs in the film industry are not classified as permanent jobs, even though we have so much business in the city of New Orleans that it is a full-time job, but workers have to move from one production to another. When we have $1 billion of production spend in the New Orleans region, they're consistently working. They're also union members, so 80% of our film workforce are members of the union, and as a member of the union, you have benefits, both retirement and you have health care. So essentially they are full-time workers, but they're not classified that way in order to get support, say, from the city's workforce training office. The New Orleans Film Office is a workforce partner with NOVAC, with the Cool Cooperative and the New Orleans Film Society. All of us work together to train entry-level workers to get jobs in the film industry. And we, in fact, create the pipeline. And the pipeline is created so that we ensure that a certain percentage of the people that we train get jobs, entry-level jobs on productions when they're coming into the city of New Orleans. The Film Office is the office that brings in, does economic development, and brings in all of the filming into the city. So we are aware very early on what projects are coming in, who's hiring, and where. Also, we established other programming that I think is really important, which also helps and supports our independent filmmaking community. One of them is Novak's Crescent Cinema. In partnership with that, we screen films, short films that are made by our independent local filmmakers, and we also produce training programs for them as well.
Thank you, Carol. And would you like to share for the record of our budget hearing, breaking news that took place on yesterday?
Yeah, so I think probably most everyone in the room is aware that the film industry has been on strike pretty much since May of this year. And late yesterday, the SAG Actors Union came to an agreement with studios and streamers. And so as of 12:01 last night, the industry is back and they will be filming again very soon. I just received 3 calls this morning on my way here for productions that are interested in filming here. And we also have 2 productions, AMC Productions, I think you're probably aware, Mayfair Witches. They will be staffing up in a matter of a week. And when I talk about staffing up, it's probably unknown, but one production can hire 150 to 200 people, 150 people in their production office and another 100 or so people to work on their film sets. And in addition to that, actors above that. So one production that comes into the city, average production spends $30 million filming here in the city. And so hiring anywhere from 300 to 600 or 700 individuals is pretty common. So we're happy to have them back.
Yeah, and that doesn't even, Carol, include like catering and third-party things and all the other associated.
No, or locations and all the other external things that they do. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Carol. And moving right on to the cultural initiatives and events that we sponsor, we have traditional sponsorships that include King's Day, Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, Essence Festival of Culture, New Orleans Film Festival, and Bayou Classic. However, we were also able to just leverage our dollars and partner with several other cultural organizations throughout this year to sponsor 67 major economic and cultural events as well. We also want to be, as a cultural economy office, a data source of information for everything that is taking place so that people will have the opportunity to understand all of the different venues and activities that they may support for a great quality of life, and also to attract people here to our city. to support our culture. So we have expanded our outreach and subscribers. We have a weekly newsletter that we send out to everyone. And if you'd like to join, I know the council is a part of it, but we always reach out to encourage folks to subscribe so that they can receive the information. We're growing our Instagram following. We also have press conferences and the like to continue to share the work that we're doing. We also plan to continue to strengthen this year and into our future, our partnerships with the organizations such as Louisiana Philharmonic Orchestra, opera. If I start naming, I'm going to get in trouble, but our traditional cultures with our Mardi Gras Indians, baby dolls, our social aid and pleasure organizations. It's so many, but we were able to increase our partnerships this year by 15%. So moving to our 2024 goals. As stated, we want to continue to leverage opportunities for our New Orleans artists and artisans by identifying local, national, and international resources so that we can share them and help strengthen our cultural economic standing for the cultural artists as well. We're going to continue to grow our partnerships. We're going to advance through more and more marketing and publication. And then we're going to move into goals from Film New Orleans as well.
Film New Orleans will be expanding our film data collection process. Film New Orleans is a primary source for film data because some of the data is only received through the film office, and we work very closely with LED because a lot of that data also comes through LED. But bringing that data together and coalescing it together creates a better picture and a better understanding about what our film industry is and what the impact is. It takes a lot to get to $1 billion of spend, and we want to break that down better in our data reporting to explain exactly what that money is and where that money goes, because it's local. And I think that can be kind of difficult to understand. So we're working on that. Also, we are, as a part of our press development outreach, we will be expanding the amount of press releases and social media that we were doing, both to promote the success of the film industry, but also the opportunities that exist in the film industry, either for jobs, for work, for opportunities to get connected to other local filmmakers. All of that is critically important to maintain our industry here. We are also working on a film permit, and we have been working to pass a film permit. The city of New Orleans has never had a film permit. We actually use a construction zone permit to permit productions and their parking. So therefore, the amount of money that comes into city government has never been able to fully be calculated because we've come into city government as a construction permit and not a film permit. But we're working on that, and the industry is very excited about that. They really appreciate that they will be recognized through an actual film permit. We are also leading the development of the Louisiana Film and Entertainment Workforce Coalition. As I mentioned earlier, we have some issues with securing workforce dollars in order to train individuals to work in the film industry. And so seeing that void, I just established the Louisiana Film and Education Workforce Coalition, and it has been incredibly successful and supported. All of our studios are engaged with this and helping to lead the charge on this. Also, our educational institutions, our training partners across the state are engaged. We think this is a really great opportunity, not only to advise our communities that these opportunities exist, but also to show how strong our local workforce is. The Film Tax Credit Program is actually a jobs creation program, and we've been very successful with that. So we want to expand it. We also want to market it. We have also established deeper partnerships, workforce training, as I mentioned, educational programs with Novak, Cool Cooperative, other organizations. We're also working on revising the Film New Orleans policies and procedures. I think probably Councilmember Jeruso is familiar with this process, but we established restrictions or we establish requirements for the amount of filming that we have in certain neighborhoods, certain areas, which can be a bit overwhelming. It's all really wonderful, but there is a really smart way that you can address people's issues and problems and solve them. And I also want to add to that is that Film New Orleans is not only the permitting, we issue all of the film permits, but we also do all of the enforcement for film. And that is a really magical thing because it also allows us to see where the issues are, address them in real time, and further down the road when we have to solve problems.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you because you all have been really good when an issue flares up about meeting people, talking about them, being in the same room, trying to work through problems and be so reasonable. We appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. And moving to personnel, we're fully staffed. And so we're going to be moving into the new year with the team that is really awesome. And then moving to our proposed budget. Our proposed budget stands strong. Going into the new year, we'll have the funding for our personnel and for our operational costs. The funding is in place. We did this year receive one-time state funding that we will speak to in just a moment. And so we'll have a reduction in that from this year going into next year. And then from that, as stated in other departments, there is the 2.5% and the merit pay as well. That is accounted for within the budget. Also, now speaking to the one-time funding, we received $150,000 from Senator Jimmy Harris to support public safety, the public safety aspect of our social aid and pleasure club second lines. And so we were able to have the cooperative endeavor agreement appropriated the funds in this year, and we are working to have those funds expended by year end. We have contacted all of our social aid and pleasure clubs. They have come in, they're signing their grant documentation, and we're processing those payments. Each organization will receive approximately $3,800. And this will be utilized to pay for the police escorts during our second line parades and all safety permits and licensing. So we're moving right along with that. And so with sake of time, as I know it's been a day well spent, we will be providing to council and sharing with everyone just further details to really outline in detail what we've been up to this year, all of the different initiatives and partnerships we spoke to. We'll provide that to you, as well as a detail of how those dollars were spent and what the economic impact to the cultural economy, but also the economic impact to the city of New Orleans has been as a result of the cultural activities that take place. This concludes our report.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you for the work that you and your staff have done. In my other life, we worked kind of closely together on some projects and potential projects. And as a union member of the film industry, I appreciate what you guys have done to at least support the industry. And what a lot of people don't know, Councilmember Giarrusso, is we had the #1 protocol actually agreement of everybody in the film industry. And it was with some of the folk I worked with, Dick Wolf, Rasha Ravinovich, during COVID, because of our protocol agreement, that the industry was still able to do some things and work within the city of New Orleans at a standard that they couldn't in other cities. Just had an industry meeting up in Baton Rouge not too long ago. I know there are about 17 different projects that were primed and geared up and ready to go. I think 12 or 13 of them that were waiting for the strike to be over here in New Orleans. Where are we now with those 12 or 13? And how close are we to them getting underway?
I would say we are very close. I have had 2 conversations this morning. I know that there are several other projects. So the process will be that they will set up a production office. That will be the initial step. And as I said, a production office is usually about 150 people. So that would be a very quick hire that will probably happen between now and the end of the year. And I would anticipate filming to start, that people will still start to see it and feel it early next year.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you all so much.
Okay.
We have one public comment.
Oh, one last question. Now that the strike is over, can we expect an increase in our SAG checks now?
Well, they're saying that you will. I mean, it's been announced that you will, that we will see.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Some of us are special in the world and others of us don't even have a union card. So, it's good to see Councilman Thomas happy. So you're one of the few people that are staffed up, so you're one of the few people I'm gonna say this out loud for, because otherwise I need to go home and do my math and put things in emails, but you guys are spending 107K for each one of you. So on average, half you make more than no, that's not fair. FTE, the city is paying out $107,000 on average for each one of you, including benefits and other such things. This is not your salary. It is what it costs us to have you in the building. So it would be good to have a revenue page. It would be good to know about your grants. If enforcement is your office, it would be good to know whether you can get contacted through 311 or 911, or there are different levels of enforcement, right? I was in Los Angeles and they used to do some filming near my house because I was blessed to be on the back end of a building very near the ocean. And I went out one day and my car was gone because somebody who worked for the film felt empowered to hook up a tow truck and move it. So sometimes 911 is not a joke and sometimes 311 is appropriate, but it would be nice to know how to get hold of you. There is some sort of grant for cultural economy through the city council that I don't know anything about, and I'm not sure it would be through your office, but it might be nice to just give it a shout out since we gave a shout out to the state senator. You might mention any kind of film festival that might be going on. There's one that I know of as a gay man that's not mentioned here. As far as pipelines go, the police start their pipeline at 13 years of age. It might be nice to know if you start yours at 13 years of age, so the 13-year-old can make a choice. If you got a $30 million on average, then you're paying the people 43,000. If there's only 350 people, you're paying them 86. But it would be nice to know what the film industry salaries are. It'd be nice to know what their average hours are. It'd be nice to give a shout out for the job because apparently it's a good one and a lot of people would like it.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Thank you all for all of your hard work, and we're excited about all the strikes ending and what that means for the
We are too. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. All right, next up, nighttime economy.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me here today. We're going to start, and I'm going to do my best to make this brief because I know it's been a long day already. In, what was it, 2019, they started looking at creating an Office of Nighttime Economy. There were 2 council members, the mayor, they were looking at it. And now there are 18 offices throughout the country that deal specifically with nighttime economy. Meet with all of them. We have one in Iowa City. There's a new one in Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. And all of them, as we talk to them on a regular basis, look to New Orleans to lead because our culture is everything. It's funny, I was listening to Jeff Schwartz talk about the energy sector and the tech hub. And one of the reasons he's excited about it is because these companies are choosing New Orleans because of our quality of life, because of our culture, because of the things that make us unique, our culture bearers, our content creators. And those are things that we're seeing at every other city. And the fact that we're recognizing it, New Orleans gets to lead the way on this. And it's kind of exciting to be a part of that. We continue to listen. We continue to build the office out. When I spoke with the nighttime director in New York, she said, you're not going to get anything done in the first year and a half because you're literally going to be building it up from the ground up. And that's exactly what's happened. All the stuff that I thought would happen or that we had thought might happen, it's amazing how it took another turn. And it's exciting to watch that happen. So our job is to serve as an advocate and a liaison. The job is to advocate for the nighttime cultural economy of the city of New Orleans and her culture bearers. There are 50,000 of them in the city of New Orleans in the hospitality industry, which means they're in every neighborhood. This isn't about just advocating for the businesses or advocating for musicians. It's in every neighborhood in the city. And so as we sit here and continue to grow the office, we're going to continue to listen and we're going to continue to advocate. 19 million people came here in 2019. We're going to do everything we can to get them back. If we go to personnel, we're excited to announce that for the first time, the office as of the 27th of this month will be at full capacity. We are hiring on two outreach coordinators and policy coordinators. We're excited to be able to have them be a part of the process as well. 2 rock stars. We got one at a bargain price and the other who could have moved anywhere but chose to move to the city of New Orleans. Organizational chart's pretty simple. There's only 4 in the office. Myself, Deputy Director Michael, and then the 2 that will be coming on the 13th and the 27th. We talk about on the next one, the staff roles and responsibilities. One of the biggest things is outreach. And so we're excited again to have somebody else coming on that's going to help us with that outreach, someone who has an extensive experience with the outreach as well. But we're also working with not just outreach in the community, but with other city agencies. And so we take a look at places like the Sewage and Water Board and Road Work NOLA, because we're seeing that as a lot of this road work is taking place, sometimes that outreach isn't taking place to the businesses it's affecting. We actually went to a business the other day on St. Charles that is dealing with that very issue, who could have probably made some adjustments to the way that they staff and the way that they're running their business if they had known. It's looking at places like the health department, where we recognize as part of our Narcan program that they were running low on Narcan. So we're taking money out of our budget to procure Narcan that we can help to get us through the end of the year. We look at places like safety and permits, where we're looking at ABO changes that could save in the neighborhood of 800 to 1,000 man hours and lessen the burden on businesses as they're going through this. We take a look at economic development, where Councilmember Harris was talking before about supporting the industry. We're seeing and experiencing the same thing. As someone in the industry, this was a rough summer and we knew it was coming. And you listen to people like Carol, this filming thing is huge for the city of New Orleans, and it had a major impact on what happened in our hospitality industry. These folks spent a lot of money. And the fact that we didn't have that, the fact that we didn't have major meeting groups that were coming up that sometimes fill in those slow spots, and then the ungodly heat, all those things coming on top of, we meet with the SBA on a regular basis, and they're still considering us recovering from Ida. That was 2 years ago. These were all things that took place at once. And so we're going to continue to work with economic development, continue to work with every single city agency to try to figure out ways around that. Excited about the accomplishments in 2023. One is something I personally started working with about 2 years ago. If you had a chance on Monday, there was a Holland Cruise Line ship in the port of New Orleans for the first time. They had the Big Easy Cruise. We had over 150 of our culture bearers and content creators on that cruise. Big dollars. This isn't some little $300 cruise ship. Even the bottom line was right at $1,000. We worked on the Reset Music Festival. Excited about that. That was 15,000 people last year in City Park. That wouldn't have happened if we hadn't have stepped in and had conversations with the conservatory and with Winter Circle Productions. And we continue to look for replacements for Buku and Voodoo. We currently have 2 that are looking at taking up that slot. Something a little bit smaller, something a little bit bigger, but again, working on bringing more dollars in. We're excited to be hosting Taylor Swift, and while we had nothing to do with that, I do want to share some of the information that we know about. Of those 156,000 tickets sold, 91% of them are from outside the New Orleans metro area. That's huge dollars, and we're actually working with the promoter, working with the Superdome, and trying to figure out ways we can capture more people. There's a phenomenon called tailor-gating, and we're working on something right now that could potentially bring another 24,000 people into the city as part of that. We helped finish up, which is finally in the final stages. This council actually, with Wisner money, put some dollars towards the Preservation Hall and their expansion. We're finally finishing up that CEA, which will be coming back to you guys shortly. One of the things I do want to bring up, something I wasn't going to, but I ran into a good friend of mine last night, and we were talking about some of the sweeps that our office had helped coordinate. And while the Office of Nighttime Economy has no enforcement power, what we do is kind of show that we can work within these very different silos, all of those different agencies working together. And he came up to me and said, thank you, because he lives in that neighborhood. And he saw the difference immediately. The businesses saw the difference immediately. The sweep itself wasn't about illegal vending. The sweep itself was about public safety. We went out there for weeks in advance. We gave notice, we gave warning, we put up signs. And even when we got there, the various agencies, including the New Orleans Fire Department, including the New Orleans Police Department, the ATC, Department of Revenue, still gave a significant amount of warning. The one arrest that took place was for someone that actually had an outstanding warrant for assaulting a police officer. And so as we continue to work forward on this, it's key to kind of follow the model that Captain Roberts in the 8th District has been doing and the sweeps that he's been doing, using the multi-departmental approach, because it shouldn't all fall on one department. We're excited about musician loading zones, and that'll be the next slide. I think it shows our commitment to the culture bears. I know it seems like a small step, but imagine you're making $100 and something a night and you just got a $40 ticket trying to unload your gear. This is a huge piece, and we're going to continue to develop that as well. We're working on the RTA survey, which we're very proud of, and helping identify areas that will get people from point A to point B. And if we don't ask the questions, we can't get the right answers. We're not just working when we talk about nighttime economy, we're not just talking about restaurants or bars. We're also talking about the medical centers. We're talking about the airport. That flight of yours is leaving at 5 in the morning. Someone has to be working there at 3. How are they getting to that work? And those are questions that we're continuing to ask. We're also excited. We're going to continue to roll out mental health care for hospitality industry workers through We Help NOLA and Southern Smoke Foundation. Southern Smoke offers it free. We Help NOLA is a local one, and they, for $10 a month per employee, you get unlimited access to mental health care. And we're doing what we can to help them as well. As we look at our goals moving forward, we think still that the hospitality industry is a part of the solution, not the problem. We're doing more outreach to bring in real-time crime cameras into the areas where we know they're an issue. We're going directly to the folks that are affected by it. One of the things we did was in the 5th District, they had several break-ins. Once a suspect was identified, we were able to put it out to our networks, and it was highly effective. And this guy's moving around, but they're going to get him because you've got an industry that's watching him. We have the National Independent Venue Conference coming here next year, directly related to the work that we did. This will be in June 2nd through June 5th of next year. 1,500 people, averaging between 1,500 and 2,000 people, with an economic impact of over $3 million. And then another project that we're working on that I'm really excited about is we're going directly to artists to become more a part of the community that they're in here. So a good example is we have the artist Billy Strings. He has 3 sold out shows at Uno Lakefront Arena. And we're working with his management right now to identify 3 charities that they're going to sponsor during that time here. Those of you that don't know, he's a bluegrass artist, but he has a very hippie jam band feel to it.
That's in District D,
it is.
All right, just making sure.
And but like some of the projects, some of the nonprofits we've already identified, the NOLA Tree Project, Roots of Music, all that will benefit from these folks that are coming into town. We're excited to see where this next year is going to go. It's been a battle, but it's been a joyous battle. The fact that we get to represent the city of New Orleans and her culture bearers is an honor every day. I'll take whatever questions you might have.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, Howie, thank you for what you do, and I'll never forget the efforts during Ida when we were running around trying to put tarps on roof and help people with resources, and you had put everybody together to feed a lot of the volunteers and folk from the industry. So we can never repay you for that. But one of the things, you've done such a good job in terms of planting the seeds for the nighttime economy. In your presentation, I also highlighted one of the glaring weaknesses in this city. And that is, though we're building our tourism and we're building our economy back, and we're building our nighttime economy and making it more attractive, it's actually helping highlight the fact that 91,000 people from outside the city had to buy Taylor Swift tickets because too many people within the city couldn't afford it. And just like other major events in Saints game, most of the people come from out of town because too many of the people in the city who would like to buy a ticket or support those events can't afford it. How are you guys taking a look at the people who work in the nighttime economy and how ultimately, as we grow it, it'll benefit them a lot more than what has happened historically with the tourism economy and the days of, you know, my mom or my auntie and my nan, you know, working at a hotel and buying a house, them days gone now, right?
Mhm.
So how do we grow this economy and now make sure that the people who live in the city, who wait on those folk who can afford to come here, how they benefit?
So that's a really good question, council member. And I think it comes back to what we were talking about, a multi-departmental approach. So you heard economic development talking about that. You heard the question that Councilmember Harris asked about what are we doing for the businesses that are hurting right now? If the businesses are hurting, the people that are working in them, the people that frequent them are hurting as well. We count too much on the money to keep moving. Do I have a direct answer or a direct solution to that? No, but I think the fact that we're actually starting to ask those questions, that we're actually concerned about the well-being of the people in the industry, the fact that we're talking about trying to find parking for people in the hospitality industry. You know, we've already reached out to property management. We've identified 2 places. We're going to continue to ask the questions because we recognize that the $40 ticket or the $20 in parking means everything. I think it starts to recognize that these are folks, again, that they're just trying to raise their families. They're just trying to enjoy a quality of life. And the more we work on it, I think we'll start getting more answers, but we're asking the questions for the first time in a different way.
Musician
That's the
Walter,
first step.
musician Walter Harris of Preservation Hall started that conversation 7 years ago about the parking issue. So it's really kind of taken 7 years for it to really kind of manifest and get to the point where we're doing so. But it's been at least, I remember him being on the radio and being on the Good Morning Show, which I host, 7 years ago, asking for the city to come up with some way that musicians and culture bears could park because too many were coming out back from a gig or trying to get home with a ticket or a tow because that was the only place they could park to get to the gig on time. And much of what they made was being taken away. So kudos to you for finally, especially after that 7-year discussion that I heard years ago, to finally come up with a remedy. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, council member. All right, Mr. Burnside, Mr. Hiller, do you want to wait till the end of all the presentations? Yeah, all right. We got you. We'll get you. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're here. Why not?
Philosophical questions from a man known for his realism. Finally, you see the light, Joe. 2 R's and 2 S's indeed. All right, so we'll make the mistake of doing some math in public because you made the mistake of giving me some numbers. The first is that on average, the 2 of you make 100. I will rephrase this immediately. On average, it costs the city in regards to FTEs, $132K each for you. You don't give us your salaries, but some of us would love to have your job. As far as the numbers that come from the hospitality people, the following are mine. I take responsibility for them, therefore they could be wrong. But it looks to me, according to math, that the average tourist drops $20 in tax money to the city of New Orleans. So I'm not sure that it's really advantageous to the city of New Orleans that our visitors come here, which raises the question, who is it advantageous to? Because if you take 20 million visitors and you divided it into $400 million in taxes, you would take 20 and divide it into 400. Each visitor is dropping a $20 bill in taxes. So I don't know if the city's benefiting that much. The next thing I will point out is if you got 50,000 hospitality workers and you got 20 million visitors, then you've got 20,000 visitors being handled by 50,000 hospitality workers, which is 20,000 visitors for every 50 hospitality workers, which is 2,000 visitors for every 5, which can't be right because it's insane. So let me try this again. You got 20,000 visitors being serviced by 50,000 hospitalities. So the thousands go away. We talk out the zeros. Sure enough, 2,000 visitors per 5. That's 400 visitors handled per hospitality worker. So I would say our hospitality workers are one hospitality worker dealing with 400 visitors, each of whom is dropping a $20 bill. Each hospitality worker is an income source, a revenue source for the city to the tune of $8,000. Hallelujah for hospitality workers.
Thank you. Mr. Hiller, do you want to speak now? Or Holler, sorry. And then Mark.
Skip Holler, 931 Elysian Fields, acting president of the Faubourg Marine Improvement Association. I chose to wait to the end instead of speaking after each department. I urge the council to analyze and think back and realize that there's a recurring theme in each of these departments and their reports to you today. And that's that they can't do their job alone. And each of them point to a collaboration, if you will, and a dependency on the other departments. And they rely on each other to do a collective work to accomplish a common goal. And so to that effect, I urge the council to fully fund each of the departments to fall under the purview of the Office of Business and External Services, so that together we can do the work of the people. And Mr. Mulligan, I do want to say to you, though, that I would ask you to look at your budget and think twice about cutting the Department of Zoning and your staffing in that respect. And if that means moving some things around or coming to the council and asking for more money, I think you're doing a disservice to the people by cutting your staffing in the zoning respect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Shetler, 2768 Orchid Street. I'm also the co-founder and executive director of Shift Change, which is a nonprofit. We've been around since 2016 doing advocacy work for the service industry. Before that, I was president and vice president of the U.S. Bartenders Guild chapter here. I'm proud that I've been in the trenches in this industry for over 10 years. So forgive me for being out of breath. I just jumped in the car, sped, and then ran here from the French Quarter. I think y'all also know I'm a little bit more delicate with my words and planned in my comments than I'm going to be here. You know, in listening to the presentation, it occurs to me, I believe there was one, maybe two things that were unique achievements of this office. But for 2 examples, We Help NOLA, and who my nonprofit happens to be the fiscal sponsor of, and Southern Smoke, working on their mental health care plan. That's been in the works for years. Getting the word out to people about somebody who was breaking the law in nightlife and sharing it within networks. We have numerous Facebook groups that do that. I happen to admin one that's over 11,000 people, all of whom are local service industry. These things already happen. My frustration, and again, this is perhaps where I'm going to be more pointed than I might usually be. My frustration here is that, you know, I worked with Thomas and a number of other local stakeholders did to help build out an infrastructure for this office, a plan for it. And I feel like as a taxpayer, I frankly feel like I've been getting robbed for the last 2 years. We fought for years to try to see this office happen. And the idea that 1.5 years is how long it's taken to do anything is BS. It's BS, because there are a lot of us who have been in the field doing more work than this office has done in the time that this office has existed, twice as much. I want to know what they're actually doing. All due respect to Mike, because he's the first time that I've actually heard from this office in the last few months. Love this guy and I appreciate his work. But other than this, what does working with mean? Working with is a word that I've heard people use in the nonprofit spheres, I'm sure y'all have, to say I talked to somebody about it. What did you do? What did this office do? Working on this, working on that. This event already happened. Oh, Taylor Swift concert is cool. We had nothing to do with it, but isn't that great? Where are the achievements? What the hell am I paying for? Because there are a lot of us that are in nightlife, and as I mentioned, have been in the trenches for years advocating for this industry. And frankly, I believe that we deserve a whole hell of a lot better than what this office has given us for the last 2 years. It's infuriating. Oh, and a direct question I would love to know. How many other jobs do people within this office currently hold?
May I answer that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So currently, I believe this is Mike's only job. I'm still the owner of the Howlin' Wolf. I'm still the manager of the Rebirth Brass Band, and I'm a part owner of a bagel company called the Bayou Bagel Company. And I'd love to sit down and kind of go over some of the other things. There are things that while I'll be very careful to say this, we are not taking credit for the work of We Help NOLA. When I sat down with her that first time, we recognized there was a connection to be made with the Southern Smoke Foundation, who I had met 8 years ago. One of the original founders of the Southern Smoke Foundation was a Rebirth Brass Band fan. He got them to do one of their first things. And so we didn't even know that Southern Smoke existed at that point in time and what it was. The goal of the office isn't to create something new. It's to take what's happening in these different silos and connect them. And I think that's a big part of what we're doing. One of the things we didn't bring up was the mediation and outreach efforts that we've been doing, not just for the council, but within the city. It's going there and sitting there and listening and trying to understand what the needs are. So I'd love to sit down with anybody to tell us what we're doing wrong. I 100% agree that we need to listen and understand. As someone that's been in the industry for over 30 years, I advocated for this position. This wasn't a goal of mine. I remember sitting down with Mr. Mulligan and saying, this is something that we